Chapter 175. Enter the state of metaphysics again. The ferocious look on Ing Shui Luo's face intensified as he looked at the young man who seemed to be in a daze. He knew that the young man in front of him would definitely die under his all-out attack. Boom! Just as Ing Shui Luo's attack was about to hit Zhuowen, a huge barrier suddenly appeared on the surface of Zhuowen's body. Ing Shui Luo was shocked to find that the pneuma around Zhuowen's body was boiling like boiling water. This is the law of heaven and earth. The smile on Ing Shui Luo's face froze. His pupils shrank to the size of needles as he stared at the young man with his eyes closed. Rumble! As Ing Shui Luo muttered to himself, the inexplicable barrier in front of Zhuowen suddenly exploded. Immediately, Ing Shui Luo felt a mountain-like recoil from the barrier in front of him. This energy was extremely powerful and had already surpassed the limits of what a human king realm martial artist could withstand. Therefore, the moment Ing Shui Luo felt the recoil from the barrier, he retreated vigilantly. However, to his horror, this force was like a maggot in his bones, firmly sticking to him. Ing Shui Luo had no choice but to raise his palm to block the attack. Endless primordial force surged out of his body and eventually formed a golden spear. Ing Shui Luo gripped the spear with his right hand and moved his 5 fingers. He exerted his strength, and the golden spear began to spin under the influence of his powerful fingertips. Then, like a poisonous dragon, it rushed toward the oncoming power of the law. Kacha! A soft sound rang out. Ing Shui Luo was shocked to find that his golden spear, which had been formed by Yuan Li, had crumbled like a piece of paper in the face of the power of the laws. The powerful force was like a whip as it lashed out at Ing Shui Luo's chest. Puchi! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ing Shui Luo's mouth. Soon after, his sturdy body flew backwards like a withered leaf. As he flew backwards, blood continued to spurt out from his mouth. All this happened in a split second. Everyone was shaking their heads and sighing as they thought that Zhuowen was about to be killed by Ing Shui Luo. Now, the scene of Ing Shui Luo's flying figure silenced the crowd. The one who flew backward is Ing Shui Luo. What just happened? Ing Shui Luo was attacking Zhuowen with all his strength. Why is he flying backward and vomiting blood? When everyone's gazes gathered on the figure that was flying backwards and vomiting blood, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their gazes also became somewhat dull at this moment. Boom! Ing Shui Luo fell from a ruin far away from the open space, stirring up a cloud of dust as he coughed. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground immediately woke everyone up. When they confirmed that the figure that was flying backward was indeed Ing Shui Luo, the dullness in their eyes changed dramatically, turning into astonishment and disbelief. Gu Yuetian, who was trying his best to rush over, also saw Ing Shui Luo flying backwards. The worry and anxiety on his face froze at this moment, and his mouth was slightly agape. Ing Shui Luo was obviously seriously injured. Could it be that the one who injured Ing Shui Luo was Zhuowen, who was standing in the middle of the open space? Gu Yutian moved his stiff neck slightly and looked at the young figure in the ruins. When he saw that Zhuowen was still standing in the open space with his eyes closed as if he was asleep, he was stunned and the corners of his mouth twitched. Zhuowen didn't seem to have the ability to attack at all. Could it be that Ing Shui Luo was bewitched? However, what happened next completely dispelled the doubts in Gu Yuetian's heart. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. Immediately, the yuan qi in the surroundings of the open space began to boil like boiling water. Following which, everyone was surprised to discover that the yuan qi in the surroundings seemed to have been sucked dry as it suddenly rushed towards a direction. That direction was where Zhuowen was standing. At this time, Zhuowen's body was covered with a layer of dazzling white light. This layer of white light was like a cocoon attached to Zhuowen's body, and a strange energy was constantly dissipating. As the layer of white light continued to converge on Zhuowen's body, a ripple akin to the might of the heavens abruptly spread out in all directions, with Zhuo Wen as the center. Under this fluctuation, many of the weaker martial warriors below the stage couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. This wave is the power of the law of heaven and earth. This guy has entered the mysterious comprehending state. Lingju had already come to the 9th Commandery Princess's side when Zhuowen and Ing Hualan were fighting. At this time, he was staring at the young man below with his eyes slightly closed and turned pale with fright. The 9th Commandery Princess and Su Chang beside him were shocked when they heard Lingju's words. They both looked at the figure below. Naturally, they knew very well about the mysterious comprehending state. The mysterious comprehending state was a mysterious state. Once a warrior entered this state, he would be able to trigger the law of heaven and earth. Under the effect of the law of heaven and earth, the warrior's comprehension ability and the growth of his origin power would be thousands of times faster than usual. It could be said that the mysterious comprehending state was a privilege given to warriors by the law of heaven and earth. There were almost countless benefits in it, so as long as one was a warrior, he or she would want to enter this mysterious state. However, it was not that easy to enter the mysterious comprehending state. It was almost impossible to enter this state if one did not have the chance to enter it by chance or if one was extremely talented. According to the records of the Qing Xian Empire, as long as a warrior could enter the mysterious comprehending state, his or her future would be limitless if he or she did not die accidentally. This kind of warrior was the target of all the big forces. After all, it was not a loss to invest in a warrior who could be a peerless master in the future. This guy is really giving me more and more surprises. He can enter the mysterious comprehending state at this juncture. This guy's talent is probably extraordinary. The 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured. At this time, the arrogance on Su Chang's face gradually disappeared. After all, warriors who could enter the mysterious comprehending state were people that even the House of Marquis of Baichuan would try their best to recruit. Therefore, his attitude towards Zhuowen had changed from disdain at the beginning to a little bit of respect. I really did not expect that in such a small place like Rot 10 Armor City, there would be a warrior who could enter the mysterious comprehending state. Since this person could enter the mysterious comprehending state for the first time, there is a possibility that he could enter the mysterious comprehending state for the second time. Therefore, although Zhuowen's strength is still too weak, if he continues to develop, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a master. Lingju stroked his beard as the shock on his face faded away. He said with a complicated look in his eyes, "Then this guy can't be let go of. With such talent, entering the House of Marquis Qin is the best choice for him. After all, the House of Marquis Qin is the most powerful force in the entire Muqing County. Otherwise, his talent would be wasted." The 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly as the corners of her mouth twitched, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth. She smiled and said, "Princess, are you trying to recruit him into the House of Marquis Qin? But this guy just rejected your invitation a few days ago. I'm afraid that if you invite him again, he will not accept it." Su Chang's face suddenly darkened as he said with some jealousy. Every time he saw the 9th Commandery Princess showing interest in Zhuowen, he always felt a little uncomfortable. The reason why this guy rejected me last time was that he did not know how many resources the House of Marquis Qin had and how powerful it was. Most importantly, I did not offer him enough to tempt him. If the benefits were to a certain extent, even a clay figurine would be tempted. Moreover, Zhuowen is not a clay figurine. A trace of slyness flashed across the 9th Commandery Princess's eyes as she smiled sweetly. Looking at the 9th Commandery Princess, who was smiling sweetly, Su Chang could not help but show a trace of infatuation. In the depth of his eyes, there was an inexplicable feeling constantly surging. Boom! Just as the 9th Commandery Princess and the others were talking, The pneuma in the open space had turned into streaks of white light and wrapped Zhuowen's whole body layer by layer. Finally, a giant cocoon was formed. The cocoon was milky white, and streaks of strange energy were constantly emitting from it. Many warriors who wanted to get close to it had to retreat under the force of this energy. Guyu Tian looked at the giant cocoon floating in the open space with a complicated expression on his face. He vaguely guessed the state of Zhuowen at this time. Although it was a little hard to believe, he knew that his guess was probably right. The mysterious realm. I really did not expect that Zhuowen could enter such a mysterious realm. However, since Zhuowen is fine, then I can be at ease. But I won't let him show off so easily. Guyu Tian shifted his gaze to another part of the ruins. There was a deep pit, and in it he could vaguely see a struggling figure. Ing Xuelua, you broke the rules of the competition for places for no reason, and you even intended to attack the contestants. You have committed a capital crime. Now, as the governor of Rotten Armor City, I declare that you deserve to die. As his words fell, Guyu Tian's gaze turned even colder. The instant his last word fell, Guyu Tian's feet fiercely stomped on the ground. His entire body was like a shooting star as he ferociously shot towards the deep pit. I really did not expect that I, Ing Shoa, would be defeated by a junior. However, this old man has already remembered today's grudge in his heart. As long as I am alive, you will wait for my revenge. Chapter 176. Advancing to the corporeal yang stage wherever the blood shadow passed, a bloody stench would be emitted, causing people to feel nauseous. Blood escape? I did not expect Ing Xuelua to use such a secret technique that harms others without benefiting himself. Guyu Tian said with narrowed eyes as he stood in the deep pit, looking at the black spot that had disappeared into the distance. Blood escape was a technique that consumed one's essence blood to increase one's potential, allowing one's speed to reach an extreme level. However, this secret technique had a huge side effect on one's body. Therefore, very few warriors would use this secret technique unless it was a matter of life and death. Guyu Tian also knew that he would not be able to catch up with Ing Xuelua, who had used blood escape. Therefore, he did not chase after him. Just as Guyu Tian was deep in thought, a huge aura suddenly came from the empty ground not far away. Turning his head, he immediately discovered that there were traces of cracks on the surface of the giant cocoon on the empty ground. They covered the surface like a spider web. At the same time, an aura was being emitted from the giant cocoon. Moreover, as the number of cracks increased, the aura became increasingly powerful. Crack! Finally, a sharp sound was suddenly emitted from the giant cocoon. Immediately, the giant white cocoon collapsed inch by inch, revealing the figure of a young man. Boom! The moment the giant cocoon shattered, the aura it emitted also reached its peak. At the same time, the fire symbol on Zhuowen's left hand flickered. The Nirvana demon flame contained in the symbol immediately whizzed out, transforming into a black skull that was dozens of feet in size around his body. Sizzle! Sizzle! The temperature instantly rose. The entire empty ground was like an oven at this moment. Transparent steam slowly floated up. Many warriors began to perspire under such high temperature. What a rich yang qi! It seems that Zhuowen is about to make a breakthrough. Guyu Tian's eyes flickered as he said. Zhuowen's cultivation had already reached the level of half a step to corporeal yang stage. Now that he had entered the mysterious understanding stage, his comprehension and yuan power had reached an extremely terrifying level. His advancement to the corporeal yang stage was within Guyu Tian's expectations. It seems that this brat is about to advance. Looking at his intention, he should be using the Nirvana demon flame to form a real armor. This brat is quite courageous. The Nirvana demon flame is quite powerful. However, it is not so easy to form a real armor. On the high platform, Ling Ju stood beside the 9th Commandery Princess. Her eyes were fixed on the young man below, and she smiled faintly. Yes, this fellow is a little too arrogant. The Nirvana demon flame has a demonic nature within it. It is actually not suitable to be used to form a real armor. Later on, when this brat forms it, he will suffer. The 9th regional princess' pretty eyes rotated slightly as she coldly laughed. However, regardless of whether it was the 9th princess or Lingju, they did not know that Zhuowen possessed a treasure like the holy ice flame symbol on his body. Moreover, the Nirvana demon flame had already submitted to Zhuowen under the effect of the holy ice flame symbol. How could it turn against Zhuowen now? Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, the huge black flame skull on the empty ground suddenly roared. Immediately, it burst apart in front of everyone's shocked eyes. It split into countless small black flame skulls and scrambled to attach themselves to the surface of Zhuowen's body. Sizzle, sizzle. In just a short while, the surface of Zhuowen's body was covered by countless black flames. These black flames continued to wiggle on his body. Very quickly, they formed a black armor. The black armor had an endless amount of black flames burning on it. The chest of the armor was actually a ferocious skull. On the shoulder armor, there were even black-colored bone spikes. Moreover, there were many similar black bone spikes on this black armor. The shoulder armor, elbows, spine, and knees all had these strange black bone spikes. Moreover, the surface of the bone spikes was constantly burning with black flames. Zhuowen's mask was actually the front of a skull. It looked ferocious and mighty. It could be said that Zhuowen, who was wearing this armor, was simply a killing machine. The bone spikes all over his body were all his weapons. The moment this ferocious armor was formed, a hot aura suddenly emitted from Zhuowen's body. This aura had completely surpassed the half-step to corporeal yang stage. Obviously, Zhuowen had successfully advanced to the corporeal yang stage. On the high platform, the 9th commandery princess looked at Zhuowen, who had instantly formed the armor. Her pretty face could not help but be stunned. Immediately, a flush involuntarily appeared on her cheeks. She actually revealed an embarrassed and angry expression. This fellow is purposely looking for trouble. The 9th commandery princess waved her fist as she curled her lips and said hatefully, "Just a moment ago, she had solemnly said that Zhuowen would suffer a lot when he used the Nirvana demon flame to form the armor. However, who knew that Zhuowen had successfully formed the armor just as her voice sounded. This caused her to feel a little embarrassed. Lingju, who was beside her, also laughed dryly. After all, he was the one who had brought up the topic earlier. However, the gaze he used to look at Zhuowen had finally changed. It seemed that the little fellow in front of him had always exceeded his expectations. The moment the armor was formed, Zhuowen's cultivation level had reached the first level corporeal yang stage. However, at this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were still tightly shut. There were no signs of him opening them. It has already been 15 minutes. Why is this fellow not showing any signs of waking up? Isn't it said that when a martial artist enters the Xian opening stage for the first time, he can only last for 15 minutes before he is forcefully withdrawn from the Xian opening stage? Looking at Zhuowen, who still did not open his eyes, the 9th commandery princess held her chin with her jade-like hand and said with some surprise. Lingju's gaze also became serious. He looked at the young man below, who still had his eyes closed. An unbelievable thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. What the commandery princess said is somewhat reasonable. When a martial artist enters the Xian opening stage for the first time, he will be forcefully withdrawn within 15 minutes. Those who can last for more than 15 minutes in the Xian opening stage basically have entered the Xian opening stage a few times. Lingju trembled slightly as he spoke a somewhat absurd fact. Puff! The 9th commandery princess, who was about to drink tea, suddenly spat out the tea in her mouth when she heard Lingju's words. She did not care about the loss of composure on her face. She looked at Lingju in shock and said, "You are saying that this is not the first time Zhuowen has entered the Xian opening stage?" That is to say, before this, he has already entered this Xian opening stage? I remember that this fellow is only 16 years old. He is about the same age as me. Lingju nodded slightly. This time his gaze was finally filled with shock. If it was as he guessed in his heart, the young man in front of him was indeed somewhat terrifying. I have also read some ancient books about the Xian opening stage. It was clearly mentioned that when a martial artist enters the Xian opening stage for the first time, no matter how heaven-defying his talent is, he will not be able to stay in the Xian opening stage for more than 15 minutes. If a martial artist can stay in the Xian opening stage for more than 15 minutes, it is basically not his first time entering the Xian opening stage. How is it possible? Big Brother and Second Brother's talent is already monstrous. Until now, they have only entered the Xian opening stage once. However, this fellow has already entered the Xian opening stage several times. Does this mean that this fellow is even more monstrous than them? The ninth commandery princess murmured to herself as she covered her cherry lips with her jade-like hand. Lingju, who was beside her, lowered his head slightly and remained silent. Apparently, he had acquiesced to the ninth commandery princess's words on the open ground. As time went by, the pneuma in the surrounding area was almost completely sucked out by Zhuowen. This enormous pneuma, without exception, flowed into Zhuowen's body. With the influx of the enormous pneuma, coupled with the stimulation of the law of heaven and earth, Zhuowen's qi was growing at an astonishing speed. Bang! 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 3 soft sounds were heard. Immediately, the qi in Zhuowen's body shot up to an astonishing level like a rocket. His qi also rose from level 1 of the corporeal yang realm to level 4 of the corporeal yang realm. Level 4 of the corporeal yang realm? Looking at Zhuowen, whose strength had suddenly soared, Guyu Tian's face could not help but twitch. Since when was it so easy to break through to the corporeal yang stage? In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through 4 stages. And from the looks of it, it seemed that he was not going to give up. Zhuo Wen's monstrous speed of advancement caused an uproar among the people below the stage. They didn't even know what had happened. All they saw was that the youth on the open ground had soared from the half-step corporeal yang realm to the 4th layer corporeal yang realm in the blink of an eye. After breaking through to level 4 of the corporeal yang realm, the growth of Zhuowen's qi slowed down. After a while, he reached level 5 of the corporeal yang realm. When he reached level 5 of the corporeal yang realm, Zhuowen's qi finally calmed down and finally stabilized. When Zhuowen's qi calmed down, he slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. At the same time, the laws of heaven and earth around him receded like the tide. As the laws of heaven and earth receded, the mountain-like pressure on the open ground also disappeared. Some of the weaker cultivators, who were forced to their knees by the pressure, let out a sigh of relief. However, when these cultivators looked at the young figure on the open ground, their gazes were filled with fear and respect. They knew that the powerful pressure was caused by the young man before them. When Zhuowen opened his eyes, a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. He looked around and realized that countless gazes were gathered on him. The confusion on his face became even more intense. What's going on? Where the hell did old Dogging go? With a doubtful expression, Zhuowen asked probingly. Chapter 177. Refusal. Thanks to Guyu Tian's explanation, Zhuowen also understood what had happened when he had inadvertently entered the mystic comprehending state. Zhuowen, you have to be careful of Eng Shui Luo. He will do anything to achieve his goal. If you don't get rid of him today, he will be a disaster in the future. In Rot Tan Armor City, Eng Shui Luo won't act recklessly. I'm just afraid that when you leave Rot Tan Armor City, that old man will find you alone. After explaining, Guyu Tian reminded him. Zhuowen nodded and smiled. Thank you for your advice, City Lord. I will be careful. However, when Zhuowen lowered his head, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Eng Shui Luo had disregarded the rules of the battle for the quota and attacked him. Zhuowen naturally could not let this go. If there was a chance, it would be Zhuowen who would look for that old man. Looking at Zhuowen's flickering eyes, Gu Tian knew that Zhuowen did not take his warning to heart. However, with the talent that Zhuowen had shown, he was not too worried. After all, when he was at the half-step corporeal Yang realm, Zhuowen was able to kill an initial human king realm warrior. Now, Zhuowen's strength had skyrocketed to the 5th level of the corporeal Yang realm. Even if he was not a match for Ing Xiuoluo, it would not be difficult for him to protect himself. Thinking of this, the worry on Gu Yuetian's face faded away. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the 9th Commandery Princess. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "9th Commandery Princess, since you are the host of this competition, the final decision will be left to you." On the stage, the 9th Commandery Princess smiled and said, "The result is self-evident. The city governor's office has won. Therefore, the remaining places belong to the city governor's office." Hearing the 9th Commandery Princess's words, many people in the governor's mansion cheered. Gu Xian and Gu Yu looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Gu Tian also let out a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. The city lord's mansion had finally redeemed its reputation in this competition, and all the credit was naturally due to the young man beside him. While countless people were cheering in the city lord's mansion's seating area, on another high platform, Hu Zhao's gaze turned solemn. He was silent for a while before he softly sighed and said, "I never imagined that such a genius would appear in the city lord's mansion. With this kid's talent, I'm afraid that he will shine in the Origin Qi Tower battle in 2 years." Hu Wuying, who was beside him, had a determined expression in his eyes. He said, "Master, this disciple will work even harder. I will not bring shame to the Tiger Ben Gate. No, since this child, Zhuowen, was able to enter the profound comprehension realm, it means that this child's natural talent is already comparable to the geniuses of those super cities. Master's purpose in saying these words is not for you to compare with him. Instead, I want you to understand that you must build a good relationship with him in the Origin Qi Tower battle in 2 years." Speaking up to this point, Wu Xiao suddenly paused for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. Master has a premonition that this child might be able to enter the top 100 in the Yuan Qi Tower battle. Following this child is definitely a wise choice. When Hu Wuying heard these words, a look of horror immediately surfaced on his face. He naturally knew very well what the top 100 in the Origin Qi Tower battle meant. One must know that there were tens of thousands of factions in Muqin Prefecture, so the number of contestants participating in the Origin Qi Tower battle would definitely exceed tens of thousands. Among so many contestants, if one could enter the top 1,000, he or she would be able to receive resources from the House of Marquichin. And if one could stand out from so many geniuses and enter the top 100, he or she would be considered a genius among geniuses. And these top 100 geniuses would have the qualifications to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties. In other words, they would have the qualifications to compete with the countless top geniuses of the Qing Xian Empire. At the same time, these top 100 geniuses would naturally receive resources unconditionally provided by the House of Marquichin. Spiritual treasures, secret techniques, armor techniques, elixirs, and other precious things like these would be provided unconditionally by the House of Marquichin. The ultimate goal was naturally for these top 100 geniuses to obtain good results in the Battle of the 9 Counties. Hu Wuying's eyes abruptly narrowed as he stared at the figure standing on the ground below. He didn't expect that his master would have such a high evaluation of Zhuowen, to the point where he actually compared the former to the peak geniuses of the Azure Mystic Empire. But when he thought of the young man's heaven-defying performance, his throbbing heart slowly calmed down. Looking at the cheering crowd below, the 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of craftiness. She giggled and said, "But I haven't finished speaking yet." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd quieted down again, Everyone's eyes were focused on the girl with a crafty expression on her face. Zhuowen frowned as he looked at the crafty face of the ninth commandery princess. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Zhuowen knew a little about the character of the ninth commandery princess. Although the ninth commandery princess looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, under her innocent appearance, there was a deep, scheming heart. She was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. If one was not careful, one would suffer a great loss. The ninth commandery princess looked at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. She smiled brightly and said, "Hee! Zhuowen, your talent and performance has greatly exceeded this princess's expectations. So this princess admires you very much. Now, in front of everyone, I formally invite you to join the house of Marquis Qin." Before Zhuowen could answer, the ninth commandery princess said again, "Perhaps you still don't know my conditions. Let me tell you frankly. If you agree, I promise you can directly become a seed disciple of the Marquis Mansion. This is the highest treatment among all the disciples who join the house of Marquis Qin. You should know that every year there are tens of thousands of people who want to join the house of Marquis Qin, but there are only 9 who can become a seed disciple. The so-called seed disciple is the last disciple of my father, Marquis Qin. In terms of martial arts, you can get personal guidance from my father. In addition, the seed disciple can get a group of elite cavalrymen to protect him. All the resources in the Marquis Mansion, as long as you have permission, you can get them at any time. With your talent, under the cultivation of the house of Marquis Qin, you can reach the heavenly king realm in just 2 years. Even among the contestants of the Tower of Vitality battle, this kind of strength is a peak existence. Therefore, joining our Mu Qin Marquis residence will bring you unimaginable benefits in the Tower of Vitality battle 2 years later. Speaking of this, the ninth commandery princess lowered her eyelids and suddenly became silent. She just quietly looked at the young man below. After the ninth commandery princess finished speaking, there was an uproar on the stage and off the stage. The originally quiet, open space became noisy at this time. As the strongest man in Muqin County, Marquis Qin's strength had reached the mysterious 4th venerable realm. In the whole Muqin County, there was no one who could match him. Naturally, there were countless people who wanted to become the disciple of such an overlord. However, to become the disciple of such an overlord was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only those with heaven-defying talent were qualified to become the last disciple of such an overlord. As the saying goes, 3 years of hard work is not as good as a teacher's guidance. With the guidance of such a strong man at any time, there was no doubt that one could avoid many detours on the road of martial arts. Even if one did not mention the little benefit of Mu Qin Marquis' guidance, the Mu Qin Marquis Manor was the #1 faction in Muqin County. Its rich foundation had already exceeded everyone's imagination. Therefore, just this foundation alone was able to allow the training speed of many warriors to increase by many times. No one had expected that the ninth commandery princess would propose such a tempting offer to the young man standing quietly in front of them. Although Zhuowen's performance just now was indeed very dazzling, it seemed that it was not enough to be promoted to a seed disciple of the house of Marquis Qin. However, many of the sensible people had already faintly guessed that the reason why the ninth commandery princess was so enthusiastic to invite Zhuowen to be a seed disciple was probably related to the inexplicable mysterious realm that Zhuowen had just entered. At this time, Gu Tian, who was standing beside Zhuowen, was dumbfounded. Even he did not expect that the ninth commandery princess would propose such a tempting offer. Even he had no reason to refuse such an offer. Unfortunately, he did not have the terrifying talent of Zhuowen. Gu Tian licked his dry lips and said to Zhuowen in a trembling voice, "Zhuowen, this is a rare opportunity. You have to seize it well. As long as you agree to join the house of Marquis Qin, you will soar to the sky." Slightly lowering his head, Zhuowen's heart was also not calm. Although he did not know much about the house of Marquis Qin, He could not refuse the ninth commandery princess's offer. However, just when Zhuowen's heart was burning with passion, Xiao Hei's voice came at the right time. "Young man, you have the secret of the holy charm of ice and fire. If you become the disciple of Marquis Qin, I am afraid that not only will you lose the secret of the holy charm, but also my existence will be discovered. If that is the case, I am afraid that you will be in a very bad situation." Zhuo Wen's heart shivered when he heard these words. The fiery heat in his eyes slowly disappeared. He took a deep breath and replied, "You are right. It is not wise for me to expose the secret on my body. If Mu Qin Marquis discovers it, I will be in danger if he harbors even the slightest bit of greed. So, Zhuowen, what will your choice be? You should know that my patience is not that good." The ninth commandery princess squinted her beautiful eyes and quietly stared at the young man below the stage. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhuowen. They all knew that the young man's answer would most likely change his life. In this somewhat strange atmosphere, the young man slowly raised his head. There was not the slightest bit of nervousness or any other emotion on his face. Instead, there was a calm and serene expression. The young man's lips moved slightly, and his clear and melodious voice resounded throughout the entire open space. I refuse." Chapter 178. Zijin Men, he actually rejected it? Is Zhuowen out of his mind? How could he reject such a generous offer? I really don't know what he's thinking. If it were me, I would definitely agree. This is a chance to soar to the sky. After a long period of silence, an uproar broke out in the open space. Everyone's gazes were focused on the youth. Their gazes were filled with confusion, doubt, ridicule, and various other emotions. Guyu Tian, who was beside him, was also stunned. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the young man beside him in disbelief. With an excited expression, he said, "Zhuowen, this is an opportunity for you and your Zhuo family to soar into the sky. Why are you rejecting it? You can't let your emotions affect your decisions." At this moment, Zhuowen was extremely calm. He calmly gazed at Guyu Tian and said, "City Lord, I am very calm right now. I also know what I am doing. However, this is my business. I hope you won't interfere. Furthermore, I naturally have my own considerations for refusing." Guyu Tian was stunned. What Zhuowen said made sense. After all, it was someone else's business. As an outsider, it was inappropriate for him to say anything. Sighing slightly, Guyu Tian said helplessly, "Now the ninth commandery princess is inviting you in front of everyone. Obviously, she has made up her mind to recruit you. But if you refuse now, I'm afraid she won't let it go easily. I will deal with the ninth commandery princess," Zhuowen said softly. Since he had already said so much, Guyu Tian naturally had nothing else to say. However, the frown between his brows represented that his heart was not calm at all. On the high platform, no matter if it was the ninth commandery princess, Lingju, or Su Chang, they were all stunned after receiving Zhuowen's rejection. In their opinion, no fool would reject the ninth commandery princess's offer. However, to their disbelief, the young man in front of them actually refused in such a righteous manner. The ninth commandery princess squinted her beautiful eyes, and the smile on her face slowly froze. Instead, she became a little gloomy and said coldly, "Zhuowen, you are really bold. How dare you refuse me twice? I will give you one last chance." Before the ninth commandery princess could finish her words, Zhuowen suddenly stepped forward and looked at the girl on the high platform. He said loudly, "Say no more. My answer will not change. I will not join the house of Marquis Qin." After being interrupted by Zhuowen's words, the ninth commandery princess's mistress of Marquis, "How dare you? How dare you disobey the commandery princess's order?" Lingju saw that the situation was not right. She stood up abruptly and stared at the young man below the platform. At the same time, An aura as vast as the ocean suddenly burst out from her body. As soon as the aura gushed out, it was like a mountain pressing down on Zhuo. Bang! The powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on Zhuowen's body as if a mountain had suddenly appeared on his back. Soon after, Zhuowen's entire body sank. Under this pressure, his feet actually created two extremely deep depressions in the ground. Zhuowen's whole body was also under the pressure. Slowly he bent his body, and beads of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. Lingju was indeed a heavenly king expert. Just the pressure of her aura was enough to make Zhuowen unable to bear it. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Lingju's eyes were wide open in anger. An even stronger aura poured down on the young man in front of him. This time, he had used 70% of his strength. He was confident that even a warrior in the profound human king realm would be forced to kneel down under the pressure of his aura, let alone Zhuowen. However, what shocked him was that the young man in front of him did not kneel down as he wished. Instead, his entire body struggled. His originally stooped back actually slowly straightened as he struggled. Moreover, his face revealed a trace of a stubborn smile. At this moment, Zhuowen's condition was not very good. Under the pressure of Lingju's aura, his internal organs were slightly damaged, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, even though he was seriously injured and spat out blood, the young man in front of him still had a stubborn smile on his face. Everyone fell into a strange silence as they stared at the smile on the young man's face. Everyone's gazes were complicated as they stared at the young man who was struggling bitterly on the empty ground. They were truly unable to imagine how the young man in front of them could still smile at this stage. Guyu Tian's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and clasped his hands together. Ninth Commandery Princess, Zhuowen did not mean to offend you. I hope the Commandery Princess can, however, before Guyu Tian could finish his words, Lingju's right hand gently waved, and a powerful force instantly swept over. Guyu Tian was caught off guard, and under the effect of this force, he was forced to continuously retreat. He only managed to come to a stop after creating two pits that were more than 10 meters long on the ground, and immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lord Gu, you'd better not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, it will not be worth it to lose your life. Lingju glanced at Guyu Tian indifferently and said coldly. With his face slightly red, Guyu Tian spat out another mouthful of blood. However, he fell into a rare silence. The strength of Lingju in front of him was too strong. He had no doubt that with Lingju's strength, she could kill him with just one move. The smile on the ninth Commandery Princess's face was long gone. Instead, it was replaced by deep indifference. She quietly looked at the struggling young man under the stage and said again, I'm really surprised. There should be no reason for you to reject my offer. However, you rejected it. This is unbelievable. Speaking of this, the ninth Commandery Princess suddenly smiled and said, I'm curious as to why you rejected my offer. Can you tell me more about it? At this moment, Zhuowen's origin energy was mobilized. Even the solid armor, which had just been condensed, automatically appeared on the surface of his body due to the great pressure. However, even so, Zhuowen still had a hard time resisting the attack. Now, even if he wanted to raise his head, he had to exert all his strength. Moreover, he was sweating profusely. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen's eyes were still emotionless and calm. Suddenly he grinned and said, Reason? Do I need a reason to reject? Isn't it everyone's right to reject? Or do you want to deprive me of the right to reject as a member of the noble family? Isn't this too overbearing? The empty ground once again descended into silence after Zhuowen's words were spoken. A contemplative expression surfaced in everyone's eyes when they heard Zhuowen's words. The ninth Commandery Princess was also stunned. She had thought that the young man in front of her would choose to give in at this moment of life and death. However, what really shocked her was that the young man did not give in. Instead, he gave a righteous answer. Gazing at the stubborn young man under the stage, the ninth commandery princess's heart was suddenly touched. It was as if a door in her heart was gradually opening at this moment. As a descendant of the noble family, the ninth commandery princess had lived a luxurious life since she was a child. The people around her were all respectful and obedient to her. No one dared to reject any of her requests. Now, the ordinary-looking young man in front of her had rejected her several times. This was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. Although she was a little angry, it was more of a novelty. Zhuowen stared at the ninth commandery princess, who was on the stage. His feet seemed to be stuck in a swamp. He suddenly took a step forward, and his eyes were full of fearlessness. He shouted loudly, "Everyone has their own freedom. Everyone has their own choice. It's my freedom to reject or accept. Why do I have to accept the result that I don't want to accept under your coercion? This is like a bird in a cage. If a bird that can spread its wings and fly high is imprisoned in a cage, it will suffer more than death." Zhuowen stepped forward step by step. His voice was loud and clear, and his expression was stern. An unconcealable qi power was emitted from his body, which slightly offset the pressure exerted by Lingju. In this way, Zhuowen stood proudly in the open space with his back straight. This brat. Lingju also felt that his own pressure was greatly reduced by the aura emitted from Zhuowen's body. This caused his pupils to shrink as he muttered to himself. The ninth commandery princess suddenly became silent. After a while, she raised her head and stared at Zhuowen again. She said, "Since you refuse to join the house of Marquis Qin, then I won't force you. However, I want to make a bet with you. If you win, then you can do whatever you want. But if you lose, then you have to join the house of Marquis Qin. This is the last chance I'm giving you." The ninth commandery princess did not wait for Zhuowen's response. She waved her hand, and a brilliant purple-gold light shot out from her palm. Then it turned into a huge purple-gold gate in the air, which was as big as a mountain. Boom! The huge purple-gold door suddenly fell towards the empty ground below. Endless sounds of air exploding also rang out because of this. Finally, it violently smashed onto the ground. Countless wild waves of air violently swept up. Finally, the purple-gold door proudly stood in front of everyone amidst the dust that filled the air. An ancient aura that resembled the primordial desolation slowly seeped out from the purple-gold door. This is the advanced spiritual treasure, the purple-gold door. There are 9 doors inside, which are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black, and purple-gold. Now you enter. If you can break through the 9 doors, then I won't force you. But if you can't, then you have to join the house of Marquis Qin. This is my bottom line. The ninth commandery princess looked down at Zhuowen and said indifferently, Chapter 179. Enter the purple-gold door that stood proudly, was as majestic as a mountain. Compared to it, the countless figures below were as tiny as ants. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the purple-golden door. He did not expect that the ninth commandery princess could take out such a rare treasure. Furthermore, from the indistinct pressure that was emitted from the purple-gold door in front of him, one could tell that this spiritual treasure was not ordinary. Zhuowen! The purple-gold gate was filled with spiritual barriers. Some places even had terrifying spiritual storms. Those who entered would die if they were not careful. Moreover, each of the 9 gates was stronger than the last. Even a human king realm warrior would not be able to break through all 9 gates. So it's not too late for you to regret. The ninth commandery princess said coldly as she stared at the young man below. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and glanced at the ninth commandery princess. He remained calm and said, I choose to go in. Humph, this is your choice. If you die in there, don't blame me. Seeing Zhuowen's fearless attitude, the ninth commandery princess's face darkened. She snorted coldly and formed a complicated seal with both of her hands. She gently pushed her jade-like hand, and a light seal shot out from her palm. Whoosh! The light seal accurately shot into a groove on the main gate of the purple gold door. Boom! Following the fitting of the groove, the entire purple gold door began to vibrate violently. The purple gold door slowly split open from the middle. Immediately, an extremely powerful mental energy ripple spread out from the purple gold door, shaking some of the nearby practitioners until they were forced to retreat in a miserable manner. What a powerful spiritual pressure! When the mental energy undulations surged out, Zhuo Wen was also astonished to feel a special pressure spreading from the purple gold door. Under this pressure, his body seemed to have become a little heavier. Fortunately, Zhuo Wen's mental energy had reached the second level. Hence, he was able to remain calm under this pressure. Zhuo Wen raised his head and glanced at the 9th Commandery Princess again. Then he stepped into the purple gold door without any hesitation. In the eyes of others, Zhuo Wen's impatience made it seem as if he was in a hurry to die. This caused many people to look at him strangely. Everyone could feel how terrifying the pressure emitted by the purple gold door was. Moreover, it was already so terrifying just by standing outside the door. If it was inside the door, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? At this moment, Gu Yu and Gu Xian had already arrived beside Gu Tian. The two of them carefully helped Gu Tian up. Gu Xian worriedly asked, "Father, are you all right?" "Don't worry. It's just some superficial wounds. It's just that Zhuo Wen." Gu Tian shook his head and looked at the purple gold door in front of him with mixed feelings. When the 9th Commandery Princess said that the purple gold door was a high-level spiritual treasure, Gu Tian knew that it would be extremely difficult to break through the purple gold door. However, Zhuo Wen insisted on breaking through as if nothing had happened. This made Gu Tian puzzled. Hearing Gu Tian's words, Gu Xian and Gu Yu fell silent. Originally, it was a good thing that Zhuo Wen had helped the governor's mansion to win the quota battle. However, they did not expect things to turn out like this. This guy seems to be impatient to enter the purple gold door. Could it be that I'm imagining things? Looking at Zhuo Wen, who did not hesitate to enter the purple gold door, the 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes were full of doubts. "Commandery Princess, if Zhuo Wen can't break through the purple gold door, he will be crushed to death by the spiritual barrier inside. I don't think this is what you want." Lingju, who was standing beside her, looked at the purple gold door with mixed feelings and whispered to the 9th Commandery Princess, "Don't worry, I won't let this guy die. Third brother gave me the natal light seal of the purple gold door. With this seal, the purple gold door will naturally be under my control. At that time, if he can't break through the purple gold door, I will let him out. At that time, it will not be up to him whether he wants to join the house of Marquis Qin or not." The 9th Commandery Princess's black eyes were rolling as she said with a smile, "You are so wise. After all, the purple gold door is Third Master's spiritual treasure. Although Zhuo Wen has many trump cards and has the strength to kill a warrior of the initial human king realm, the purple gold door is not that easy to break through. Even if I go in, I am afraid that I will be in a mess." Lingju said respectfully, "Lingju, you don't have to be modest. With my strength, I am unable to trap you. If it was third brother, with his strength, he would be able to use the violet golden door to trap you. However, if it was me, I would not be able to do it. But to trap Zhuo Wen, I think I have the strength to do so." The 9th Commandery Princess said with a smile, "Haha, thank you for your praise, Commandery Princess. But how long do you think Zhuo Wen will last in the purple gold door?" Lingju asked with a hollow laugh. Resting her chin on her hand, the 9th Commandery Princess played with her hair and said lazily, "A warrior of the initial human king realm should be able to reach the 6th door. But if it were that guy, he might be able to break through the 7th door. As for the 8th door, the black door, and the purple gold door, I am afraid that guy will not be able to break through them." Inside the purple gold door, there was a strange space. It was like a starry sky with countless light spots twinkling constantly. In the dark night sky, there were even streaks of meteors with tails. Under the starry sky, on a dark grassland, a figure stood quietly. It was Zhuowen who had just entered the purple gold door. At this time, Zhuowen was not as calm as before. Instead, he looked flustered and exasperated. He pointed at Xiao He, who was floating in front of him, and shouted angrily, "Xiao He! In order to keep your secret, I refused to join the house of Marquis Qin. I even followed your order and entered the purple gold door. Now you are telling me that you have no way to get out." Xiao He laughed dryly. It scratched its head awkwardly with its paws and said, "Boy, don't worry. This Lord Dragon can sense that this purple gold door is hiding something that can restore this Lord Dragon's soul origin. As long as you find that thing, this Lord Dragon will be able to recover. At that time, this so-called purple gold door will be broken by this Lord Dragon." Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at the little black dog who was laughing dryly in front of him. He finally realized how unreliable the little black dog in front of him was. In fact, when Zhuowen saw the 9th Commandery Princess take out the purple gold door, he had already wanted to give up. The purple gold door was an advanced spiritual treasure. Even if he had reached the human king realm, it was unlikely that he could resist an advanced spiritual treasure. Although he had never seen an advanced spiritual treasure, he had seen Zhuo Xiangding use the gravity tower with his own eyes. With the gravity tower, Zhuo Xiangding could even fight against 2 human king realm warriors, one of whom was at the profound human king realm. This already showed the power of a medium spiritual treasure. If a medium spiritual treasure was so powerful, it was needless to say that an advanced spiritual treasure would be even more powerful. However, when the purple gold door appeared, Xiao He, who had been silent in Zhuowen's body, became excited as if it had taken an aphrodisiac. It even roared in Zhuowen's ear, asking him to enter the purple gold door. According to Blackie, he sensed that there seemed to be something inside the purple gold door that could repair the soul. As for what it was exactly, he kept it a secret. Zhuowen naturally didn't ask too much. Moreover, this fellow had vowed that the purple gold door couldn't stop him at all. As long as he went in, he would be able to come out. Therefore, under Xiao He's instigation, Zhuowen acted as if he had boarded a pirate ship and entered the purple gold door stupidly. Moreover, he acted so impatiently as if he was in a hurry to be reincarnated. Zhuowen glared at Xiao He fiercely. He sighed and said, "Alas, I really admire you. Can you sense where the thing you are talking about is?" "Hee. This dragon lord can feel that the thing is not ordinary, but it is definitely not on this floor. Didn't the little girl just say that there are 9 doors in the purple gold door? Therefore, the thing should be in the other doors." Xiao He closed its eyes and tried to sense for a while. Then it smiled bitterly. "It seems that we still have to go in. However, according to the 9th Commandery Princess, the 9 doors in this purple gold door are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black, and purple gold. Moreover, each door is stronger than the last. I am afraid that these doors will not be easy to break." Zhuowen said after pondering for a while. "You are right. Judging from the scene here, this should be the entrance to the purple gold door. The first door should be the red door. We need to find the red door first." Xiao He's eyes narrowed as she nodded. Zhuowen nodded and did not dawdle. He brought Xiao He with him and turned into a shadow, disappearing from the spot. In this space, apart from the starry sky above, there was only a vast grassland on the ground. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Zhuowen naturally did not want to waste time here. He had to find the red door and break it to enter the next space. Swoosh! Across the grassland, a mountain range appeared in the distance. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen was close to the mountain range. "Young man, the red door is behind the cliff on the left." Xiao He's soul strength was much stronger than Zhuowen's. In an instant, she found the red door among the numerous mountains. Without hesitation, Zhuowen stepped forward and arrived behind the cliff that Xiaohei had pointed out. Indeed, there was a red door behind it. The red door was about the height of a person. It was located in a groove on the cliff. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to find the red door. Break it. As soon as Xiaohei finished speaking, Zhuowen released his yuan power and condensed a golden fist. He violently punched the red door. However, what surprised him was that this ordinary punch of his shattered the red door like a hot knife through butter, revealing the red whirlpool behind it. The red door is so fragile, Zhuowen muttered. Hee, the power of this thing increases with each level. I am afraid that it will become very terrifying at the end. You better be careful. Xiaohei's cold laughter suddenly rang out. Chapter 180. Broken outside the violet gold gate, the 9th Commander Princess and the others stared at the huge gate in the open space. At this moment, the purple gold door's color had already begun to change. It turned into a blood-red color, appearing rather dazzling in the open space. Did they find the red door so quickly? On the high platform, the 9th Commander Princess looked at the red door and murmured to herself, "The red door is the weakest door. Even a warrior of the Void realm can easily break it. This is nothing." Su Chang, who had been silent all this time, interrupted. The 9th Commander Princess glanced at Su Chang and ignored him again, which made him feel awkward. The moment he entered the red door, Zhuowen felt the pressure around him become heavier, as if there were a few extra pieces of lead on his body. Is this the world behind the red door? Moreover, the mental pressure has also increased by a lot. Looking at the red scene around him, Zhuowen was somewhat speechless. Other than red, there were no other colors. It was as if he was wearing red glasses in this world. However, under this mental pressure, the mental strength in my Naiwen palace seems to have been tempered a little. Zhuowen smiled faintly. Mental energy poured out from his Naiwen palace and enveloped his body. The mental energy pressure on his body was greatly reduced. This place is indeed a good place to train your mental strength, but you don't have that much time now. Hurry up and find the second door. Xiaohei said lazily on his shoulder. Nodding his head, Zhuowen began to seriously search the red space. Very quickly he found the orange door and successfully entered it. Time passed by gradually. About 30 minutes later, Zhuowen had passed through the first 6 doors. Just as the 9th Commander Princess had said, each door was stronger than the last. At the beginning, Zhuowen could easily break the red door with a casual punch. However, when he came to the indigo door of the 6th door, this door was thousands of times stronger than the red door. Even though Zhuowen had used all his strength, he still managed to break it with the power of the holy symbol of ice fire. As soon as Zhuowen stepped through the indigo door, a powerful pressure surged towards him like a tide. Zhuowen couldn't help but bend his knees. After adapting to the pressure for a while, Zhuowen slowly straightened his body. The mental pressure here has reached such a terrifying level. It seems that it is not wise to resist it directly. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen's body abruptly erupted with countless blood veins. Shortly after, these blood veins expanded the muscles all over his body. A vigorous feeling of power continuously surged out from within his body. Second sky of rampage. After activating the violent blood beast body, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the mental pressure on his body had dissipated. After moving his arms and legs slightly, Zhuowen tilted his head and said to Xiaohei, who was on his shoulder, "Xiaohei, is the thing on this floor?" At this moment, Xiaohei held its chin with its right hand and pretended to be thinking. Then it shook its head slightly and said, "It is not here, but it should be here soon. I can feel that it is not far from here." With a wry smile, Zhuowen gazed at the purple door in front of him and said helplessly, "The sturdiness of this purple door should be even more terrifying than the indigo door. It seems that ordinary attacks will not be able to hurt it." I can only use the ice fire." At this point, Zhuan's eyes narrowed, and a cold expression suddenly burst forth from his eyes. Soon after, the ice and fire symbols on the back of his hands suddenly flickered. Taking out a Yang Yuan stone from his Qinkuan bag, Zhuan crushed it and refined a fire pillar. Then he released the 10,000-year mysterious ice-cold qi from the void armor. Next, Zhuan skillfully mixed the two types of ice and fire energy together. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, the ice fire, which had a terrifying aura, lay quietly in Zhuan's palm. "Kid, with this level of ice fire, I am afraid that one is not enough. You will need at least 2. Xiao Hei stretched out its paw and reminded him appropriately. "Humph, of course I know." With a cold snort, Zhuan did the same as before and mixed another ice fire. Soon after, he let out a soft shout and threw the ice fire in front of him. The 2 ice fire were like meteors, revolving around each other in a spiral, and finally collided with the purple door. Boom! A monstrous, loud sound suddenly rose. Immediately, a monstrous wave of air swept out in all directions with a clear and crisp sound. Zhuan's face lit up. Soon after, he saw that the huge purple door was collapsing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and finally the purple vortex behind the door was revealed. The moment the purple door was blasted open by Zhuan's brute force, the open space outside started to shake violently. Many warriors could not stand still, and some even fell down awkwardly. In the open space, the originally indigo door had now turned purple. As expected, he has broken through the 7th door. However, this is the end. This guy will never be able to break through the 8th black door. On the high platform, the 9th Commandery Princess's expression froze, and then she sneered. "I heard that the 3rd Master had also broken through the purple gold door. I wonder if he had broken through the 9th door?" Su Chong glanced at the strange state of the purple gold door, and then looked at the 9th Commandery Princess, trying to find a topic to talk about. "Third brother has indeed broken through the purple gold door. With his talent and strength, he should have broken through the 9th door. It was because he had passed the test of the 9th door that Father gave him this extremely powerful spiritual treasure, the purple gold door," the 9th Commandery Princess replied calmly. "I see. No wonder he is the 3rd Master. No matter if it is his talent or strength, he is so powerful. Even this purple gold door has been broken through. However, compared to Zhuan, he pales in comparison. The purple gold door is his limit." Su Chong waved his folding fan and smiled elegantly. The 9th Commandery Princess glanced at Su Chong with disgust. Although Su Chong was the 2nd son of Marquis Baichuan, he was arrogant and bullied people. He had a bad reputation in the commandery capital and was a typical foppish playboy. If it were not for Marquis Baichuan's arrangement, the 9th Commandery Princess would not want to bring such an annoying guy with her. She felt annoyed just by looking at him. Zhuan is not weak. He is able to break through the purple gold door at such a young age. His talent is extremely strong. Otherwise, why would I invite him to be a seed disciple of the house of Marquis Qin? If you say so, aren't you implying that I have poor taste? The 9th Commandery Princess said sarcastically. Hearing this, Su Chang's face froze. Then he smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. Looking at the silent Su Chang, the 9th Commandery Princess sneered. Then she picked up the teacup and took a sip. The purple gold door seems to have turned black. Just when the 9th Commandery Princess picked up the teacup and took a few sips, a scream came from below the stage. This voice startled her. Her hands trembled slightly, and the teacup fell to the ground. Bang! The clear sound of the teacup breaking was heard. However, the 9th Commandery Princess did not pay attention to the broken teacup. Instead, she turned her beautiful eyes and looked at the purple gold door on the open ground. She watched as the deep purple color on the purple gold door slowly faded away. Then A deep black color climbed up the surface of the door. Her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. She was completely dumbfounded. Black? Black door? This guy actually entered the 8th black door? The 9th commandery princess stared and said in a daze. Su Chong, who had been silent, also turned his head to look at the purple gold door. When he saw that the purple gold door had indeed turned black, his face was full of surprise. It seems that Zhuowen is not a simple boy. He was able to pass through the black door of the purple gold door at such a young age. This shows that his talent is not inferior to that of the descendants of nobles. Your Highness, it is not a bad decision to choose him to enter the house of Marquis Qin. Lingju also saw that the door had turned black and said in surprise, It seems that I have underestimated this guy's potential. However, the stronger his talent is, the wiser my decision is. If this guy is cultivated well, I am afraid that in the battle for the Vitality Tower in 2 years, he will be one of the main forces of the house of Marquis Qin. Slightly calming down, the 9th commandery princess smiled and said, Moreover, this guy is still so young. It shows how much potential he has. However, this is the end of him. My 3rd brother only passed through the last door of the purple gold door when he was 19 years old. Although this guy's talent is not bad, compared with my 3rd brother, there is still a certain gap. Now it is time to send him out. That's right. The Marquis will be very happy to find such a genius for the Marquis mansion. After all, the Marquis is thirsty for talents. Lingju echoed with a smile at this time. Both of them had a deep understanding of the purple gold door. The 7 doors of the purple gold door were not very difficult. However, when it came to the black door, the difficulty level was so high that even the combination of the first 7 doors could not be compared to it. The 9th door of the purple gold door was even more terrifying. Even the combination of the first 8 doors could not be compared to the 9th door of the purple gold door. In their opinion, Zhuowen should have been exhausted when she broke through the black door. After all, no matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen was, it was impossible for her to break through the last door. This was because the sturdiness of the purple gold door was something that even a heavenly king stage cultivator would find difficult to break through. As she spoke, the 9th commandery princess made a few seals and condensed a purple gold light seal in her palm. Boom! At this time, a loud sound like countless thunderbolts suddenly came. Immediately, the huge purple gold door, standing proudly in the open space, shook a few times. Then, in the horrified eyes of the crowd, the towering purple gold door shook a few times, and a crack appeared on the surface of the door. Then, inch by inch, the door broke open. Chapter 181. 1,000 transformations. Stone. Tablet darkness. Endless darkness filled the entire space. It was so dark that one could not even see one's 5 fingers. Under the erosion of the darkness, the entire space appeared to be decayed and barren. This space was the world of the Black Door. Other than darkness, there was nothing else in this world. If one were to talk about the only source of light, it would be the mountain-like purple gold door that lay at the front of the darkness. The purple gold door emitted a glaring purple gold color. This gorgeous color was just like a guiding light in the dark night within the entire dark space. A figure was slowly walking in a certain corner of the darkness. His footsteps were a little messy. His delicate and handsome face had an endless amount of perspiration that continuously flowed down from his forehead. Rough panting sounds also sounded. This figure was Zhuowen. After entering the purple door, he quickly found the black door under the guidance of Xiaohe. The sturdiness of the black door had greatly exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Even though he used all of his skills, he was unable to shake the black door even a little. Therefore, with no other choice, Zhuowen finally used the Nirvana Demon Flame and the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye to create the Earth Grade Ice Flame. This time around, Zhuowen had created the Earth Grade Ice Flame for the second time after killing Lu Qingshang. Its strength was indeed extremely shocking. However, the price it had to pay was extremely terrible. With Zhuowen's current physical fitness, he naturally suffered a backlash from the ice flame holy symbol. However, it was fortunate that Zhuowen's current strength was much greater than before. Moreover, he had also grasped some of the tricks of the ice flame holy symbol. Therefore, he did not collapse to the ground like he did the last time after using the earth-grade ice flame. The black door was naturally blasted open under the bombardment of the earth-grade ice flame. The space within the black door was much smaller than the previous 7 doors. Moreover, other than darkness, there was only the enormous purple-gold door at the end of the darkness. However, the mental energy pressure within the door had become extremely frightening. Zhuowen, who was inside the black door, felt like a mountain was crushing his body with every step he took. If he had not used layers of defense, he might have been crushed into meat paste by the spiritual pressure. "Xiaohei, is the thing in here?" Zhuowen panted heavily. His eyes were red as he looked at Xiaohei on his shoulder. "It's not there. It seems that the item should be within the 9th purple gold door. However, it is obvious that items that can restore one's soul are extremely precious. If I were the owner of this purple gold door, I would definitely place it in the innermost door." Xiaohei's eyes turned slightly serious as she said. Hearing this, Zhuowen smiled bitterly. The spiritual pressure within the black door had already suppressed him to the point of suffocation, let alone the even more mysterious purple gold door. Moreover, with his current strength, wanting to break through the violet gold door was undoubtedly a fool's dream. "Xiaohei, I'm going to die because of you. Being able to break through the black door and enter the 8th door is already my limit. As for the final purple gold door, even I am powerless to do so." Zhuowen grimaced in pain as he spoke. "Hee, the 9th door is indeed too much for you, so leave the rest to me." Xiaohei waved her little paw and gently patted Zhuowen's shoulder as she said with a smile, "You mean?" Zhuowen was stunned when he heard these words and subconsciously asked, "You have helped me so much, so I will naturally not be ungrateful. Therefore, I will help you break through the final purple gold door." After Xiaohei finished speaking, she leaped and turned into a black fog in midair, enveloping Zhuowen's entire body. After the black fog completely enveloped Zhuowen, Zhuowen lost control of his body. His consciousness was like a bystander, silently observing everything around him in his sea of consciousness. The black fog gradually dissipated, revealing a figure. It was still a handsome young man, but at this moment the corners of the young man's mouth revealed a faintly discernible evil smile, giving one a feeling that it was full of evil. Moreover, the young man's eyes were no longer pitch black. Instead, they were somewhat scarlet, looking rather ferocious and strange. "Kid, take a good look at how this dragon lord will break that broken door." The corners of the young man's mouth curled into a smile. Soon after, his legs suddenly shot out, and his entire body was like an arrow that had been released from a bow, flying at a steady speed towards the purple gold door in the depths of the darkness. In his sea of consciousness, a trace of astonishment surfaced on Zhuowen's face as he looked at his own body, which did not stop at all. He did not expect Xiaohei's spiritual energy to be completely unaffected by the mental energy pressure within the black door. This was the second time Zhuowen had borrowed Xiaohei's strength. However, from Xiaohei's words, it seemed that borrowing its spiritual energy would cause quite a bit of damage to its own spiritual origin. Therefore, it would not lend its strength to Zhuowen unless it was in a life and death situation or was driven by a huge benefit. Even the previous time, it was because the ice fire holy symbol had a certain supporting effect on Xiaohei. Therefore, Xiaohei made an exception and borrowed Zhuowen's body to unleash a strength that was almost comparable to a 4 reverend stage practitioner. Of course, this strength was only temporary. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen had already rapidly approached the purple gold door, and the smile on his face had already reached its peak. "Kid, this dragon lord will show you the 3rd level of the immemorial dragon roar fist. Watch carefully." Wild and arrogant laughter erupted from Zhuowen's mouth. Soon after, his 5 fingers were tightly clenched into a fist. A powerful aura that was like a monstrous wave suddenly surged out from within his body. In his sea of consciousness, Zhuowen's eyes immediately narrowed when he heard this. He stared closely at Xiaohe, who was controlling his body. The immemorial dragon roar fist was a mysterious armor technique that his father, Zhuo Xiaotian, had left behind. It was said that it was an incomplete armor technique, but its power still reached the level of a heaven-rank middle-level armor technique. From this, one could see how extraordinary this armor technique was. Ever since Zhuowen had broken through to the second level of the 10 dragons ascend to the heavens under Xiaohe's guidance in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye, he had not made any progress after that. At this moment, since Xiaohe was able to display the third level of the immemorial dragon roar fist, Zhuowen was naturally looking forward to it. After all, being able to personally witness the third level of the immemorial dragon roar fist would be of great help to his comprehension. Immemorial dragon roar fist. 100 dragons battle the heavens. A hoarse roar slowly emerged from Zhuowen's mouth. Zhuowen's right fist fiercely pointed at the empty space. Soon after, heart-wrenching dragon roars burst out, resounding through the clouds, one after another. As the dragon roars whizzed past, countless ear-piercing explosions sounded out the instant Zhuowen's right fist violently smashed into the empty space. Soon after, 100 black giant dragons broke through the space behind him. They opened their mouths and rushed in the direction of his fist. Rumble! 100 giant dragons intertwined with each other, as if they covered the sky and covered the sun. It was as if the entire sky was covered by giant dark clouds. Soon after, the 100 dragons violently smashed into the purple-gold door that stood in the empty space. The violent explosion was accompanied by endless air waves that violently swept out in the world of the Black Door. Invisible ripples were like water waves that spread out in all directions. As the aftershocks continued to spread, the entire black space began to violently shake as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Under such tremors, the mental energy barrier that covered the Black Door actually began to collapse. The surrounding dense darkness also began to shatter at this moment. Crack! A clear sound slowly rang out. Soon after, the giant purple-gold door that stood in the empty space actually collapsed inch by inch with a cracking sound. Zhuowen also suddenly rushed into the door. Is this the world inside the purple-gold door? When Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and looked around, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. What appeared in front of him was a rather large open space. In the middle of the open space, there was actually a stone tablet that was about 10 feet tall that silently stood. The entire open space was empty except for this strange stone tablet. After muttering to himself for a while, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the stone tablet. At this moment, Zhuowen's consciousness had already returned to his body. After Xiaohe used the immemorial dragon roar fist, he once again transformed into Xiaohe the dog and stood on Zhuowen's shoulder with a lazy expression. What made Zhuowen feel strange was that in the world inside the purple gold door, there did not seem to be the slightest bit of mental energy pressure. Even if Zhuowen did not use any defensive measures, he could still walk around with ease. After walking into the stone tablet, Zhuowen could see that the surface of the stone tablet was inscribed with some unknown symbols. He did not recognize these symbols. Myriad stone tablet? I never thought that there would actually be a myriad stone tablet inside the purple gold door. No wonder this dragon lord could feel that special fluctuation from outside. It turns out that it was emitted by the myriad stone tablet. Just when Zhuowen was feeling rather puzzled, Xiaohe the dog on his shoulder said in amazement, "Myriad stone tablet? What is that?" Zhuowen asked with a puzzled gaze. Xiaohe the dog extended its little paw and rubbed its chin, replying, "The myriad stone tablet is what it was called 10,000 years ago. However, this thing seems to have been lost in the turmoil 10,000 years ago. I'm afraid that there are only a few warriors in this era who can recognize the true identity of this tablet. To put it bluntly, the so-called myriad stone tablet is actually a spatial spiritual treasure. Spatial spiritual treasure? Isn't that similar to a Qiankuan bag? Zhuowen asked in astonishment. A Qiankuan bag cannot be compared to the myriad transformation steel. The space within the myriad transformation steel is almost limitless, and the number of things it can store is almost innumerable. 10,000 years ago, this kind of large-scale spatial spiritual treasure was the favorite of those sections. After all, those sects with deep foundations had countless treasures, and only a spatial spiritual treasure like the myriad transformations steel could store them all. Chapter 182. Secret Psychic Techniques. Far to the northeast of Rotten Armor City, there was a huge ship with a dragon's head. It was as big as a mountain. Thousands of miles above the clouds, it was speeding towards Rotten Armor City. If one looked closely, this ship was exactly the same as the dragon that the 9th Commandery Princess had taken last time. A handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes in a purple robe sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. Terrifying energy ripples emanated from the man's body. These ripples were much more terrifying than Guyu Tian's, but they were slightly weaker than Lingju's. Clearly, the purple-robed man's cultivation was at least at the Earth King realm. The purple-robed man was about the same age as Gu Xian, around 20 years old at most. However, he was at least at the Earth King realm at such a young age. Obviously, he was a talented person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach such a terrifying realm at such a young age. The violet gold door was actually broken? The purple-robed man frowned slightly. His gaze shifted slightly as he looked in the direction of Vine Armor City and muttered to himself, "Brother Yuanhua, you are so elegant. You're actually in the mood to sit on the dragon's head and meditate." A rough voice suddenly came from the deck behind the dragon's head. The purple-robed man turned his head and looked behind him. He saw a tall man with bare arms standing on the edge of the deck. He had a resolute expression on his face and a huge, long-handled broadsword on his back. He was looking straight at the purple-robed man with an arrogant smile on his face. The aura emanating from this tall man was not any weaker than the purple-robed man. Clearly, he was an expert of the same level as the purple-robed man. These two men were around 20 years old, but their cultivations could not even be compared to some of the older generation warriors. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, their talent could be said to be extremely terrifying. This kind of talent was probably at the top even in the entire Muqing County. "Brother Sumu, may I know why you are looking for me?" The corners of the purple-robed man's mouth curled up as he asked in a neutral manner. Hee. This time, the matter regarding the ancient cave mansion could be said to have shaken the entire county. It was likely that many of the more troublesome forces would gather in Rotten Armor City. If we want to obtain good things, I'm afraid it's more appropriate for us to work together. The rough man crossed his arms and laughed. Joining forces is naturally a must. This time, Lord Father originally planned to join forces with the 3 marquises of the county to enter the ancient cave together. As for the forces from the county capital, they're not worth mentioning. This time, we should be facing some traps and mechanisms in the ancient cave. According to the result of Lord Father's deduction, although the ancient cave mansion we are going to is broken, the owner of the cave mansion seems to be a ruthless person, so it should be quite dangerous inside. The purple-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a rather cautious tone. "Oh, looks like the ancient cave mansion is not simple. However, the more dangerous it is, the more precious the things inside are. I'm afraid this is a good thing for us." The rough man, Su Mu, grinned and said, "I heard that my younger brother, Su Chong, and the 9th Commandery Princess have already arrived at Tungjia City. I wonder if they have already found the location of the ancient cavern. However, this time it is a little strange. Why would a small place like Tungjia City appear in an ancient ruin like the ancient cave mansion? I have never heard of such a low-level city. The purple-robed man was the 9th son of Marquis Muqin, who was also the 3rd brother of the 9th Commandery Princess, Lu Yuanhua. At the same time, he was also the true controller of the purple gold door. Although Tangjia City is small, I'm afraid it is not that simple. Lu Yuanhua narrowed his eyes and said something that did not make sense. What do you mean? Based on Brother Yuanhua's words, this Tangjia City does not seem to be simple? Su Mu was stunned. He did not expect Lu Yuanhua to reveal a cautious expression. To be honest, just now I sensed that the purple gold door was broken by someone. It is hard for me to imagine that such a person exists in this small Tangjia City. Lu Yuanhua's expression was calm as he spoke in a neutral tone. Oh, your other high-grade spirit treasure? The power of the purple gold door is not weak, is it? Someone actually broke through the purple gold door's confinement? And you are so sure that the person who broke through the purple gold door must be someone from Tangjia City? Su Mu asked, scratching his head. Humph. As long as it is someone from the commandery capital, there is no one who does not recognize my purple gold door. I don't think anyone has the guts to risk offending the house of Marquis Qin by breaking through my purple gold door. Therefore, only someone from Tangjia City would dare to do such a thing. Lu Yuanhua snorted coldly and said indifferently, If your guess is correct, I'm afraid that the person who broke through the purple gold door is in for a bad time. Looking at Lu Yuanhua, who had a strange expression, Su Mu laughed gloatingly. Inside the purple gold door, Zhuowen looked at the Millennium Stone stele in front of him. He frowned and said, If what you said is true, and there are many good things stored in this Millennium Stone stele, then the 9th Commandery Princess should have already taken them away. Why would we have a chance? Boy, do you know why the Millennium Stone stele was so favored by the big sects 10,000 years ago? One of the reasons was because, I told you before, the space inside was almost infinite and could store a large amount of things. The other reason was to keep it a secret. Do you see the symbols on the surface of the stone stele? These symbols are very particular. They contain the password to open the Millennium Stone stele. If the password is not correct, then the restriction in the stone stele will be triggered and attacked by the restriction. Moreover, these runes were all sealed with the blood essence of the previous sect leaders. The power contained within these seals can be described as earth-shattering. I'm afraid that even an ultimate Emperor Realm expert would be blasted to smithereens. Therefore, this stone tablet has never been opened before. Xiao He kicked her legs and lightly jumped from Zhuowen's shoulder to the top of the stone stele. It's so terrifying. Could it be that you can open this kind of seal? Zhuowen looked at Xiao He on the stone stele with some hope and asked, Hee, this Dragon Lord was in existence at the peak of the ancient era. The Millennium Stone stele is nothing to this Dragon Lord. Xiao He put her paws on her waist and said pretentiously, Then hurry up and open it. Don't dilly-dally. Zhuowen directly ignored the pretentious Xiao He and impatiently said. Xiao He was quite displeased with Zhuowen's impatience. However, she still obediently prepared to open the Millennium Stone stele. Xiao He slightly raised her paws, and a black light poured out from between her paws and landed on the indescribable symbols on the surface of the stone stele. Sizzle! A faint sound was heard. Soon after, Zhuowen was surprised to see that under the effect of the black light, the symbols on the surface of the stone stele seemed to have come alive. They actually began to wriggle slowly, as if many small tadpoles were twisting and turning. As the symbols wriggled, they actually slowly approached each other under Zhuowen's strange gaze. Finally, they merged together and formed a black hole the size of a human head. Hee, looks like this Dragon Lord's unlocking skills have not deteriorated. Back then, this Dragon Lord relied on this skill to visit the Millennium Stone steles of many sects. At this point, Xiao He seemed to realize that she had spilled the beans and hurriedly shut her mouth. However, Zhuowen's head was filled with black lines. From Xiaohei's words, Zhuowen could infer that this fellow must have plundered many sects' treasure vaults in the past. Cough, cough. Brat, wait outside. This dragon lord will go in and take a look to see if there are any good things. Xiaohei dryly coughed a few times and said a few words to Zhuowen before hurriedly entering the black hole. Looking at the black hole on the stone stele that was only the size of a human head, Zhuowen looked at his own body and realized that with his current body, he would not be able to squeeze through the hole. Only then did Zhuowen let out a deep sigh and give up on the idea of entering the stone stele. Fortunately, Zhuowen did not have to wait for long before Xiaohei walked out cursing. This is outrageous. Which sect does this Millennium Stone still belong to? There was actually such a poor sect in the ancient era. This dragon lord is really angry. After coming out of the black hole, Xiaohei cursed again and quieted down. Looking at Xiaohei's expression, Zhuowen also expected that this fellow did not gain much inside. However, he still went over and asked, "What did you find inside? It can't be that you gain nothing, right?" "That's not it. It's just that the things inside are really pitifully little." Xiaohei cursed again. With a wave of his little paw, some broken things scattered on the ground. Among these broken things, most of them were ink-black crystals. In addition to these crystals, Zhuowen also found a few stalks of elixirs. However, it was a pity that these elixirs did not emit any medicinal power. It was obvious that with the passage of time, the medicinal power of these elixirs had gradually disappeared. In addition to the ink-black crystals and dried-up elixirs, Zhuowen also found a jade slip in the corner of the pile of things. Casually picking it up, Zhuowen used his mental energy to investigate the contents of the jade slip. After a while, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling light burst out from his eyes as he muttered to himself, "It's actually a secret spirit skill." Secret spirit skill? It can't be. Kid, your luck is so good. This dragon lord casually picked up a secret spirit skill and found it. Xiaohei also heard Zhuowen's muttering, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The so-called secret mind technique was actually a technique that transformed formless mind power into a tangible attack. Secret spirit skills were different from mental energy tempering techniques. It could be said that the former was hundreds of times rarer than the latter. In the entire continent, the number of arcanists who possessed secret spirit skills was also extremely rare. Moreover, these arcanists who possessed secret spirit techniques were all passed down in their families and were never allowed to pass them on to outsiders. It was because of this rule that secret spirit techniques were extremely rare on the entire continent. Those who possessed secret spirit techniques were mostly arcanists with powerful backgrounds. Chapter 183. 10,000 Yen Sutra. Kid, what's the name of this secret spirit skill that you've obtained? Xiaohei asked while scratching his head as he leaped onto Zhuowen's shoulder. The secret skill is called the 10,000 Yen Sutra. It seems to be a secret skill that can split one's mental energy. It's said that when cultivated to the peak, one can split one's mental energy into tens of thousands of strands. This secret skill that can split one's mental energy doesn't seem to be an offensive technique. As for what it's used for, I'm not too sure. Zhuowen said with some doubt. 10,000 Yen Sutra? No way. Isn't your luck a little too heaven-defying? You actually obtained such a heaven-defying secret spirit skill. Xiaohei's pupils shrank as he shrieked. Is this secret skill that heaven-defying? The doubt on Zhuowen's face became even more intense. No matter how he looked at it, this secret skill that could split one's mental energy was somewhat useless. After all, the more condensed one's mental energy was, the more powerful it would be. If the mental energy was split, then wouldn't the power of the mental energy be greatly reduced? It's more than heaven-defying. It can be said that it's simply abnormal. To tell you the truth, the 10,000 Yen Sutra's true use isn't what you think it is, which is to directly use mental energy to attack. Instead, it's to control puppets to attack indirectly. Xiao He let out a light sigh as if he was suppressing the excitement in his heart. Puppets? Is this secret skill necessarily related to puppets? Zhuowen asked with some confusion. Hee. Do you know why the 10,000 Yen Sutra is so different from other secret spirit skills? It doesn't focus on condensing one's mental energy. Instead, it continuously splits one's mental energy. Its main purpose is to use these splits of mental energy to control puppets. When you cultivate it to the peak, you'll be able to split your mental energy into tens of thousands. This means that you'll be able to control tens of thousands of puppets by yourself. You don't need me to tell you how much this army of puppets will help you in battle. Xiao He the puppy rolled its eyes at Zhuowen, as if it was telling him that he shouldn't take advantage of the situation. Zhuowen was startled when he heard this. Soon after, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that the true use of the 10,000 evolution scripture would lie in this aspect. If it was really as Xiao He had said and the 10,000 evolution scripture was cultivated to the peak, Zhuowen, who could control the 10,000 evolution scripture, could even threaten a huge faction like the Qingxian Empire. You finally understand the benefits of the myriad derivation scripture. To tell you the truth, this 10,000 amplification scripture came from the 10,000 amplification sect 10,000 years ago, possessing such a heaven-defying secret spirit skill. All of the disciples of the 10,000 amplification sect were basically experts who could fight against 10,000 people by themselves. Such a sect was so powerful that it was practically invincible 10,000 years ago. If it was not for a traitor appearing in this sect and stealing the 10,000 yen true scripture, the 10,000 yen sect would naturally have slowly declined after losing the 10,000 yen true scripture. Finally, it disappeared into the dust of history. This dragon lord did not expect that I would actually be able to see such a peerless secret skill like the 10,000 yen true scripture 10,000 years later. Xiao He the puppy pretended to shake its head and sigh when it spoke till this point. After Xiao He's extremely enticing explanation, Zhuowen's heart immediately became heated. However, he quickly calmed down and asked, "Since this secret spirit skill is used to control puppets in battle, the problem is that I don't know how to create puppets." Haha, there should be a method to create puppets in the 10,000 yen true scripture. Take a closer look. After all, this dragon lord has only heard of the 10,000 yen true scripture back then. I am not very clear about the specifics. Xiao He scratched its head and laughed embarrassedly. After rolling his eyes at Xiao He, Zhuowen once again extended his mental energy into the jade slip and began to carefully examine the contents of the 10,000 yen true scripture. The 10,000 yen true scripture was divided into 3 major chapters, namely the Dao Yen chapter, the Divine Yen chapter, and the Puppet chapter. Among them, the Dao Yen chapter was the basic cultivation method of the 10,000 yen true scripture. It had a complete explanation on how to cultivate the 10,000 yen true scripture. In fact, it was the method to split mental energy. However, the contents of the Divine Yen chapter caused Zhuowen's eyes to light up. It actually explained how to gather the split mental energy in the Dao Yen chapter back into the Sea of Consciousness to strengthen the mental energy in Zhuowen's Sea of Consciousness. After all, if too much mental energy was split out, the burden on the caster's Naiwen Palace would be extremely severe. The Divine Yen chapter was used to reduce this burden. On the other hand, the Puppet chapter described how to create puppets. After reading the Puppet chapter, Zhuowen knew that his worries were unnecessary. There is indeed a Puppet chapter in the 10,000 yen true scripture, and it describes the method to create puppets. Zhuowen sighed softly, and his expression relaxed. Hee. Sure enough, you brats shouldn't be happy too early. Although this 10,000 evolution scripture is very powerful, it is very difficult and painful to practice. After all, practicing this secret skill requires you to continuously divide your mental strength. That kind of pain is as if your soul is being torn in half. You must be prepared. Xiao He said in a cautious tone. If you want to obtain great power, you naturally have to pay a corresponding price. I am aware of this. Zhuowen put away the jade slip and said with a faint smile. Speaking of this, Zhuowen turned to look at Xiao He and asked, But did you find something to repair the soul in the 10,000 stone steel? After all, I entered the purple gold door because of your instigation. Hee. Of course I found it, although I felt an extremely powerful soul aura when I was outside. When this dragon lord entered the 10,000 transformation steel and found this thing, I was greatly surprised. As Blackie spoke, it took out a flower that looked like a withered bone, as if it was performing a magic trick. This flower had 4 petals, and each petal was as white as snow, like a human finger bone. It looked rather strange and peculiar. Moreover, Zhuowen felt that the closer he got to the flower, the more agitated the mental energy in his Naiwen palace became. It was as if the mental energy could not wait to devour this flower. Boy, you have never seen this before, right? This flower is called the Spiritual Bone Restoration Flower, and it is the best spiritual medicine to repair the soul. This medicinal ingredient was extremely rare in the ancient times. This dragon lord did not expect to find one in a broken 10,000 transformation steel. Xiao He narrowed its eyes, and its face was filled with a proud smile. Looking at the strangely shaped flower in Xiao He's claws, Zhuowen asked curiously, After consuming this flower, will your soul be completely restored? How can it be so easy? This flower can only restore a layer of this dragon lord's soul strength. If you want to completely restore this dragon lord, you need to gather at least 4 holy symbols. Only the power of the holy symbols can restore this dragon lord's soul. Xiao He rolled its eyes and snorted. All right then. Now that we have obtained what we want, we should leave this place. Zhuowen packed up the things under his feet and asked Xiao He, Yes, we have indeed stayed here long enough. This time we have obtained quite a bountiful harvest. Not only did we obtain the spiritual bone restoration flower, but you also obtained the 10,000 transformation scripture. This is a great opportunity. Xiao He nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the 2 of them took a step forward and walked into the endless darkness. They knew that the exit of the purple gold door was right in front of them. At this moment, the entire area was silent. Whether it was the 9th Commandery Princess and the others on the high platform, Guyutian and the others on the open ground, or the other forces who were watching from below the platform, everyone stared blankly at the center of the open ground. At the center of the open ground, the purple gold door, which was as tall as a mountain, had become abnormally dim. What was even more surprising was that the dazzling purple gold door had collapsed, revealing a black vortex behind the door. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps rang out slowly in the silent open ground. Soon after, a figure vaguely appeared in everyone's line of sight from the black vortex. Bang! When the figure stepped out of the vortex, everyone's attention was focused on him. When they saw the figure's face clearly, they could not help but gasp. This was because the figure was Zhuowen, who had rushed into the purple gold door without hesitation. This guy actually broke through the 9 doors of the purple gold door? How is this possible? On the high platform, the 9th Commandery Princess finally recovered from her daze. However, her eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. As a high-level spiritual treasure, the purple gold door was naturally hard. Although the 9th Commandery Princess's strength was quite weak, she could not exert the full power of the purple gold door. However, even if it was only a part of its power, the purple gold door could not be broken through by ordinary warriors. However, this young man in front of her had broken through the purple gold door and appeared in front of everyone unscathed. Even Lingjiu and Su Chang opened their mouths slightly, as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at the young man in front of them. On the empty ground, Zhuowen also noticed the many gazes gathered on the empty ground. He frowned slightly and threw his gaze towards a slim and elegant young lady on the tall platform. An arc surfaced from the corners of his mouth as his clear voice sounded. "Ninth Commandery Princess, I have broken through the purple gold door. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Looking at the smiling young man, the Ninth Commandery Princess bit her red lips and her body trembled slightly. Finally, she curled her lips and announced unwillingly, "Zhuowen, you have won the bet this time. Therefore, I will not force you to join the house of Marquis Qin. However, don't regret your choice when the time comes." After saying this, the Ninth Commandery Princess stomped her foot and left the high platform with Lingju and Su Chong. Obviously, the Ninth Commandery Princess was quite upset that she had lost the bet. Naturally, she could not stay here any longer. Wow! When the Ninth Commandery Princess finally announced the result, everyone on and off the platform cheered excitedly. Everyone looked at the young man standing quietly in the middle of the open ground with fanaticism. It was undeniable that the young man in front of them had created so many surprises in this competition. At the same time, Zhuowen's performance had finally won over everyone's hearts. After this competition, I'm afraid that this young man will become famous in the entire Rattan Armor City. In the corner of the open ground, looking at the figure on the open ground and hearing the mixed cheers, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Gu Exen, who was standing beside him, looked quite gloomy. However, the gloominess was quickly replaced by determination. She said softly, "Father, I will go into closed-door training. I will not come out until I break through to the Human King realm." Chapter 184. Strange black crystals following the conclusion of the competition for the quota. Zhuowen's reputation spread at an extremely fast speed. Because of this, many warriors with decent strength came to join the Zhuo family. It was precisely because of Zhuowen's great prestige that even some powerful forces had joined the Zhuo family out of admiration. In this way, Zhuowen's power had once again increased explosively. The Zhuo family's power and resources could faintly compare to the Castellan's palace. Now, they were publicly recognized as the second most powerful force in Rattan Armor City. Seeing the Zhuo family develop like a raging fire, Elder Zhuo Xiangding couldn't stop smiling all day. He knew that all of this was because of his grandson, Zhuowen. Therefore, he was proud to have a grandson like Zhuowen. Occasionally, when he talked about Zhuowen, his face was full of pride. Zhuowen's deeds were widely spread among the younger generation of the family. Many of the younger generation revealed expressions of worship and reverence when they mentioned the name of Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen was only a few years older than them, Zhuowen's strength was already something that they could only look up to. As for Zhuowen, who was the main character this time, he went into seclusion once again after the fight for the quota. Since Zhuowen had helped the city lord's mansion to turn the tide, Gu Tian was naturally overjoyed. He specially rewarded Zhuowen with many spiritual medicines and armor skills. Gu Tian even generously gave Zhuowen a low-grade spiritual treasure. As the Castellan of Rattan Armor City, Gu Tian knew how to conduct himself. He also knew that Zhuowen's dragon vein saber was damaged in the battle with Wang Yuanqing, so he gave him a low-grade spiritual treasure. It had to be said that Gu Tian was extremely benevolent. In a spacious training room, a young man with a delicate face was sitting upright on the ground with his back straight. His nose was puffing up and down as waves of surging yuan power continuously surged within his body. When the yuan power reached its peak, the young man's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Then a muffled, thunder-like sound was emitted from his body. Following that, a wave of air immediately surged around the young man's body. The surrounding tables and chairs were instantly sent flying in all directions under the influence of this wave of air. At this moment, the young man's eyes slightly opened. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from his pitch-black pupils. After the many battles in the competition for the spots, my comprehension has deepened by quite a bit. In addition to the supply of medicinal pills these few days, my cultivation has finally improved by another step. Zhuo Wen stood up slightly. His lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. A Xiaohei dog slowly floated in the air and glanced at Zhuo Wen. You've advanced to the 7th stage of corporeal yang. Zhuo Wen faintly nodded his head. With a slightly hesitant expression, he said, the competition for the slots has already ended. This also means that in 2 years' time, I will have to participate in the cruel elemental pagoda battle. In order to be able to enter the Divine Academy, I must win the elemental pagoda battle. So you feel that your current strength is still too weak? Xiaohei crossed its paws and examined the young man below. Yes. Therefore, I have decided to enter the ancient cave mansion. Perhaps I will be able to obtain a great opportunity inside. Right now, I need to constantly strengthen myself. Only then will I be able to stand out in the Yuan Qi Tower battle where geniuses will gather in 2 years. The current me is still not enough. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Wen suddenly raised his voice and said. Xiaohei was slightly taken aback. Soon after, it chuckled and said, Kid, you're quite bold. Even this dragon lord did not sense the ancient cave that exists in the Heaven Fiend's eye. Clearly, this cave itself is not simple. There must be many good things inside. Of course, this also means that it is even more dangerous inside. With your current strength, it will be a bit difficult for you to enter the cave. I know, but I still have to give it a try. Moreover, according to the rumors outside, there is still a month's time to open the ancient cave. At that time, the cave's restriction will be at its weakest, and the experts sent by the 3 marquises will join forces to break the restriction of the cave. Therefore, I still have a month's time. Zhuo Wen was not dejected by Xiaohei's sarcastic words. Instead, he spoke in a firm tone. A month's time is too short. Even if you cultivate day and night, you won't be able to improve much. Or rather, you plan to start cultivating the myriad evolution scripture. Xiaohei rubbed its chin and said with a glare. Zhuo Wen nodded slightly and said, At present, I can only rely on the myriad evolution scripture. In this month's time, I should be able to use the myriad evolution scripture to divide my mental energy into 2. Also, I can rely on the puppet chapter to create a powerful puppet. At this point, Zhuo Wen suddenly patted his chinquan bag and took out a pile of ink-black crystals. He stared at Xiaohei and said, Previously you found the myriad evolution scripture, spiritual bone restoration flower, and this strange ink-black crystal in the myriad stone steel. The first 2 are treasures, but what is this black crystal? Xiaohei was slightly embarrassed and said, This dragon lord does not recognize this crystal, but I can feel that this black crystal is unusual. This is also the reason why I brought it out of the myriad stone steel. Unusual? Zhuo Wen asked doubtfully. This kind of crystal is able to emit a kind of strange mental energy fluctuation. This fluctuation is very similar to that of a living creature. However, if one were to carefully sense it, there is a certain difference between it and a living creature. It is this strange fluctuation that this dragon lord brought it out. Perhaps this thing could be a treasure. Xiaohei scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Zhuo Wen was speechless as he looked at the flickering eyes of the little black dog in front of him. After interacting with it for such a long time, Zhuo Wen was naturally aware of Little Black's character. This fellow did not look like a dragon at all. Moreover, it loved to act pretentiously and would often drop the ball at critical moments. It was likely that this black crystal was taken away by Xiaohei when he saw that there was too little profit in the myriad stone steel. In any case, it was just for show. Although he had malicious thoughts about Xiaohei in his heart, Zhuo Wen still seriously observed the black crystal beside his feet. Every piece of the black crystal was the size of a palm, and there were dozens of them. They were piled up like a small mountain beside his feet. Moreover, there were no strange fluctuations on the surface of the crystal. They looked very ordinary. If one did not pay attention, it was very likely that they would be treated as ordinary stones by others. Although the black crystal looked very ordinary, Zhuowen had an intuition that this black crystal was not simple. If I inject my mental energy, I wonder if there will be any changes? After muttering to himself for a while, Zhuowen suddenly mobilized the mental energy in his Naiwen palace and rushed toward the black crystal below. Soon after, the latter was completely wrapped in it. Brat, do you really think that this black crystal is a treasure? This dragon lord was just scaring you. I have already checked it. No matter how you look at it, this crystal is no different from an ordinary stone. Moreover, Xiao He sneered, looking at Zhuowen's serious expression. Its face was filled with a gloating smile. However, its smile did not last for long as it froze. Then its eyes widened as it stared straight at the black crystal below. After Zhuowen used his mental energy to completely wrap the black crystal below his feet, the crystal did not have any reaction at first. Naturally, Zhuowen's face revealed an expression of as expected. Just as Zhuowen was about to give up, the black crystal beside his feet suddenly began to tremble under the effect of his mental energy. It was as if there was a strange magnetic field around the crystal that was constantly exerting a magnetic force. There's movement. The black crystal seems to be absorbing my mental energy. Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he cried out in surprise. There's really a reaction. Did this dragon lord see wrongly? Could this unassuming black crystal really be a treasure? Xiao He also saw the strange state of the black crystal, and its expression changed slightly as it asked, "Swoosh!" At this moment, the small mountain of black crystals on the ground began to tremble violently. Then, under Zhuowen's astonished gaze, they actually began to float. This is... As he stared at the black crystal suspended in midair, Zhuowen was stunned for a while before he spat out this word. However, he quickly realized that as the black crystal suspended in midair, an extremely strong suction force was immediately emitted from the crystal. Soon after, the mental energy in his Naiwen palace was continuously being absorbed by the black crystal at a terrifying speed. What's going on? The black crystal is actually still absorbing my mental energy. As he felt his Naiwen palace continuously losing mental energy, Zhuowen began to panic. The rate at which the black crystal was absorbing mental energy had reached an astonishing level. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen's mental energy in his Naiwen palace had been depleted by 1/10. At this rate, in less than 15 minutes, Zhuowen's mental energy would be completely sucked dry. Then his Naiwen palace would be crippled and his mental energy would cease to exist. If it really reached that stage, the grade 2 mental energy that Zhuowen had painstakingly cultivated would be wasted. In fact, it would even affect his spiritual energy. Xiao He, what's going on? If I allow it to continue absorbing my mental energy, I will be crippled. Zhuowen's face was filled with fear as he stared at the black crystal suspended in front of him. In just an instant, more than half of the mental energy in his Naiwen palace had been sucked away. Now there was less than half left. At this moment, Xiao He's expression was extremely grim. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation. Even though it wanted to stop it, it was completely unable to do so. This process of forcefully absorbing mental energy was extremely dangerous. If it interfered and interrupted it, Zhuowen's sea of consciousness would very likely be devoured by the absorption force, which would then cause damage to his spiritual energy. As he watched the mental energy in his Naiwen palace depleting bit by bit, a trace of despair surfaced in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that once the mental energy in his Naiwen palace was completely absorbed, the damage to his spiritual energy would be extremely great. Even his current martial way level might drop. Chapter 185. Reverse Spirit Puppet Whoosh. The subtle sound seemed to be quite loud in the empty room. The black crystals that were gathered together in midair were like melting ice at this moment, and began to become sticky, turning into a ball of unknown sticky substance. Plop! A heartbeat-like sound slowly rang out. Then the black, viscous substance in the air started to fluctuate, as if there was a living thing trapped within it that was constantly struggling. As it continued to struggle, the sticky substance in the air began to change and gradually took on a human form. An ink-black light burst out from the viscous object. Finally, the viscous object's transformation finally stabilized, following which a human figure was completely revealed in front of Zhuowen. This is a puppet. Looking at the figure that finally appeared in front of him, Zhuowen could not help but be stunned. Then he could not help but ask. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was indeed a human figure. Moreover, this human figure had regular facial features and a tall figure. It was covered in thick, ink-black armor and held 2 square hammers in its hands. Just by standing there, it was already taller than Zhuowen by a head. Moreover, Zhuowen could sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the human figure in front of him. However, the burly man's face was stiff and his eyes were dull. It was as if he was just a shell without a soul. At this time, Xiaohei leaped onto Zhuowen's shoulder. Her small black eyes contained a trace of surprise. After pondering for a while, she exclaimed, "The black crystal can actually turn into a puppet. Could it be a reverse spirit puppet? And those black crystals are the legendary reverse spirit crystals? Reverse spirit puppet, reverse spirit crystal? What are these 2 things?" Zhuowen tilted his head and asked doubtfully. "Looks like the 10,000 stone steel inside the purple gold gate is not simple. Not only did it contain the myriad expansion scripture and the spirit resurrection bone flower, but it also contained the even rarer reverse spirit crystal. It seems that the owner of the myriad transformation steel is quite extraordinary." Xiaohei's face was filled with caution. It was obvious that this so-called reverse spirit puppet had a great origin. "Brat, you should have studied the myriad evolution scripture, so you should have some understanding of puppets. Naturally, materials are needed to make puppets, but the materials for making puppets are quite rare. The reverse spirit crystal is one of the materials for making puppets, and it's a top-grade material. It is said that puppets made with reverse spirit crystals not only have extremely powerful combat power, but also have a special characteristic, which is immortality. In other words, even if this kind of puppet is blown to pieces by a powerful attack, as long as a certain amount of mental strength is supplied, then it will reassemble and be as good as new. Its immortality characteristic can be said to be the best material to make puppets. It's no wonder that the reverse spirit crystal absorbed your spiritual power and turned into a complete puppet." As Xiaohei spoke up to this point, he glanced once again at the dumbfounded puppet not too far away. His eyes burned with passion as he continued, "Kid, even this dragon lord is rather envious of your fortuitous encounter. Not only did you obtain the myriad evolution scripture, which was extremely powerful even in ancient times, but now you've also obtained a powerful reverse spirit puppet." After listening to Xiaohei's description, Zhuowen also knew that the so-called reverse spirit puppet in front of him seemed to be very powerful. He couldn't help but feel excited. He smacked his lips and asked, "Then what kind of strength does this reverse spirit puppet have?" "Hee. To tell you the truth, the strength of each reverse spirit puppet is basically around the ultimate Emperor realm. However, due to the immortality characteristic of this thing, if you have 10 reverse spirit puppets, even 4 supremacy realm experts may not be able to do anything to the puppet controller." Xiaohei chuckled and glanced at Zhuowen, who was in shock, and gave the latter a look that said, "Kid, you're taking advantage of me. Ultimate Emperor realm? It's actually so powerful." When Zhuowen heard Xiaohei's words, he was truly shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary puppet in front of him would actually be so powerful. Now that he had this puppet, didn't that mean that he was practically invincible in Rattan Armor City? Even in the entire Muqin County, with an ultimate Emperor Realm puppet, he could already enter the ranks of the top experts? When Xiao He saw the increasingly excited expression on Zhuowen's face, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a sly smile. "Kid, you've got a pretty good plan, haven't you? However, this Dragon Lord can regretfully tell you that this reverse spirit puppet is a defective product. Its strength is much weaker than a complete reverse spirit puppet." When Zhuowen heard this, he angrily glared at Xiao He, who was gloating over his misfortune, and gnashed his teeth. This guy was definitely doing this on purpose. At the beginning, he had said that the reverse spirit puppet was so powerful, but now he was saying that this puppet was a defective product. He was obviously toying with him. Since it's a defective product, doesn't that mean that it doesn't have any power? Since he heard that this puppet was a defective product, Zhuowen immediately lost interest. Hee. Even if it's a defective product, this Dragon Lord estimates that this puppet has the strength of an Earth King stage practitioner. After all, the body of a reverse spirit puppet is indestructible. Just by relying on the quality of its body, it can forcefully resist an Earth King stage practitioner. It can even put up a fight against a Heavenly King stage practitioner. Xiao He stopped joking and said rather seriously, "Oh, a defective product has the strength of an Earth King stage practitioner. It seems that this puppet is indeed not simple. Although it did not reach my expectations, with this puppet, I have more confidence in entering the ancient Era's cave." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of confidence flashed across his brows. If it was said that he did not have the slightest confidence in entering the ancient Era's cave at the beginning, now that he had obtained this reverse spirit puppet, it could be said that he had a certain degree of confidence. And most importantly, this reverse spirit puppet still has room for improvement. "Kid, the reason why this reverse spirit puppet is a defective product is because there are a few missing materials in the puppet's manufacturing process, resulting in a decrease in its power. If you have the chance in the future, look for some materials to increase the power of this puppet," Xiao He said as his eyes turned. Slightly nodding his head, Zhuowen also understood what Xiao He said. Moreover, in the puppet chapter of the Myriad Yen scripture, there was an introduction to the manufacturing method of a reverse spirit puppet. However, the materials mentioned in the Myriad Yen scripture were either too precious or Zhuowen had never heard of them. Therefore, even if Zhuowen wanted to increase the power of the puppet now, there was no way for him to do so. Zhuowen knew that there was still a long way to go to perfect the reverse spirit puppet. Let's not think about this for now. Let's study the Myriad Yen scripture first. This kind of secret spirit skill is not easy to cultivate. Slightly shaking his head, Zhuowen kept the reverse spirit puppet in front of him into his Qingkuan bag. Immediately after, he took out the jade strip and began to silently study the mystery of the Myriad Yen scripture. Seeing that Zhuowen had begun to cultivate, Xiao He naturally did not want to disturb him. Hence, he turned into a black light and disappeared between Zhuowen's eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Zhuowen basically stayed in his room to study the Myriad Yen scripture. It had to be said that the Myriad Yen scripture was indeed very mysterious. Even if Zhuowen used all of his skills, he still had some understanding of it. In fact, the secret of the Myriad Yen scripture was to continuously divide. The first step was to divide the mental energy in the Naiwen Palace into 2. As the saying goes, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 4, 4 gives birth to 8, and so on until there were thousands of divisions. It could be said that there was basically no shortcut to cultivating this kind of secret spirit skill. One could only cultivate step by step and accumulate over an endless amount of time. Sunlight passed through the gaps in the window and finally landed on the body of a young man. At this moment, the young man's breathing was quite rapid. Moreover, his eyes were tightly shut and beads of sweat were falling down his cheeks. It was as if raindrops were hitting the ground, emitting a clear sound. This kid, he's planning to divide the mental energy in the Naiwen Palace into 2 again. In these 3 days, how many times has it been? Even I can't keep count anymore. Xiao He muttered to himself with a sigh as he floated in midair and silently looked down at the young man whose face was filled with pain. During these 3 days, the young man had continuously tried to divide the mental energy in the Niwen Palace into two. He would try again after he failed, and he would try again after he failed again. This repeated over and over again. In these 3 days, this kind of attempt was not uncommon. In Xiao Hei's impression, Zhuowen had at least experienced this kind of attempt thousands of times. It should be known that the pain of dividing one's mental energy was akin to tearing one's nerves. That kind of pain was akin to being in hell. If an ordinary person tried it once, they would probably collapse. However, the young man in front of him had experienced this level of pain at least thousands of times. Even so, the young man did not give up and continued to try and endure the pain. Even the experienced Xiao He could not help but admire his tenacious willpower and terrifying endurance. Creak! A soft sound suddenly rang out. Xiao He looked over and discovered that the corner of the young man's mouth was actually dripping with cherry-red blood. Furthermore, there was a hideous wound on the corner of his lips. It was caused by biting his lips too hard due to the extreme pain. This kid is too hard-working. Looking at the young man who had bitten his lips, Xiao He could not help but shake his head and sigh. However, his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed between the young man's brows. Soon after, this golden light fiercely shot out from between his brows and finally stopped 2 inches away from the young man as it quietly floated in midair. Chi-chi! An indescribable sound rang out. The young man, whose eyes were tightly shut, suddenly used his right hand as a sword and gently drew a line at the golden light in front of him. Following which, Xiao He was shocked to discover that the thumb-sized golden light had actually split into 2. The instant the golden light split into 2, the young man in front of him suddenly groaned and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His delicate and pretty face instantly became extremely pale. After spitting out the blood, the young man's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He stared at the golden light that had split into 2 not far away. A satisfied smile appeared on the young man's pale face as he muttered to himself, "I've finally succeeded. Now that my mental energy has split into 2, my 10,000 expansion scripture can be considered to have truly entered the door." Celestial Spirit, Chapter 186. 3 Marquises of Jundadongdong. A soft knocking sound slowly sounded. Zhuowen, who was in the room, frowned slightly. With a thought, the 2 golden lights floating in front of him entered between his eyebrows with a swoosh sound. Xiao He pursed her lips and followed the golden light into Zhuowen's glabella. "Who is it?" Zhuowen replied indifferently, "I am Lu Tao. I am here to inform young master that Master Karaki has invited you to the trading club. I heard that he has something important to discuss with you." A respectful voice slowly came from outside the door. Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect Grandmaster Karaki to invite him. Perhaps the matter was quite important. I got it. Come in first. I still have some things to ask you." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen said calmly, "Yes." The person outside the door responded softly. Then he quietly entered the training room. Lu Tao. His appearance was rather rough, and he had a tall figure. Both of his temples were slightly white. Zhuowen still remembered that this middle-aged man in front of him used to be an insignificant general manager of the Outer Academy. However, his ability to judge people was top-notch, and he had long since sought refuge with Zhuowen. As Zhuowen's position became higher and higher, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion had become a sacred place in the Zhuo family. Many people's faces were filled with reverence when they mentioned the pavilion master of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. It was because of this prestige that Zhuowen's position as the general manager of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was much higher than before. Now, many people in the inner court had to give him face. Lu Tao naturally knew that his current position was given to him by this young man in front of him. Therefore, in the past few years, as the general manager of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, he had done his best. A lot of the information in Zhuowen's hands was collected by Lu Tao. You should have completed the task I gave you, right? Zhuowen glanced at Lu Tao and said calmly, It's all done. All the information I've gathered is here. Lu Tao bowed and nodded, then carefully took out a large stack of paper from the Qingquan bag tied around his waist. The paper was filled with dense black characters. Zhuowen glanced at the universe bag on Lu Tao's waist with some astonishment. It seemed that Lu Tao's days were really quite good. He was only the steward of the pavilion, but he actually had a universe bag that even core disciples might not have. Lu Tao also noticed Zhuowen's gaze. His hands suddenly stiffened, and a trace of cold sweat suddenly flowed down from his forehead. He somewhat incoherently explained, Young master, this Qingquan bag was bought by this lowly one with the money I saved up recently. Don't worry, I won't meddle in your affairs, as long as you can do what I have arranged for you. Zhuowen waved his hand slightly and said without minding. Even if Lu Tao did not need to explain, Zhuowen knew that the former's Qingquan pouch was obtained through bribery. However, Zhuowen did not reject this kind of thing. After all, once a person's status reached a certain height, such a situation would inevitably occur. Many thanks, young master. Lu Tao gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but every time he faced the young man in front of him, he always felt a pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. He knew that this was because the young man in front of him was too strong. After receiving the paper, Zhuowen began to read it seriously. The content written on the paper was basically information about the factions that came from the county capital to Vine Armor City. This time, since Zhuowen was determined to go to the ancient cave, he naturally had to understand the details of these factions. Otherwise, if there was a conflict when the time came, he would be in the dark. The content written on the paper was very detailed. The information about the factions in the county capital was very detailed. There was even information about the strength of the cultivators sent by the factions, and some things to take note of. Zhuowen read it very carefully, as if he was weighing every word as he read. Lu Tao, on the other hand, stood at the side respectfully. There was not the slightest trace of impatience on his face. An hour later, Zhuowen quickly finished reading the content on the paper. Due to the news of the ancient cave mansion being spread, almost half of the factions in the province had sent out experts to probe. These factions were led by the three super factions of the province, the three marquises. The three marquises of the county capital were Muqin Marquis, Baichuan Marquis, and Yongxing Marquis. The three marquises were the strongest factions in the entire Muqin County. Naturally, the three marquises were also the strongest people in Muqin County. In addition to the three marquises of the county capital, Zhuowen also noticed two other factions. They were the Imperial Sword Sect and the Jade Lady Star Court. These two factions were the strongest factions in the county capital other than the three marquises. The cultivators sent by these two factions were also quite difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the experts sent by the factions in the province this time were basically the younger generation. After Muqin Marquis used the Limitless World secret technique to detect the location of the ancient cave dwelling, he also discovered that the ancient cave dwelling was an abandoned cave dwelling. Therefore, he had already forbidden the older generation experts from the factions in the province from joining the cave dwelling this time. This was Shua Wen's opportunity. If the ancient martial art practitioners sent by the prefecture were those old monsters, then Zhuowen would at most be a bystander in the ancient cave mansion. It was basically impossible for him to obtain any benefits. However, if they were merely young martial art practitioners, Zhuowen would not be so fearful. After reading the introduction on the paper, Zhuowen fell into deep thought. It seemed that if he wanted to reap enough benefits in the ancient cave, he had to plan well. Let's put this matter aside for a while. Let's go to the trade fair first. I don't know why Master Tsangmu is looking for me. Gently putting the paper into his chinkuan bag, Zhuowen thought to himself, Lu Tao, I am very satisfied with the information you have collected this time. As a reward, you can take these 2 void pills. Seeing that you have reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, these pills can greatly increase your chances of entering the Yin Void realm. Glancing at the respectful Lu Tao in front of him, Zhuowen took out 2 powerful pills from his chinkuan bag and handed them to the stunned Lu Tao. Then he stepped out of the practice room. Lu Tao stared blankly at the gradually disappearing figure. His right hand trembled as he held the 2 pills in his palm. Finally, he knelt on the ground and deeply bowed to Zhuowen's back. Then he said excitedly, Thank you, young master, for your reward. In fact, he had been stuck in the Nirvana realm for a long time. No matter what method he used, he could not break through to the Yin Void realm. Moreover, he was already old. He knew that with his aging body, it was impossible for him to rely on himself to break through to the Yin Void realm. Therefore, he had long since given up on this idea. However, he did not expect that Zhuowen would be so generous as to reward him with the precious void pill. This kind of pill was well known in the Zhuo family. Since Zhuowen was able to refine this kind of pill, he had refined a large number of void pills and handed them to Zhuo Xiangding. As the family head, Zhuo Xiangding was responsible for distributing the pills. Because of the existence of the void pill, many core disciples in the family had successfully broken through to the Yin Void realm. Even some outer disciples had obtained the void pill through hard work. Thus, they had soared to the Yin Void realm. Therefore, the recent development of the Zhuo family was in full swing not only because of Zhuowen's great reputation, but also because of this extremely precious pill. Normally, even if Lu Tao's status was amazing, it would still be difficult for him to obtain a void pill. However, Zhuowen had rewarded him with 2 pills at once. For Lu Tao, this was undoubtedly great news. Walking out of the hidden dragon pavilion, Zhuowen headed straight for the trade fair in Tangjia City. However, what made him speechless was that on the way out of the Zhuo family, Zhuowen could often feel many burning gazes converging on him. Whether it was the family servants, guards, or the younger generation of the family disciples, they all stared at Zhuowen with feverish eyes. Their burning gazes seemed to want to melt Zhuowen. There were even some young girls who kept casting flirtatious glances at him with their watery eyes. Their intentions were very obvious. Facing these gazes, even if Zhuowen was quite thick-skinned, he still couldn't bear it. He unconsciously quickened his pace. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Zhuowen walked out of the Zhuo residence in a rather embarrassing manner. Under the respectful gazes of the 2 guards at the entrance, he directly rushed towards the location of the trade fair. However, when he passed by the Godstone Square, an uproar attracted Zhuowen's attention. Then, Zhuowen discovered that the spacious open space in the square was occupied by a huge dragon-headed ship. Zhuowen recognized this dragon-headed ship. Wasn't it the dragon boat of the house of Marquis Qin? Last time, the 9th Commandery Princess came to Tangjia City on this kind of spiritual treasure. Did the house of Marquis Qin send someone again? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't help but slowly move closer to the Godstone Square. Among the crowd, he fixed his gaze on the Godstone Square. At this moment, there were already 3 figures waiting quietly on the square. Zhuowen was no stranger to these 3 figures. They were the 9th Commandery Princess, Lingju, and Su Chong. Whoosh! A huge stone ladder was lowered from the deck. Then a tall and straight man in a purple robe led a group of heavily armed guards down the stone ladder slowly. When the 9th Commandery Princess saw the man in the purple robe, her beautiful face revealed a trace of joy. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked exceptionally charming. Zhuowen focused on the man in the purple robe. His heart slightly skipped a beat. He could feel a trace of powerful aura from the man in the purple robe. This aura was even stronger than that of Guyu Tian. In other words, the man in the purple robe, who was not even 20 years old, was actually stronger than the governor of Tangjia City, Guyutian. His strength was at least above the Earth King realm. Shifting his gaze slightly, Zhuan focused his gaze on the other young man beside the purple-robed man. This young man had his arms crossed in front of his chest. The muscles on his exposed arms were knotted, and there were strange patterns engraved on his arms. Moreover, the young man carried a 2-meter-long saber on his back. This saber, coupled with the young man's tall stature, faintly emitted a savage aura. The red-armed young man's aura was equally powerful. It was almost on par with that of the man in the purple robe. Chapter 187. Lu Yuanhua. From the surrounding discussions, Zhuowen also knew that the purple-robed man who came down from the deck was called Lu Yuanhua and was the third son of Mu Qin Marquis. It was said that his strength had already reached the perfect Earth King stage and was only a step away from reaching the Heavenly King stage. This person's talent could be considered as an outstanding genius even in the house of Marquis Qin. Beside LV Yuanhua was a tall young man with a long saber on his back. His name was Su Mu. He was the eldest son of Marquis Baichuan and the eldest brother of Su Chang, who was always with the 9th Commandery Princess. As the eldest son of Marquis Baichuan, Su Mu had the qualifications to inherit Marquis Baichuan's position. At the same time, his talent was exceptionally terrifying. This person was 1 year younger than Lu Yuanhua, but his strength was comparable to the latter. He was highly regarded and doted on by Marquis Baichuan. Behind the two of them was a group of heavily armored guards. These guards were all full of energy. They held their heads high and their chests puffed out. Their strength was basically between the corporeal Yang realm. The leader of the guards was even at the human king realm. It had to be said that the guards sent by the house of Marquis Qin were existences that all warriors in Raten Armor City looked up to. Truly imposing. Looks like the 3 marquises of the provincial capital are indeed extraordinary. This time around, I will have to be careful of these people after entering the ancient cave. Zhuowen gazed deeply at Lu Yuanhua and Su Mu, who were standing on the plaza. After whispering a few words, he quietly left the crowd. In the Godstone Square, LV Yuanhua and Su Mu walked down the stone stairs slowly and came to the front of the 9th Commandery Princess and her 2 companions with arrogant looks on their faces. "Third brother, you're really slow. It's been a few days, but you're still late." A clear and lovely snort was suddenly heard as a beautiful figure rushed over. Before Lu Yuanhua could react, he felt his right hand being hugged by someone. Lowering his head to look at the porcelain doll-like face beside him, the arrogance on Lu Yuanhua's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of doting and helplessness. "Do you think your third brother is a free man like you?" At that time, I still had a lot of heavy tasks to deal with. If it weren't for my father's order, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the time to do anything. Lu Yuanhua touched the 9th Commandery Princess' nose and said with a smile. The 9th Commandery Princess frowned. She smiled and said, "Since you're here, let's open the ancient cavern mansion now." In the past few days, Lingju had gone to the innate fiend Nether Eye to investigate and had already confirmed the exact location of the ancient cave mansion. I think there must be something fun inside. "Oh, have you found the location?" Lu Yuanhua saw Lingju nodding behind the 9th Commandery Princess and knew that she was right. He continued, "My father has already calculated that the restrictive spell outside the ancient cavern mansion will be the weakest after a month. Therefore, we can only open the ancient cavern mansion after a month. Moreover, the people from the Yongsheng Marquis Mansion have not arrived yet. We are not in a hurry now." "Is that so?" The 9th Commandery Princess was a little listless after hearing this. At this moment, Su Chang had also come to the 9th Commandery Princess' side. He politely bowed to Lu Yuanhua and then went to Su Mu's side to talk with him softly. "Ninth sister, 3 days ago, I sensed that the purple gold door seemed to have been broken by someone. What happened at that time? And who was so bold to break my purple gold door? Lu Yuanhua suddenly asked when he saw that the ninth commandery princess was a little listless. Ah, that purple gold door might have malfunctioned. Nothing has happened these days. The ninth commandery princess was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on when she heard this. She was a little secretive. Looking at the ninth commandery princess's behavior, Lu Yuanhua frowned slightly. From her expression, he could see that the ninth commandery princess obviously did not want to talk about this matter. Show me the purple gold door. Lu Yuanhua stretched out his hand and said lightly. Oh. The ninth commandery princess reluctantly took out a palm-sized purple gold door from her chinquin bag. However, the purple gold door surface was a little dim. Whoosh! LV Yuanhua hooked his finger, and the purple gold door flew into his palm. As he looked at the purple gold door in his palm, his expression became increasingly gloomy. Humph! All 9 doors have been broken. If I want to repair them, it will take me at least 3 months. I didn't expect that there would be such a bold guy in Rotan Armor City who dared to break my purple gold door. Ninth sister, who exactly did this to the violet gold door? LV Yuanhua's expression had already become rather ugly, and his eyes had also become extremely stern. The ninth commandery princess lowered her head and clasped her hands together as if she was a child who had done something wrong. Her watery eyes were now covered with thick mist. She looked so delicate and weak that no one had the heart to continue scolding her. Looking at the ninth commandery princess's appearance, Lu Yuanhua could not bear to continue scolding her. He sighed slightly and was about to say a few words to persuade her not to pursue the matter of the purple gold door when Su Chang, who had been standing beside Su Mu, suddenly spoke. Third master, I know who broke the purple gold door. Oh, you know? Tell me. Lu Yuanhua suddenly looked at Su Chang with great interest. Su Chang, do you dare to tell others? Do you believe that I will ignore you in the future? The ninth commandery princess suddenly tilted her head and stared at Su Chang fiercely. Hearing the ninth commandery princess's words, Su Chang was speechless. However, his eyes were filled with a trace of jealousy and anger. Thinking that the ninth commandery princess did not say anything because of Zhouwen, Su Chang felt very uncomfortable. It was the first time that he saw the ninth commandery princess being so protective of a man. This made his heart burn with jealousy. Ninth sister, don't interrupt. Lu Yuanhua stared at the ninth commandery princess fiercely and then looked at Su Chang calmly. He said, continue. After calming down, Su Chang gritted his teeth and said, it was done by a young man named Zhouwen. The purple gold door was broken by him. Zhouwen? I have never heard of him. Lu Yuanhua said confusedly. In his opinion, the person who could break the purple gold door was at least a famous warrior. However, he had never heard of the name Zhouwen. Su Chang did not hide anything and began to tell the ninth commandery princess everything about Zhouwen, including the fight for the quota. Su Chang did not have a good impression of Zhouwen. When he told the story, he more or less smeared some of Zhouwen's deeds. This made the ninth commandery princess very angry. However, in the presence of Lu Yuanhua, she could not lose her temper. In the beginning, Lu Yuanhua did not pay much attention to the name Zhouwen. After all, he had never heard of this name. To him, Zhouwen was just a nobody. However, as Su Chang told the story, Lu Yuanhua became more and more surprised. Although Su Chang deliberately smeared Zhouwen's name, Lu Yuanhua was the son of Marquis Muqin. He was not so easily fooled. With his intelligence, he could instantly determine which parts of Su Chang's story were correct and which were deliberately smeared. When Su Mu, who was originally uninterested, heard Su Chang say that Zhouwen was only a 16-year-old boy, his face showed a trace of surprise. If what Su Chang said was true, then the person who broke the purple gold door was actually a 16-year-old boy. Interesting. I did not expect such a genius to appear in a small place like Rot-Tan Armor City. Also, from what you said, this boy is extremely arrogant. He actually rejected Ninth Sister's invitation several times. I'd like to see what this arrogant brat is capable of. LV Yuanhua's lips curled into an arc as he chuckled coldly. Looking at Lu Yuanhua's cruel smile, the Ninth Commandery Princess's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Zhuowen was going to be in big trouble. She quickly said, "Third brother, the purple gold door incident was caused by me. This incident has nothing to do with Zhuowen. Ninth sister, you don't have to say anything. I just want to see that arrogant boy. I won't do anything." LV Yuanhua chuckled. The cruel smile at the corner of his mouth had already indicated that his promise of not attacking was most likely unreliable. "Since we have nothing to do now, let's go to the Zhuo family and see that boy," Lu Yuanhua said as he stomped on the ground and disappeared. Looking at the Lu Yuanhua who had disappeared, the Ninth Commandery Princess stomped her foot and glared at Su Chong. Then she also dashed towards the Zhuo family. "Interesting. Second brother, let's go and see what's going on." Su Mu's lips curled into a smile. He stomped on the ground and disappeared as well. Lingju looked at the people who had disappeared. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Zhuowen is going to be in big trouble. Those who are targeted by Third Master do not have good endings." After saying that, Lingju disappeared from the spot. As for the conversation between Lu Yuanhua and the others, Zhuowen, as the protagonist, naturally had no idea. If he knew, he would not have entered the trade fair so casually. In a spacious attic of the trade fair, Zhuowen and Master Karaki sat opposite each other. Looking at the smiling Master Karaki in front of him, Zhuowen asked in confusion, "Master Karaki, why did you call me over this time?" "Haha, your talent is really terrifying. How old are you? You are already a Grade 2 Arcana Master. Originally, I wanted to wait until you became a Grade 1 Arcana Master before I taught you the technique of refining crystals. I did not expect you to become a Grade 2 Arcana Master in the blink of an eye. This is something I did not expect." Master Karaki stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "The technique of refining crystals?" Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard Master Karaki's words. The greatest use of an Arcana Master was not only to attack with his mind power, but also to use his mind power to create crystals with strange powers. It was this technique that made Arcana Masters so respected. In fact, Zhuowen had wanted to learn it for a long time, but for the sake of his reputation, it was not appropriate for him to ask. Now that Master Karaki took the initiative to ask, Zhuowen was in high spirits. "With the strength of your Grade 2 mind power, if you learn the technique of refining crystals, you can directly create Grade 2 crystals. When the time comes, I will take you to the Arcana Guild for a test. Then you can officially become a Grade 2 Arcana Master. At that time, you will be able to enjoy different treatment from before." Master Karaki laughed. Chapter 188. Trouble Comes Knocking. The Arcane Guild was a very mysterious and powerful organization. Its members were basically made up of arcanists, and its influence was spread across the entire Heavenly Armor continent. Even the ruler of the Eastern Land, the Blue Dragon Hall, could not compare to it. However, due to the scarcity of arcanists, even though the Arcane Guild could be found all over the continent, the number of individual arcanists was simply too small. They were somewhat powerless against a colossus like the Blue Dragon Hall. However, the advantage of Arcana Masters did not lie in this aspect. Instead, it lay in their terrifying network of connections. Whether it was high-grade origin crystals or extremely powerful origin arrays, both of these were weapons of war. No matter which faction it was, they would not be able to refuse. After all, any high-level origin formation that an Arcana Master could casually set up was powerful enough to take on 1,000 enemies at a time. Thus, no organization would refuse a powerful weapon like an origin formation. In order to obtain the origin array, one naturally had to build a good relationship with the Arcane Guild. Therefore, although the Arcane Guild had very few members, its influence was probably much wider than the Blue Dragon Hall. Many powerful forces had received favors from the Arcane Guild. With such influence, even the Blue Dragon Hall did not dare to touch the Arcane Guild. The Qing Xian Empire was vast, and there were many branches of the Arcane Guild. In Muqing County, there was a branch of the Arcane Guild in a super city not far from Rotten Armor City. Zhuowen Broken Rock City is the closest super city to Vine Armor City. There's a branch of the Arcane Guild there. To tell you the truth, the head of the branch there is my senior. Once you have mastered your knowledge of crystals, I will bring you there for a test. With your talent, you will definitely be valued by the guild. At this point, Master Karaki's face suddenly revealed a trace of pride. Even Zhuowen was moved. After listening to Master Karaki's introduction, Zhuowen once again discovered that the influence of arcanists could reach such a level. This also made Zhuowen eager to refine origin crystals. This jade slip introduces the basic knowledge of origin crystals and origin arrays. You can go back and take a look first. From tomorrow onwards, you will come to me to learn how to refine origin crystals. In my opinion, with your aptitude, you should be able to master the secret of refining origin crystals in a short time. Master, Karaki said as he took out a jade slip from his sleeve and casually tossed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen received the jade scroll. His expression was filled with unconcealable excitement. Zhuowen had long coveted the powerful might of the Yuan crystal and its rich profits. Now that he could officially learn the Yuan crystal method, even Zhuowen's heart could not remain calm. Creak! The tightly shut door was suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure hurriedly entered the room. The two people in the room were also startled awake by the sound of the door opening. However, when they saw the face of the person who had entered, they let out a sigh of relief. Master Karaki looked at the figure in front of him with slight displeasure and said, "Guyu, why didn't you knock? Why did you come in without a sound?" At this moment, Guyu was dripping with sweat. The moment she entered, she ran straight to Zhuowen. Without saying a word, she grabbed Zhuowen's hand and said, "Zhuowen, you really are here. Hurry up and leave with me. Right now. You have to leave Rotan Armor City immediately. The further the better." Zhuowen was confused by Guyu's words. He subconsciously asked, "What's wrong? Why should I run?" At this moment, Guyu had also caught her breath. She immediately said seriously, "Marquis Muqin's third son, Lu Yuanhua, is currently at the Zhuo family looking for you. It seems that you damaged his purple gold door, so he came to find trouble with you. Listen to me. Lu Yuanhua's personality is cruel and capricious. If he finds you, I'm afraid you'll be in danger." Zhuowen was stunned. He immediately grabbed Guyu's shoulders and shouted, "You're saying that Lu Yuanhua went to the Zhuo family? This is bad. If it's really as you say, and Lu Yuanhua is capricious, if he can't find me at the Zhuo family, I'm afraid our Zhuo family will be in danger. Right now, I have to hurry back." As he spoke, Zhuowen used his movement technique and rushed out. "Zhuowen, you'll be throwing your life away if you go back," Guyu shouted as she watched the departing figure. On the other hand, Grandmaster Karaki's brows were tightly knitted together. He did not expect such a thing to happen. If what Guyu said was true, then Zhuowen's return to the Zhuo family this time would not bode well for him. As Zhuowen's master, Grandmaster Karaki naturally couldn't sit idly by. He muttered to himself, "That Lu Yuanhua is arrogant and unruly. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to convince him with reason. It seems that I'll have to use my old friend's things. This old man won't let anything happen to Zhuowen." As he spoke, Grandmaster Karaki released his mental energy. The powerful mental energy immediately lifted him into the air. Then he turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the door, leaving behind a stunned Guyu. In the sky above the Zhuo family, the gigantic Cheng Long floated silently. An extremely powerful aura suddenly pressed down. On the deck, Lu Yuanhua and the others stood quietly, arrogantly looking down at the Zhuo family members below. At this time, the Zhuo family's martial arts practice field was already filled with people. Almost all of the Zhuo family members were gathered here, looking up at the gigantic dragon head ship in the sky with puzzled expressions. They recognized the dragon head ship as the house of Marquis Qin's Chenglong. However, they were puzzled. Why would the house of Marquis Qin target the tiny Zhuo family? Very soon, a white-haired old man with a solemn expression walked out from the crowd of the Zhuo family. Wherever he passed, the people of the Zhuo family would make way for him. The old man was the patriarch of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding. Zhuo Xiangding walked to the front of the crowd and looked up at the Chenglong. He cupped his hands and said in a clear voice, "This humble one is the current head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding. May I know why the lords of the house of Marquis Qin have come to our Zhuo family?" Looking at the gigantic Chenglong, as well as the arrogant faces of Lu Yuanhua and the others on the deck, Zhuo Xiangding suddenly had a bad premonition. The colossal existence of the house of Marquis Qin was not something the Zhuo family could compare to. To put it bluntly, the house of Marquis Qin only needed to move a finger to destroy Rot 10 Armor City, not to mention the tiny Zhuo family. Below us is the Zhuo family. How can such a motley crew be called a family? You're making me laugh my head off. Su Chong, the Zhuoan that broke through the violet gold door that you mentioned came from this family. Do you think a family like this can nurture a genius that can break through the violet gold door's 9 gates? You're not lying to me, are you? Lu Yuanhua looked at the Zhuo family members below and sneered. Su Chong nervously wiped the sweat on his forehead and quickly smiled apologetically. "Third master, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. That Zhuoan did indeed break through the violet gold door. Lord Lingju was also present at the time. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." "Oh, Lingju, is what Su Chong said true?" Lu Yuanhua tilted his head and looked at Lingju, who was silent behind him, and asked. "It is true." Lingju cupped his hands and answered. "That's strange. The head of the Zhuo family is only at the initial stage of the human king realm. Is Zhuoan, who is nurtured by such a family, really that terrifyingly talented?" Lu Yuanhua chuckled. "Third brother, we don't have to deal with the Zhuo family specifically. Zhuoan is indeed very talented. He will definitely become a supreme expert in the future. Even if the house of Marquis Qin can't recruit him, we can at least build a good relationship with him. When he grows up, the house of Marquis Qin will benefit from it." The 9th Commandery Princess gritted her teeth and said bitterly. Originally, she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, things were going against her wishes now. "Ninth sister, you don't have to say any more. You don't have to worry about this. The violet gold door is a spiritual treasure given to me by my father. I don't want it to be damaged for no reason. Moreover, I have to spend a lot of effort to repair it. I can't just let it go like this." Lu Yuanhua waved his hand and said coldly. After saying that, Lu Yuanhua looked down at Zhuo Xiangding and said indifferently, "Is there a young man called Zhuoan in the Zhuo family? Now call that brat out. I have some things that I want to consult him about." After Lu Yuanhua said that, the members of the Zhuo family suddenly changed their expressions. They didn't expect the house of Marquis Qin to come here for Zhuoan. Zhuo Xiangding was startled. Soon after, his brows knitted together tightly. He could sense that the tone of the person who had just spoken was somewhat unfriendly. He knew that the people from Mu Qin Marquis Mansion had come with ill intentions. "Father, what should we do? This person seems to be the 3rd son of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua. I wonder why he is looking for Zhuoan." Zhuoan's uncle, Zhuo Baitian, suddenly came to Zhuo Xiangding's side and said softly, "This person came here with bad intentions. I'm afraid he is looking for Zhuoan for no good reason." Fortunately, Zhuowen left early in the morning, so we can't tell anyone about Zhuowen's situation, Zhuo Xiangding said in a low voice. Why aren't you replying? To tell you the truth, your family's Zhuowen broke one of my favorite spiritual treasures, so I'm in a bad mood right now. Once I'm in a bad mood, even I can't predict what I will do. Therefore, you'd better hand over Zhuowen. At this point, Lu Yuanhua's tone suddenly became serious. If you don't hand him over, then your Zhuo family will be buried with him. When Lu Yuanhua said this, it immediately caused the members of the Zhuo family below to panic. Fear appeared on everyone's faces. There weren't many people on the Changlong, but they were all abnormally strong. Many members of the Zhuo family found that there were several people on the Changlong who were much stronger than the family head, Zhuo Xiangding. Moreover, the guards behind Lu Yuanhua were all at least in the corporeal yang stage. Chapter 189. Oppression looking at LV Yuanhua and the others glaring at him from the riding dragon. Zhuo Xiangding could only brace himself and step forward, cupping his fists and saying, Sir, Zhuo Wen is indeed a disciple of our Zhuo family. However, he is still young and his cultivation is not high. It should be impossible for him to have the ability to destroy Milord's spiritual treasure. Perhaps Milord is mistaken. Lu Yuanhua narrowed his eyes and coldly said, Old man, you don't need to quibble. The Zhuowen I'm talking about is a 16-year-old boy. I'll tell you clearly that the person I'm looking for is in your Zhuo family. If you don't hand him over today, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhuo Xiangding's face paled, his eyes flickered, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. Zhuowen was the most talented genius in the history of the Zhuo family. Moreover, the Zhuo family's prosperity was largely due to Zhuowen's contributions. Therefore, Zhuo Xiangding would never hand over Zhuowen. Father, what should we do? Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian both came to Zhuo Xiangding's side, their faces filled with anxiety. It's impossible for this old man to hand over Zhuowen. It seems like this battle is unavoidable. Second brother, when you have the chance, sneak away and go to the trading center. Zhuowen is there. Take him and leave Rot 10 Armor City quickly. Our Zhuo family can't avoid this calamity. Zhuo Xiangding whispered a few words to Zhuo Dingtian, then straightened his back and looked at Lu Yuanhua fearlessly. LV Yuanhua's eyes narrowed as he looked down at Zhuo Xiangding, who was staring at him fearlessly. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile as he chuckled and said, Looks like you won't hand it over. I heard that you are Zhuowen's grandfather. I wonder if that Zhuowen will choose not to show himself if I kill you? As he spoke, Lu Yuanhua glanced at the group of guards behind him and said to the captain standing at the front, Lu Sheng, kill this ignorant old man. Lu Sheng was about 30 years old. He had a resolute face and wore a huge heavy armor. He was in the perfection of the human king realm and was a direct subordinate of Lu Yuanhua. He was in command of all the guards on the deck. Yes. Lu Sheng knelt down on one knee and pressed his right hand gently on his chest. Boom! The powerful impact created a huge crater in the ground. Lu Sheng slowly stepped out of the crater. He looked at Zhuo Xiangding with an indifferent expression and said coldly, Ignorant villain, how dare you disobey the orders of the third master? Kill without mercy. After he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Sheng's body. Then, a huge yin-yang will appeared behind him. The powerful aura even froze the air. Looking at the powerful aura in Lu Sheng's body, Zhuo Xiangding's eyes narrowed and he muttered to himself with an ugly expression, Perfection of the human king realm! Second brother, remember my words. Eldest brother, come with me to face the enemy. The longer we delay them, the safer Zhuowen will be. Zhuo Xiangding's face darkened and he took out the gravity tower from his Qingkuan bag. With a wave of his right hand, a powerful origin energy was injected into the gravity tower. The gravity tower suddenly expanded and turned into a huge tower that was dozens of feet tall. It's actually a middle-grade soul treasure. I never thought that the tiny Zhuo family would actually possess such a soul treasure. This is truly shocking. On the deck, LV Yuanhua stared at the massive tower below as a look of astonishment flashed across his face. However, even if he has a middle-rank soul treasure, this Zhuoxiangding is still no match for Lu Sheng. Lu Yuanhua quickly regained his calm and said coldly. Below, Lu Sheng was also rather surprised as he stared at the enormous tower floating in front of him. Evidently, he did not expect that a small clan in Rot-Tan Armor City would actually possess a middle-grade soul treasure. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Looks like I can't underestimate you. However, even if you have a middle-rank soul treasure, it's only a matter of one move for me. Because, as he spoke, Lu Sheng suddenly took a step forward and pulled out a long golden spear from his Qinkuan bag. With a flick of his fingers, the long spear began to revolve in a spiral shape and a golden light suddenly flashed out. Because I also have a middle-rank soul treasure, you are destined to lose this round. The price for losing is death. Bang! Lu Sheng's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. With the long golden spear in his hand, his entire body was like a dragon. With continuous steps, he arrived above Zhuo Xiangding in an instant. His right hand tightly gripped the end of the spear, and his left hand loosened slightly. The long spear was like a whip as it was violently flung towards Zhuo Xiangding. Whoosh whoosh! The powerful force seemed to tear the air apart as it emitted a rapid explosion. The long golden spear turned into a golden whip and instantly arrived above Zhuo Xiangding. Looking at the spear shadow that was rapidly approaching, Zhuo Xiangding's expression changed drastically. Yuan power gathered in his hands, and he immediately closed them inwards. The gravity tower above him immediately flickered with a black light as a huge gravitational force appeared around his body. When the spear shadow was about 1 zhang away from his body, it was affected by this gravitational force, and its speed suddenly decreased. Zhuo Xiangding calmly dodged the spear shadow, and his right hand withdrew. The huge gravity tower was like a meteorite as it smashed towards Lu Sheng, who was not far away. It can actually control gravity. What a strange soul treasure. Lu Sheng looked at the spear shadow that had slowed down strangely. Immediately, he waved his right hand, and the long golden spear shot out a golden light, violently colliding with the gravity tower. Rumble! A violent sound exploded in the air, and the aftermath of the collision even smashed out huge craters on the ground below. Air waves spread out in all directions along with the dust, like a hurricane sweeping away the clouds. Clang! A slight crisp sound suddenly rang out. Immediately, the members of the Zhuo family found that the gravity tower and the long golden spear that were originally facing each other in the void above suddenly trembled, and the brilliance on its surface quickly dimmed. Puchi! Zhuo Xiangding suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly turned pale, and his whole body flew backwards like a withered leaf. Sure enough, there is a big gap between him and a perfect human king realm warrior. This person's strength is much stronger than Lu Qingshang's, but this old man will not admit defeat just like that. In mid-air, Zhuo Xiangding forcibly twisted his waist and endured the backlash of his internal injuries. He fiercely urged his Yuan power to control the gravity tower that was also flying backwards to stop Lu Sheng, who was getting closer and closer. However, when he used his mind to control the gravity tower, he was shocked to find that the gravity tower did not respond at all. What's going on? Why is the gravity tower not responding at all? Puzzled, Zhuo Xiangding suddenly tilted his head and looked in the direction of the gravity tower. He saw that Lu Yuanhua, who had been standing on the deck, had unknowingly appeared above the gravity tower. At this time, Lu Yuanhua was holding a bowl-shaped spirit treasure in his right hand. A strong suction force came from the bowl-shaped spirit treasure. Under this suction force, the gravity tower was unable to move for a while. Even if Zhuo Xiangding controlled it with his mind, it was not effective at all. Old Zhuo family, your spirit treasure is quite interesting. Since you're about to die anyway, I'll take this gravity pagoda." Lu Yuanhua coldly glanced at Zhuo Xiangding and immediately formed a seal with his right hand. The suction force of the bowl-shaped spirit treasure in his hand suddenly increased, and finally, under this suction force, the gravity tower was completely sucked into the bowl-shaped spirit treasure. Pooh! Seeing the gravity tower being taken away, Zhuo Xiangding's heart was filled with anger. His eyes turned red and his eyes cracked. He actually spat out another mouthful of blood. "Lu Yuanhua, give me back my spirit treasure. That is a keepsake passed down from our Zhuo family ancestors." At this time, Zhuo Xiangding seemed to have gone crazy. He ignored the injuries on his body and suddenly rushed in the direction of Lu Yuanhua. Although the gravity tower was only a mid-level spirit treasure, it was passed down from the Zhuo family ancestors. As the keepsake of the head of the Zhuo family, it had a special meaning to the Zhuo family. As the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding could not let the gravity tower fall into the hands of others. "Humph, you overconfident ant. Since I've taken your numinous treasure, that's because I think highly of you." Lu Yuanhua indifferently glanced at Zhuo Xiangding, then returned to the deck of the dragon with the bowl-shaped spirit treasure. When Zhuo Xiangding rushed out a dozen meters, a golden light blocked his path. Lu Sheng indifferently looked at the extremely miserable old man in front of him and coldly said, "Those who dare to offend the third master will be killed without mercy." As he spoke, Lu Sheng's right hand gripped the long spear tightly and fiercely swung it at Zhuo Xiangding's chest. Under the power of the long spear, Zhuo Xiangding was once again sent flying. After rubbing against the ground for more than 10 meters, he finally came to a stop. At this time, Zhuo Xiangding was extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, his face was covered in blood, and his eyes were dim. "Father!" Zhuo Xiangding's face suddenly changed. He came to Zhuo Xiangding's side and helped him up. Head of the family. When the members of the Zhuo clan saw Zhuo Xiangding being beaten into such a miserable state, a trace of fear appeared on their faces. However, none of them retreated. Instead, a group of people surrounded Zhuo Xiangding as they stared at Lu Sheng with enmity in their eyes. "What a bunch of ignorant people. This is what you get for refusing to tell me about Zhuo Wen's whereabouts. However, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lu Sheng's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he looked at the group of Zhuo family clansmen blocking Zhuo Xiangding's path. "Golden dragon spear art." As he spoke, Lu Sheng threw the long spear in his hand and pushed the end of the spear with his right hand. With the support of his yuan power, the golden long spear transformed into a giant spear shadow that was dozens of meters long. The blazing golden light covered the spear like a golden dragon. It cut through the void and swept towards the Zhuo family members. What a bunch of stubborn people. However, stubborn people don't live long. The Zhuo family is the best example. Lu Yuanhua's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile as he spoke lightly. Beside him, the 9th Commandery Princess's pretty face revealed a trace of pity. She did not expect that her third brother would want to destroy the Zhuo family just because of a spiritual treasure that could be repaired. "The Zhuo family is finished," Su Chong said meaningfully. Whoosh! Chapter 190. Wrath of Zorwinrumble. The 5-colored energy ball silently flew over and finally collided with the golden long spear, following which a violent explosion resounded. Colorful lights exploded in the sky like fireworks. Kacha! Amidst such an intense explosion, the golden spear that cut across the sky with an imposing manner began to crumble. The golden glow on the spear's body also dimmed. It fell from the sky and finally pierced into the ground beside Lu Sheng's feet. It was as dull as ordinary metal. Looking at the dim spear at his feet, the smile on Lu Sheng's face instantly froze. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. "The golden dragon spear art has been broken," Lu Sheng muttered to himself as he looked at the spear beside his feet in disbelief. On the deck, Lu Yuanhua and the others were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. They didn't think that Lu Sheng's golden dragon spear art would be broken by someone. "Who is it?" LV Yuanhua's expression darkened as he turned his head to look, only to see a black figure rapidly flying towards them from afar. The 9th Commandery Princess heaved a sigh of relief. She seemed to have guessed something. She turned her head and stared at the figure who was rushing towards them. She was worried. She gritted her teeth and murmured, "Could it be that guy? This place is so dangerous, and he still dares to come back." The one rushing over was Zhuowen. When he was 100 meters away, Zhuowen had already noticed that Lu Sheng's spear was heading straight for the Zhuo family. It was obvious that Lu Sheng wanted to kill them. Therefore, Zhuowen had already condensed an ice-fire spell and intercepted Lu Sheng's golden dragon spear art in the air. Whoosh! A figure suddenly tore through the void and quickly stopped on the martial arts practice field, revealing the delicate and pretty face of a young man. Is it really him? Why did he come back now? The 9th Commandery Princess clenched her fists and stared at the young man below. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Su Chang, who had been paying attention to the 9th Commandery Princess, became even more jealous when he saw her reaction. He sneered and said to Lu Yuanhua, "Third Master, the guy down there is Zhuowen." Oh, that inexplicable explosive attack just now should have been released by this brat. I didn't think that this brat could actually block Lu Sheng's golden dragon spear art. However, the strange thing is that his aura is only at the 7th stage of the corporeal yang realm. Lu Yuanhua frowned slightly and said in surprise, "Stage 7 of corporeal yang?" I remember that he had just reached the 5th stage of the corporeal yang realm a few days ago. I didn't see him for a few days, and he actually rose 2 levels. Lingjiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said in surprise. After Lingjiu said this, Lu Yuanhua, Su Mu, the 9th Commandery Princess, and Su Chang were all shocked. Especially Su Chang and the 9th Commandery Princess. They couldn't help but look at the young man below. When they felt that Zhuowen's aura was at the 7th stage of the corporeal yang realm, the surprise on their faces became even more intense. Elderling, this brat was really at the 5th stage of the corporeal yang realm a few days ago. Now he has risen 2 levels in just a few days. Lu Yuanhua frowned slightly and said, if it was said that he didn't care about Zhuowen at the beginning, now that he heard Lingju's words, he had to take it seriously. Even he couldn't achieve such a speed of rising 2 levels in a few days. Actually, this brat was only half a step into the corporeal yang realm a few days ago. However, he entered the profound understanding realm at that time, and his cultivation soared to the 5th stage of the corporeal yang realm. I'm afraid that the reason he could rise 2 levels in a few days must have something to do with the profound understanding realm. Lingju pondered for a while before speaking again. Profound understanding realm? This brat entered the profound understanding realm? Lu Yuanhua's pupils shrank. His right hand trembled as he stared at Lingju and asked, regarding the mystic comprehending realm. LV Yuanhua was very clear about it. That realm was an existence that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. As long as one could enter this realm, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the warrior. In the house of Marquis Qin, among the younger generation, only his big brother and second brother had entered the profound understanding realm. Lu Yuanhua had never entered that realm. Now that he suddenly heard from Lingju that the ordinary youth had entered the profound understanding realm that even he had never entered, Lu Yuanhua naturally couldn't remain calm. Lu Yuanhua wasn't the only one who couldn't remain calm. Su Mu behind him also couldn't remain calm. In other words, Su Mu's expression was even more interesting than Lu Yuanhua's. Seeing the 2 young talents so shocked, Lingju sighed slightly and spoke again. Moreover, This brat stayed in the profound understanding realm for a full 4 hours. This means that this isn't the first time he has entered the profound understanding realm. Buzz! Lu Yuanhua and Su Mu's minds seemed to have been struck by lightning. They looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that this wasn't the first time Zhuowen had entered the profound understanding realm. If this was really the case, then Zhuowen's talent was too terrifying. Third Master! Zhuowen's talent is something that even this old man has never seen before. As long as this brat is given enough time, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a top expert. Therefore, it's best if Third Master doesn't go too far. Otherwise, if you offend such a genius with extremely high potential, I'm afraid the gains won't make up for the losses. Looking at Lu Yuanhua, who was somewhat moved, Lingjiu spoke up for Zhuowen. Let's wait and see first. If it's really as you say, this brat's talent is extremely high, then I can make an exception and let him join the house of Marquis Qin. However, if this brat still doesn't agree, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Sometimes, just having talent alone is not enough. After all, there are many geniuses who die prematurely. One more won't make a difference. Lu Yuanhua's eyes flickered as he coldly snorted. On the training field, Zhuowen looked at Zhuo Xiangding, who was being supported by others and cut an extremely sorry figure, especially when he looked at the bloodstains on Zhuo Xiangding's face. A nameless fire burned fiercely in Zhuowen's chest. This was the first time he had seen his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, in such a sorry state. Furthermore, he was certain that if he had not arrived in time, Zhuo Xiangding and the rest of the Zhuo family members would not have survived. This was the first time Zhuowen had felt such anger since his rebirth. Although he had not stayed in the Zhuo family for long, he had already unknowingly treated the Zhuo family as his home. Furthermore, he had long since decided to protect this home. However, just a moment ago, the home that he wanted to protect was almost destroyed. The feeling of watching something precious being destroyed was something that Zhuowen did not want to experience a second time. Lu, Yuan, Hua, are you still a man? Since you are looking for me, why do you have to involve my clansmen? Could it be that everyone in the Marquis estate is so despicable? Zhuowen fiercely raised his head and stared fearlessly at the purple-robed man on the Chenglong as he shouted loudly. Once these words were spoken, the entire area immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. They did not expect that this little brat from a lowly city would dare to insult Lu Yuanhua, a descendant of the house of Marquis Qin. Could it be that Zhuowen had gone crazy? This little brat has guts. He actually dares to insult a descendant of the Marquis estate so bluntly. Su Mu crossed his arms in front of his chest and could not help but laugh. Lu Yuanhua fiercely glared at Su Mu, following which his expression turned cold as he looked at the youth below and coldly said, "Little brat, I will now give you two choices. First, kneel down and apologize to me, and immediately submit to me. If you do, I may spare your life. Second, you will naturally die." Zhuowen chuckled coldly and said, "Lu Yuanhua, your intelligence is even lower than a dog's. Since I dared to insult you to your face, do you think that I will submit to you?" Good, good, good. Lu Yuanhua's face instantly turned a ghastly green as he said several good words. "Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. Lu Sheng, slaughter this little brat for me." Below, Lu Sheng slightly bowed and shot an unfriendly glance at Zhuowen. He chuckled and said, "Little brat, those who offend the third master never have a good ending. You and your clan will soon disappear from this world. Therefore, you should enjoy the few remaining days that you have left. You are merely a dog of the Marquis's mansion. What right do you have to lecture me? You were the one who almost killed the members of the Zhuo family. Therefore, you can forget about seeing the sun tomorrow." Zhuowen stood up and coldly stared at Lu Sheng. "Arrogant brat. You are still so arrogant even when you are about to die." Lu Sheng's face instantly darkened. Soon after, he lifted the long spear by his feet and fiercely stomped on the ground. In an instant, countless spear shadows danced and countless forces flew towards Zhuowen. I have said that you will pay the price. Traces of killing intent rose in Zhuowen's eyes, following which he stomped on the ground and a thick black flame instantly wrapped around his body. Finally, a sinister-looking black armor condensed on the surface of his body. Bang, bang, bang. With a light step, Zhuowen's body was like an agile monkey as he dodged Lu Sheng's spear shadows. Soon after, the powerful mental energy in his Naiwen palace instantly transformed into a needle shape and fiercely shot towards Lu Sheng. During the process of studying the 1,000-yen scripture, Zhuowen's mental energy had also reached the level of perfect second grade. He was only one step away from reaching the level of perfect third grade. It could be said that Zhuowen's mental energy was already extremely powerful. Lu Sheng clearly did not expect that Zhuowen had mental energy. Caught off guard, the long needle formed by mental energy drilled between his eyebrows, causing him to be momentarily stunned. Good chance. Zhuowen also did not expect that Lu Sheng would fall for his attack so easily. Evidently, Lu Sheng did not take Zhuowen seriously. Therefore, he did not have the slightest bit of defense against Zhuowen's mental energy attack and was directly hit. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Sheng was in a daze, Zhuowen's foot suddenly stomped on the ground. After leaving behind a blazing black flame on the ground, he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Lu Sheng. The black armor on Zhuowen's body was covered with sinister-looking bone spikes. At first glance, he looked like a killing machine. If he was touched by these bone spikes, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Zhuowen approached Lu Sheng. His elbow easily smashed into the former's chest. The bone spikes on his elbow pierced through Lu Sheng's chest and came out from his back. At the same time, Zhuowen's knee slammed upwards, causing Lu Sheng's body to curl up, following which, Zhuowen's right leg turned and viciously smashed into Lu Sheng's arched back. Rumble! The huge force instantly sent Lu Sheng crashing into the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. Chapter 191. Attention Li Yuanhua and the others on the deck were stunned when they saw Lu Sheng being smashed into the deep pit by Zhuowen. They did not expect Lu Sheng, who was already at the perfect human king stage, to be reduced to such a miserable state in an instant. On the other hand, the members of the Zhuo family on the training field fell into a strange silence. They had seen for themselves just how strong Lu Sheng was. After all, even Zhuo Xiangding, who possessed a middle-grade soul treasure, was no match for him. But now Lu Sheng, who was incomparably valiant just a moment ago, was actually beaten down by the youth in front of them with a single move. This result immediately caused many of the clan members to feel that it was unreal. However, even more of them stared at the tall and straight figure standing in the distance, with eyes filled with fanaticism. It seems that this old man has underestimated Zhuowen. With Zhuo Beitian's support, Zhuo Xiangding also witnessed the shocking scene from before. Looking at Zhuowen's back, a trace of pride suddenly appeared on his face because the young man before him was his, Zhuo Xiangding's grandson. Damned brat! I want you dead! A roar suddenly surged out from the huge pit. Lu Sheng struggled to get out of the huge pit. However, Zhuowen wouldn't give Lu Sheng any chance. He knew very well that he was able to succeed by luck just now because Lu Sheng didn't put him in his eyes, so he didn't guard against Zhuowen's sudden spiritual attack. If Lu Sheng had been prepared, it would have been very difficult for Zhuowen to succeed. Then, Zhuowen wouldn't have been able to launch that series of attacks. Boom! Lu Sheng punched the ground and stared at the young man in front of him with a ferocious expression. He let out a beast-like roar and stomped his foot. His entire body shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow leaving the bow. Just as Lu Sheng was about to approach Zhuowen, he was shocked to discover that the latter's mouth had revealed a strange smile. Soon after, Lu Sheng clearly heard Zhuowen's voice ring in his ear. My spiritual attacks are different from other arcanists. That's because I have 2 portions of spiritual power. That's why there's still a portion of spiritual power between your eyebrows that hasn't been activated yet. Lu Xing's eyes suddenly bulged, and his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of needles. Soon after, he suddenly realized that a sharp tinnitus had unknowingly started to ring in his ears. At this moment, he felt as if his head was about to split open. He actually stopped once again when he was about a meter away from Zhuowen, and his gaze instantly became lifeless. This time, you lost because of your carelessness. If you were on guard against me, you wouldn't have been taken advantage of by my spiritual power. But now you're dead meat. Zhuowen murmured softly. His gaze suddenly became fierce. Immediately after, Zhuowen skillfully activated the holy symbol of icy fire and quickly fused it into an icy fire bomb overflowing with energy. The moment Lu Sheng woke up, Zhuowen unceremoniously threw the icy fire bomb in his hand at Lu Sheng's body. Boom! A huge explosion rang out violently. Then, the space burst into countless splendors as if countless fireworks had been set off. The huge fluctuations even set off violent gales in the martial arts practice field. It was as if countless blades were tearing apart everything in the area. Bang! When the splendor gradually faded, a figure flew out like a butterfly with broken wings. Finally, he suddenly fell 100 meters away and smashed a huge pit in the thick ground. Pucci! Lying in the huge pit, Lu Sheng's entire body was dripping with blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. The thick armor on his body had been torn apart, revealing the wounds inside. Dang! 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 Zhuowen walked slowly to the huge pit and looked down at Lu Sheng, who was lying on his back in the pit. His face was full of indifference. I said that you won't see the sun tomorrow. Now I'm keeping my word. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and unceremoniously grabbed Lu Sheng's neck. He lifted Lu Sheng off the ground and then said coldly to Lu Yuanhua, who was on the Chunglong. Lu Sheng's face was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. At this moment, he was coughing up blood continuously. His eyes were dim. Obviously, his injuries were quite serious. At this moment, he was lifted in the air by Zhuowen with one hand. His pale cheeks were flushed red, and his eyes revealed a trace of humiliation. He was a dignified warrior in the complete human king realm, and also the guard captain of the house of Marquis Qin. At this moment, he was defeated by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Undoubtedly, his arrogant dignity was severely challenged. Seeing Lu Sheng being lifted by Zhuowen with one hand and being unable to resist, the scene fell silent again. Whether it was the members of the Zhuo family in the martial arts practice field or the lofty Lu Yuanhua and the others on the Chunglong, they all looked at Zhuowen. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely strange. Zhuowen, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Lu Sheng's eyes were scarlet red. He was like a crazy demon. Being lifted by a brat who was still wet behind the ears with one hand was a serious insult to his dignity. Therefore, Lu Sheng had lost his mind and roared crazily. Is that so? Since you want to kill me so much, I won't let a tiger go back to the mountain. Therefore, I can only kill you first. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly turned cold. He exerted a little force with his right hand and immediately caused Lu Sheng to cough. Stop! Zhuowen, Lu Sheng is the captain of the guards under my command. If you dare to kill him, you and the Zhuo family will not be spared. Lu Yuanhua's face was full of shock. He also noticed the trace of viciousness in Zhuowen's eyes. He was afraid that Zhuowen wanted to kill Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was one of his few trusted subordinates, and also his right-hand man. He did not want to lose such an important person because of this. Zhuowen, stop! There is no need to make a big deal out of this. Otherwise, it will be really unnecessary if we fight to the death. The 9th Commandery Princess suddenly spoke at this moment. She stared at the young man below, and her beautiful eyes were full of complex emotions. Even she did not expect things to turn out this way. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly came from Lu Sheng's neck. Lu Sheng's head suddenly drooped strangely. Everyone was shocked and looked at Zhuowen, who had broken Lu Sheng's neck. They could not believe their eyes. Everyone was so silent that they could hear a pin drop. In front of everyone, Zhuowen's face was indifferent. He swung his hand and threw Lu Sheng's body away. Patter! Lu Sheng's body fell exactly 3 meters away from Lu Yuanhua. His head was strangely twisted and his eyes were wide open. He died with grievances. Zhuowen coldly glanced at the 9th Commandery Princess, who was still in a daze. He said indifferently, "Your Highness, you are right." When Lu Yuanhua wanted to kill the Zhuo family, it was already a situation where we would fight to the death. When Lu Sheng made his move, did the princess say anything to stop him? Now that you saw your own people's lives being threatened, you said something to stop him. Aren't you being too partial? Hearing this, the 9th Commandery Princess's cheeks suddenly turned red. She clenched her fists tightly, and her watery eyes became misty. Surprisingly, she did not refute. She knew that she was ultimately responsible for the current situation. If she hadn't taken out the violet gold door to make a bet with Zhuowen, there wouldn't have been such a situation where one of them had to die. Zhuowen, you have successfully angered me. How dare you kill my guard captain in front of me? If I don't kill you today, my surname is not Lu. Lu Yuanhua's eyes were filled with anger and coldness. He stared at Zhuowen and said word by word. When Lu Yuanhua spat out the last word, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body. This aura was far more powerful than Lu Sheng's. It was like a 1,000-foot mountain that suddenly suppressed Zhuowen. Humph! As the pressure approached, Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. With a muffled groan, he took a dozen steps back. Looking at LV Yuanhua, who had an ice-cold expression on the Changlong, Zhuowen said in shock, "Perfect Earth King stage!" The moment Zhuowen exclaimed, the faces of the Zhuo family members in the martial arts practice field changed drastically. They stared in horror at the tall figure on the Chung dragon and the suffocating aura that was released by this figure. Creak! Under the pressure of such a powerful aura, Zhuowen's knees suddenly bent. Soon after, his eyes turned scarlet red as he forcefully resisted the pressure. The bones in his entire body continuously emitted creaking sounds as if they were under heavy pressure. What a stubborn person! Seeing that Zhuowen did not kneel under the pressure of his aura, the coldness in Lu Yuanhua's eyes became even more intense. The pressure of the aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the ground that Zhuowen was standing on exploded from the pressure. The Yuan power in Zhuowen's body frantically revolved as he stubbornly resisted the pressure of the aura that made him unable to move. It was only now that he completely understood how big the gap between the Human King stage and the Earth King stage was. The current Zhuowen, even with the Ice Fire Sacred symbol as his trump card, was only comparable to an ordinary Human King stage practitioner. The reason why Lu Sheng was so easily dealt with by him was due to his mental energy. In addition, Lu Sheng had underestimated him and was not on guard against him. As a result, Zhuowen suffered a great loss. This was the first time Zhuowen had witnessed the strength of an Earth King realm martial artist. Even Zhuowen was secretly shocked by the oppressive and suffocating aura. "Kid, do you need this Dragon Lord's help?" With the help of the Spirit Restoration Flower, this Dragon Lord's soul origin has recovered quite a bit. Naturally, I can lend you some strength now. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Don't make a move first. I want to see how big the gap is between me and an Earth King stage practitioner. If it really comes to a point of life and death, I can only rely on you. But now is not the time. Zhuowen said with a firm gaze as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. He knew that there would be many young experts like Lu Yuanhua in the Vitality Tower battle 2 years later. Therefore, Zhuowen wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Lu Yuanhua. What a stubborn kid. However, it's up to you. It may not be a bad thing for you to experience more of this kind of situation. Xiao Hei's helpless voice sounded in his mind. Are you still not going to kneel? In that case, go to hell. Lu Yuanhua's eyes flickered as he grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Chapter 192. True Ice Fire. Looking at the approaching golden palm, Zhuowen showed no fear on his face. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. In fact, under this calm, there was even a trace of fanaticism. Although it seems like I'm overestimating myself, I really want to see if I can withstand the full force attack of a cultivator at the Perfection Earth King stage with my current strength. The crazed look in Zhuowen's eyes grew even more intense as a surging battle intent rose from within his body. If he wanted to measure the gap between him and Lu Yuanhua, he could only do so by fighting with all his might. Whoosh! With a sudden clench of his left hand, one could see the black-colored armor on the surface of Zhuowen's body slowly disappear. It gathered on his left hand and transformed into a strange, skull-shaped black flame. It was the Nirvana demon flame. At the same time, Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the holy rune of ice on the back of his hand flashed out again. Endless, icy blue cold air suddenly surged out and turned into a miniature blue eyeball in his palm. This was the cold air of the heaven fiend, Nether Eye. Is this kid planning to use the real ice fire? I wonder if the real ice fire will be able to withstand Lu Yuanhua's all-out attack. Xiao Hei muttered to himself in the depths of his sea of consciousness as he looked at the situation outside. When the skull covered in black flames and the cold blue eyeball appeared on Zhuowen's hands at the same time, an extremely strange energy fluctuation immediately spread out. This fluctuation had both a blazing high temperature and a cold low chill, as if the entire space was in a world of ice and fire at the same time. This is that move. The 9th Commandery Princess and Lingju looked at each other. They suddenly recalled the time when Zhuowen used ice fire to completely defeat Ying Hualan during the competition for places. The scene now was so similar to that time. Lingju frowned and said, "It seems that the power of this guy's move is many times stronger than the last time. Moreover, the two energies of ice and fire in his hands don't seem ordinary either." The 9th Commandery Princess bit her cherry lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she looked down at the young man who was holding the Nirvana demon flame in his left hand and the heaven fiend cold air in his right hand. She sighed and said, "Why is this guy so stubborn? Even if his current move is powerful, the gap between him and third brother is too big. If they fight, he has no chance of winning. What an overconfident fellow. He actually chose to fight head-on with third master. Hee. I'm afraid that even his corpse will be blasted into smithereens later." Su Chang's eyes were filled with schadenfreude as he laughed coldly. Originally, with his status and arrogant character, he would not care about Zhuowen, who was from the Zhuo family in a low-level city. To the Baichuan Marquis Mansion, the Zhuo family, and even the Rotan Armor City were like ants. Therefore, he always felt superior when facing Zhuowen. However, the 9th Commandery Princess' unique attitude towards Zhuowen and the great talent and strength that Zhuowen had displayed caused Su Chang, who was not very broad-minded, to involuntarily become jealous. As this jealousy grew stronger, it became a killing intent. What a pity! This guy has character and talent. If it was not for offending brother Yuanhua, I'm afraid that even I would want to recruit him into the Baichuan Marquis Mansion. However, it seems that this guy is going to die. Su Mu crossed his arms and shook his head regretfully. Is this the last struggle before death? However, I can clearly tell you that this is all in vain. Today, not only will you die, but your family will also be buried with you. Suppress him. The high and mighty Lu Yuanhua also saw the ice and fire energy in Zhuowen's hands. A trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. He snorted coldly and pressed his right hand down again. The golden palm above the void swelled a little more, and a ferocious aura immediately leaked out. The people could even clearly see the crisscrossing lines on the golden palm. Seeing that the golden palm was about to fall on Zhuowen, all the members of the Zhuo family in the martial arts practice field showed a look of despair. Even Zhuo Xiangding's face turned gloomy. They clearly knew the huge gap between the earthly king realm and the human king realm. The gap was as huge as a moat. Even though Zhuowen had killed Lu Sheng, Lu Yuanhua and Lu Sheng were not at the same level. The former was simply too strong. Whoosh! A strange sound suddenly erupted from Zhuowen's hands. Then his hands turned into afterimages in the air and quickly came together. The moment they came together, endless five-colored sparks exploded. As the sparks flew in all directions, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly rose from the young man's palm. This aura was like a giant beast that was gradually falling into a deep slumber. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire space. At the same time, a five-colored ball floated above Zhuowen's right palm. The moment the ice-fire explosion was completed, the golden palm above the void was already less than 100 meters away from Zhuowen. Holding the ice-fire explosion in his hand, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with madness. Then he suddenly swung his right hand. The ice-fire explosion was suffused with a five-colored luster. It cut through the void and fiercely collided with the golden palm. In an instant, the ice fireball and the golden palm collided fiercely in the air. The ice fireball shrank and suddenly expanded. Following that, countless sparks burst out from the sphere like a meteor shower. An uncontrollable explosion instantly exploded in the void. Boom! Destructive energy spread out from the empty space, causing ripples to form in the empty space. The huge Chenglong ship, which was the closest to it, began to tremble violently as the ripples spread out. Everyone on the deck was unable to stand steadily due to this tremor. Crack! A clear and ear-piercing sound suddenly reverberated throughout the entire empty space. Everyone's gazes shot towards the source of the sound. Soon after, these gazes were shocked to see traces of cracks appearing on the surface of the enormous golden palm in the empty space. As the ice fire continued to explode, these cracks were also spreading at a terrifying speed. Boom! After the final explosion, the huge golden palm in the void began to crumble inch by inch. Finally, it scattered a golden glow and disappeared into the void. Silence began to slowly spread, and finally it filled the entire space. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared blankly at the golden palm that had already turned into a golden glow. Drip! The sound of water dripping to the ground rang out. LV Yuanhua stiffly lowered his head and discovered that a wound had appeared on his palm. Cherry-red blood slowly dripped from the wound, gathering into a small pool of blood on the deck. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone on the deck was also attracted by the sound of water droplets. Their gazes simultaneously gathered on LV Yuanhua's palm. When they discovered that the sound of water droplets was actually blood dripping from the wound on the former's palm, the deck once again became silent. The third master is actually injured. Su Chang's hands trembled slightly as he uttered these words. The pupils of the 9th Commandery Princess and Lingjiu suddenly shrank. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They did not expect that Lu Yuanhua would actually be injured in the confrontation just now. Although it looked like a superficial wound, Lu Yuanhua's opponent was a young man who had not even reached the human king realm. Su Mu's expression finally became serious. Looking at the wound on Lu Yuanhua's hand, Su Mu's eyes flickered. Then he squinted his eyes and sized up the young man below. No one knew what he was thinking. Below, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he staggered back more than 10 meters. After drawing a deep dent in the ground, he completely stopped. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands were badly mutilated due to the huge recoil of the ice flame. The backlash of the true ice fire technique is still very strong. Right now, I only have less than 1/10 of my yuan qi left. But now that I've unleashed my full strength, its might has exceeded my expectations. It can actually shatter the full strength attack of a perfect earthly king stage martial artist. At this moment, Zhuowen completely ignored the injuries on his body. Instead, he was muttering to himself with a fanatical expression. Right now, your condition is much better than the last time you used the ice flame. Obviously, the recoil of the ice flame will become weaker as your strength increases. According to my estimation, once you reach the Human King realm, it will not be so strenuous for you to use the real ice flame. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind again. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head and looked at the Chunglong in the sky. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the deck. You are actually able to injure me. No wonder Lu Sheng was defeated by you. It seems like his defeat was not unjust. However, the stronger you are, the stronger my desire to kill you will be. Today you must die. At this point, Lu Yuanhua's eyes emitted a chilling light. At this moment, he no longer underestimated the young man in front of him. Being able to injure him with the cultivation of the corporeal yang stage already showed how terrifying the talent of the young man in front of him was. However, since he had already formed a grudge with Zhuowen, he had to completely strangle this genius, who could possibly become an expert in the future in the cradle. Therefore, the killing intent in LV Yuanhua's heart had already reached its peak. Zhuowen did not reply. Instead, he covered his chest and secretly guarded against Lu Yuanhua's actions. He knew that in his current condition, if Lu Yuanhua launched another attack, he would not be able to withstand it. Xiao Hei, it seems like I will have to rely on you later. Zhuowen whispered to Xiao Hei. He, don't worry. If that brat Lu Yuanhua dares to attack you, with my current spirit origin, I will be able to protect your life. I can even help you kill him. Xiao Hei's unique and lascivious laughter sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Chapter 193. Arcane Guild Whoosh. A figure swept over like a meteor and finally stopped above the training ground. He looked up at Lu Yuanhua and said, Young Master Lu, please show mercy. Zhuowen is a member of our Arcane Guild. For the sake of our Arcane Guild, I hope young Master Lu will let Zhuowen go. This figure was tall, with white hair and a long white beard fluttering in the wind. It was Master Karaki who had followed Zhuowen here. At this time, Master Karaki was wearing a black and white robe. There were 3 golden stripes on the chest of the robe, emitting a dazzling light. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The robe that Master Karaki was wearing was the uniform of an arcanist. Only arcanists who passed the Arcana test could receive this special robe from the Arcana Guild. This kind of robe was not ordinary clothing, but a special kind of spirit treasure. Its defensive power was almost no weaker than a warrior's own armor, and its effects were even richer. The stripes on the chest of the robe represented the arcanist's rank. Master Karaki's robe had 3 stripes, which meant that he was a rank 3 arcanist. A rank 3 Arcana Master? Lu Yuanhua's eyes narrowed slightly. He had also noticed the stripes on Grandmaster Tsang Mu's long robes. His eyebrows furrowed as he continued. Although this person has quite strong mental energy, if you want to claim that he is a member of the Arcane Guild, you will need to provide the corresponding proof. After all, words alone are not enough. When Zhuowen saw Grandmaster Karaki floating in the air, he knew that Grandmaster Karaki had come to help him out of this predicament. However, Zhuowen was a little confused because Grandmaster Karaki was only a 3rd rank Arcana Master. It would be very difficult for LV Yuanhua to give him face. If it was a 4th rank Arcana Master, LV Yuanhua might give him face, but a 3rd rank Arcana Master wasn't enough. However, when Zhuowen heard Grandmaster Karaki mention the Arcane Guild, he understood the former's plan. The House of Marquichin was the most powerful force in Muqin County. Neither the Zhua family nor Rotten Armor City could afford to offend such a behemoth. The only thing that could make the house of Marquis Qin afraid was the most mysterious arcane guild. If Zhuowen remembered correctly, Master Karaki seemed to be a member of the arcane guild. However, what puzzled Zhuowen was that he had never seen the arcane guild before, nor had he passed the arcane test. The current Zhuowen should not be considered a member of the arcane guild yet. However, Zhuowen since Master Karaki, Zhuowen was the Arcana Studio Guild Lulu, after young Master Karaki. Lu Elen's Master Lich Qin. Qin Master Karaki. Lich was lane to Elen's Lu Studio. Master Lu Nen Luro Studio Elen Nung Elen Lich Nen Lu Nen. Lu Master Lulu Lich. Elen? This is Lich Master, Nen is none. Master Lane. Elen is Master. You're just a little third-level arcanist. How can you have such a jade token? Lu Yuanhua's pupils shrank. He seemed to have recognized the jade token in Grandmaster Karaki's hand and could not help but ask in horror. Young Master Lu, you don't have to care about where this jade token came from. Since this jade token is in my hands, then I represent the Vice President of the Arcane Guild in Broken Rock City. Since I'm the Vice President, I still have the power to appoint an Arcanist as a member of the Guild. Speaking of this, Grandmaster Karaki suddenly stopped. He looked straight at Lu Yuanhua with a sharp gaze and said indifferently, "Or is it that young Master Lu would rather be the enemy of our Arcane Guild and kill Zhuowen on the spot?" As the descendant of the house of Marquis Qin, young Master Lu should be very clear about the consequences if you kill an official arcanist for no reason, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanhua's face froze and suddenly became quite ugly. He knew that once this matter involved the Arcane Guild, even if he was the direct descendant of Marquis Qin, he was afraid that it would become complicated and difficult to deal with. Zhuowen, you're really lucky. You're actually related to the Arcane Guild. I'll let you go for today, but I heard that you're going to participate in the Battle of the Tower of Vitality in 2 years. Let's meet again in 2 years. At that time, perhaps no one can protect you. Glancing again at the jade token in Grandmaster Karaki's hand, Lu Yuanhua knew that it was impossible to kill Zhuowen today. He could only snort coldly and leave the Zhuo family with the 9th Commandery Princess and the others. The 9th Commandery Princess glanced at him again before she left. Her eyes were full of complex emotions and a trace of guilt. Looking at Lu Yuanhua and the others who chose to leave in the end, Zhuowen and the Zhuo family sighed softly. Zhuowen knew that although he could still borrow the power of Xiaohe, even if he relied on Xiaohe's power to kill Lu Yuanhua, it would only make him offend the entire house of Marquis Qin. With his current strength and foundation, he was just like an ant to the house of Marquis Qin. If the house of Marquis Qin wanted to kill him and his family, it would be as easy as killing an ant. My strength is still too weak. This time, if Grandmaster Karaki didn't use the Arcane Guild to help me out, I'm afraid I would have to fight Lu Yuanhua. Whether I win or lose this battle, I will completely offend the house of Marquis Qin. At that time, the Zhuo family may be exterminated because of this. Clenching his fists, Zhuowen's mouth showed a trace of a bitter smile. He knew that the reason why he was in such a situation today was that he was too weak and his foundation was too weak. Boy, don't be too discouraged. The Battle of the Tower of Vitality in 2 years is your chance to soar. According to what this Dragon Lord knows, as long as you can enter the top 100 in the Yuan Energy Tower battle, you will gain the attention of Muqin Marquis. At that time, even if LV Yuanhua hates you, I'm afraid that Muqin Marquis will not allow it. After all, losing a genius is a huge loss for Muqin County. Moreover, your goal is to enter Jiaxin Academy. If you can successfully enter Jiaxin Academy, not to mention the small house of Marquis Qin, even the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, Emperor Qing, will not dare to offend you. Therefore, the stronger you are, the safer your family will be. In his mind, Xiao He also knew that Zhuowen was a little depressed at this time and comforted him. Zhuowen nodded slightly. A trace of determination suddenly burst out from his eyes. Xiao He was right. As long as he was strong, the safety of the Zhuo family would be guaranteed. Zhuowen, are you okay? Grandmaster Karaki slowly descended from the sky and came to Zhuowen's side in a step, looking quite nervous. At the same time, Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuo Baitian, and the other members of the Zhuo family also gathered around, their eyes full of concern. Shaking his head slightly, Zhuowen smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just a little injury." Grandmaster Karaki was quite nervous as he checked Zhuowen's injuries. After confirming that the latter's injuries were not too serious, he sighed softly and then frowned. "How did you offend the people of the house of Marquis Qin? This kind of huge monster is not something that your Zhuo family can afford to offend." The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he briefly explained the entire situation. After Grandmaster Karaki finished listening, he softly sighed and said, "It seems like this matter is not your fault. Fortunately, this old man has this jade token. Otherwise, even if this old man intervened, it would be impossible for LV Yuanhua to retreat." Looking at the jade token in Grandmaster Karaki's hand, Zhuowen asked curiously, "Grandmaster Karaki, are you really the vice president of the Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild? Do you think that a mere third-grade arcanist like me can become the vice president of the Arcane Guild's branch? To tell you the truth, this jade token was left behind by a close friend of this old man." At this point, Grandmaster Karaki's eyelids drooped slightly, revealing a trace of despondency. It was obvious that he had recalled some sad past. Seeing Grandmaster Karaki like this, Zhuowen did not say anything more. He knew that there was probably some unbearable past on this jade token. "Since you're fine, this old man will not stay any longer. However, you still have to be careful of Lu Yuanhua. Although this old man used the Arcane Guild to suppress him this time, with this person's character, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for him to let this matter go. Also, from tomorrow onwards, you can come to this old man's trade fair. This old man will teach you the technique of making crystals." After gently patting Zhuowen's shoulder, Grandmaster Karaki waved his long sleeves, and a powerful mental energy lifted him up. With a whoosh, he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. As soon as Grandmaster Karaki left, Zhuo Xiangding, who had been waiting by the side, approached Zhuowen. With the help of Zhuo Xiangding arrived in front of Zhuowen. His old face was somewhat ashamed as he said, "Zhuowen, it's all grandfather's fault for being useless. Every time there's a family problem, I have to rely on you to solve it." Looking at the haggard old man in front of him, Zhuowen's heart softened. He said gently, "Grandfather, what are you saying? I'm also a member of the Zhuo family. Should I not step forward when the Zhuo family is in trouble?" "Good, good. As expected of my good grandson. Grandfather was going to pass on the position of patriarch to you in a few days, but your grandfather was incompetent. The gravity tower was taken away by someone else." At this point, Zhuo Xiangding let out a long sigh. His face was full of shame and helplessness. "Gravity tower? Don't worry, grandfather. Grandson will definitely take back the gravity tower. Moreover, the humiliation that our Zhuo family suffered today will be returned to Lu Yuanhua." At this point, Zhuowen tilted his head and looked at the Chunglong that was gradually disappearing into the distance. His eyes were full of determination and unyielding. Late at night, the pitch-black curtain of night covered the entire sky like dark clouds that covered the sun. In a spacious loft in the city lord's mansion, Lu Yuanhua violently smashed the teacup in his hand and said coldly, "Who would have thought that the vice president of Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild would pop up in the end? If it weren't for the Arcane Guild, I would have personally crippled that arrogant kid Zhuowen." Chapter 194. Set off. Ever since Lu Yuanhua found out that Zhuowen was a member of the Arcane Guild. He had given up on finding trouble with Zhuowen. Instead, he had been staying in the city, Lord's mansion, silently preparing to unseal the primordial cavern a month later. As the rumors of the ancient cave mansion spread, Tangjia City became more and more lively. Many factions knew that the ancient cave mansion would open in a month's time, so they were all rubbing their hands as they waited for the opening of the ancient cave mansion. The ancient cave abode was a temptation to anyone. After all, everyone knew that in the ancient era, the martial Dao was much more prosperous than it was now. There were countless experts, and experts who could open up cave dwellings were all big shots. Therefore, the cave dwellings of such experts would naturally contain countless treasures. For these factions, as long as they could obtain a little benefit from it, it would be extremely precious to them. Compared to the bustling outside, Zhuowen's life had indeed become exceptionally quiet. For the past month, Zhuowen had been going to the trading center almost every day to learn the method of refining crystals from Master Karaki. With Zhuowen's current level 2 mental strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to refine crystals. After all, the trick to refining crystals was to precisely control one's mental strength, then mix dozens of medicinal herbs and use a fierce fire to refine the medicinal liquid. Finally, use one's mental strength to melt the refined medicinal liquid into the origin nucleus. The elemental beast's elemental core was the main material of the elemental crystal, while the herbs were supplementary materials. As long as one followed the method in the secret recipe given by Master Karaki, the possibility of failure was very small. In just 5 days, Zhuowen was able to rely on his own ability to refine grade 1 origin crystals, such as blood chi crystals, with spiritual crystals and other basic grade 1 auxiliary origin crystals. This speed really surprised Grandmaster Karaki. Thus, his teaching of Zhuowen became even more meticulous, almost to the point of teaching by word and example. In the past month, apart from learning how to make crystals from Grandmaster Karaki, Zhuowen had also been practicing the 10,000 evolution scripture. With his first experience of dividing his mental strength, the following practice was not too difficult for Zhuowen. His mental strength had also been divided into 8 parts. However, the deeper Zhuowen cultivated, the more he felt that the 10,000 amplification scripture was not ordinary. As his mental strength continued to divide, Zhuowen felt that the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace was increasing at a terrifying speed. Originally, Zhuowen's spiritual strength had just reached the complete level 2 not long ago. Now, after a month of continuous cultivation of the myriad evolution scripture, his spiritual strength actually had an opportunity to make a breakthrough. According to Zhuowen's estimation, in another month his spiritual strength would very likely smoothly enter level 3. Of course, if he had some spiritual medicine that could increase his spiritual strength, Zhuowen could immediately break through to level 3. In addition to the improvement of his spiritual strength, Zhuowen's martial cultivation was also slowly increasing. Although the progress was not great, he still managed to advance another level in the past month, reaching Corporeal Yang Stage 8. At the same time, Zhuowen did not hide his intention to enter the ancient cave mansion from Grandmaster Karaki and Zhuo Xiangding. Although the two of them were not at ease with Zhuowen entering the ancient cave mansion, they had no choice but to agree under Zhuowen's unyielding attitude. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the past few days, Rat-Ten Armor City had become quite quiet in the past month. Obviously, this was only the calm before the storm. Time quietly flew by amidst this tranquility. After a month had passed, the quiet Vine Armor City once again bustled with activity when the morning light of the second day scattered across the land. Quite a number of factions had also become aware of the location of the ancient cave. All of them impatiently hurried towards the heaven fiend Dark Eye. On this day, Lu Yuanhua and the others who had been staying in the city, Lord's mansion for the past month, led the men of the house of Marquis Qin towards the heaven fiend Dark Eye in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Following the men of the house of Marquis Qin were the men of the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion, led by Su Mu, as well as the men of Marquis Yongsheng, who had arrived in Rotan Armor City in the past month. Marquis Yongsheng had sent a 25-year-old man with an indifferent expression. His strength was around the Earth King stage. It was said that he was the son of a general in Marquis Yongsheng's estate and could be considered a genius with some fame in the province. While all the forces were rushing towards the depths of the Annihilation Forest, in the front yard of the Zhuo family's residence, Zhuowen was also surrounded by the men of the Zhuo family. He was ready to set off. "Zhuowen, be careful. Your life is the most important." Zhuo Xiangding patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said worriedly, "Don't worry, grandfather." Zhuowen smiled and greeted the other clan members one by one. Without the slightest hesitation, he once again waved to everyone and turned around to leave. Looking at Zhuowen's back, Zhuo Xiangding and the rest were worried, but there was still a proud smile on their faces. They knew that with Zhuowen's potential, if he continued to stay in the family and cultivate, it would become a kind of restraint. Only by going through hardships could Zhuowen become a true expert. The ancient cave mansion, this time, was obviously the best opportunity for him to hone his skills. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with the Annihilation Forest, or rather, he was very familiar with it. After all, Zhuowen was chased by the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance through the entire Annihilation Forest. In the end, he had no choice but to jump into the Heaven Fiend Netherworld Eye. Rotan Armor City was a day's journey from the Annihilation Forest. Therefore, when Zhuowen reached the edge of the Annihilation Forest, the sky had already darkened and he could vaguely see the bonfire in the distance. The bonfire was like a sky full of stars and one could not see the end of it. It was obvious that the number of people who had entered the Annihilation Forest had reached a terrifying level. It seems that the attraction of this ancient cave mansion is indeed very enticing. It actually attracted so many warriors. After muttering to himself, Zhuo Wen's expression became increasingly vigilant. He knew that the people who had entered the ancient cave mansion this time were basically groups formed by warriors from some factions. These groups had a large number of people, and a small number of people had 3 to 4 people. Groups like these were very common along the way. However, there were almost no lone wolves like Zhuowen. Therefore, along the way, Zhuowen naturally attracted the strange gazes of many groups. Especially when they saw that Zhuowen was only a teenager, the strange gazes in their eyes became even more surprised. Of course, among these strange gazes, there was no lack of people with bad intentions. Zhuowen knew that a lone wolf like him was the easiest target. After all, there were many different factions entering the Annihilation Forest this time. Occasionally, there would be a few factions who wanted to enter the ancient cave mansion. However, if they could rob some weaker factions along the way, it would naturally be the icing on the cake. Zhuowen naturally had to be on guard against these black sheep mixed in with the numerous cultivators. After all, he appeared to be alone and weak right now, making him the easiest target for others. In order to avoid trouble, while Zhuowen was secretly on guard, he also tried his best to make his figure appear undetectable in the night. After passing through a thicket, Zhuowen came to a dirt road. Looking at the dirt road, Zhuowen's face revealed a relaxed expression. If his memory was correct, if he followed this dirt road, he would be able to reach the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye after passing through 2 thickets. Zhuowen knew that many factions must have gathered at the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Powerful factions like the 3 marquises of the province were probably already waiting there. "Kid, you seem to have been targeted." Just as Zhuowen was about to take a step forward, Xiao Hei's gloating voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Are we being targeted?" Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, he heard the rustling of leaves behind him. Then, 6 figures slowly appeared in Zhuowen's line of sight. Yo, his luck was really quite good. He was actually able to meet a guy who was alone here. "Kid, you look like you are only 15 or 16 years old. You actually dared to enter the Annihilation Forest. Don't tell me you are also here for the ancient cave mansion?" The tall figure in the lead slowly walked in and stopped at a spot not far from Zhuowen. He stared at Zhuowen and chuckled. The moment this person spoke, the other 5 figures behind him immediately burst into laughter. Clearly, when they saw that Zhuowen was a young man, they knew that the kid in front of them, whom they saw as prey, would not be a threat to them. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. After staring at the 6 people for a while, an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on his face. This was because he realized that the 6 people in front of him, who saw him as prey, were pitifully weak. The tall figure in the lead was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He was the strongest among the 6, but his strength was only at the 7th stage of the corporeal yang stage. The other 5 people's strength was even worse. Most of them were at the initial stage of the corporeal yang stage. With Zhuowen's current strength, he only needed 1 move to defeat the 6 of them. Just as the 6 of them were about to say something ruthless, Zhuowen spoke first. "Are you guys here to rob?" The 6 people were stunned. They did not expect the young man in front of them to steal their lines. For a moment, the 6 of them stared at each other and did not say a word. In the end, it was still the scar-faced man who spoke first. He cleared his throat and struck a pose that he thought was arrogant. He said sternly, "At least you know what's good for you. Since you're frightened by my handsomeness, then quickly hand over your Qinkuan pouch." Looking at the scarred man's question, Zhuowen sneered. The 6 people in front of him were not a threat to him, so he did not plan to waste time on them. Chapter 195. To be rescued. Bang, bang, bang. The red silhouette flashed past, and 6 powerful energies burst out in the air, fiercely shooting towards the scar-faced man and the other 5 people. "Who is it?" The scarred man was the first to react. His face was gloomy as he growled. However, the only response he received was 6 sharp forces. Gently waving his right hand, the knife-scarred man took a step forward and retrieved a heavy sword from his Qinkuan bag. Holding it tightly with both hands, he suddenly waved it and accurately struck the force. Whoosh! Some sparks were emitted from between the heavy sword and the force. Immediately, the eyes of the knife-scarred man shrunk. Under the collision of the force, he let out a muffled groan and continuously retreated. Only after he rubbed against the ground and formed 2 scratch marks that were over 10 meters long did he finally come to a stop. His face revealed a shocked expression as he stared at the red-colored figure that had suddenly appeared. As the leader of the 6, the scarred man was undoubtedly the strongest. But even so, he was still at a disadvantage under the attack of this force, let alone his 5 subordinates. Not long later, 5 rather orderly, miserable cries sounded out. The knife-scarred man saw his 5 subordinates spit out fresh blood under the attack of the force. Their bodies were like withered leaves as they suddenly flew backwards. Finally, they collided with a large tree not far away before coming to a stop. Whoosh! After the scarred man and the other 5 were simultaneously pushed back by the force, the red figure that had suddenly appeared gently landed and coincidentally stopped not far from Zhuowen's side. The one who appeared in front of Zhuowen was a young girl. She was about the same age as Zhuowen. She wore a red dress, and under her white jade neck, half of her fragrant shoulder was exposed. She was like a snowflake in the midst of a myriad of flowers, and her creamy skin was even more captivating. Although this woman's appearance was not as stunning as the 9th commandery princess, she naturally had an elegant and cold temperament, which was quite attractive. However, there was a trace of indifference and coldness on her delicate face, which made it difficult for others to approach her. However, what surprised Zhuowen was not the woman's appearance, but the strength that she displayed. She had reached the half-step Zhao King realm. She was only 1 step away from the human king realm. This woman was about the same age as Zhuowen, but her plane was even stronger than Gu Xian, the number 1 young cultivator in Rot-Tan Armor City. This meant that this woman's talent was terrifying. Perhaps only the forces in the capital could cultivate such a young genius. The young lady's gaze was icy cold. After indifferently glancing at Joan, who was not far away, she directly ignored the latter. Instead, she stared at the somewhat unnatural scarred man in front of her and coldly said, "This young lady hates people like you who bully the weak and fear the strong because of your numbers. People like you are simply not worthy of being a warrior." The knife-scarred man also felt the terrifying aura emitted by this young girl who had appeared out of nowhere. This aura had already far surpassed his, and he knew that if they were to really fight, he would most likely suffer a great loss. Quietly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he dryly laughed and said, "It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Since this young lady is this little brother's friend, then I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. You want to leave? It's not that easy." The young lady's eyebrows were filled with killing intent. Her slender, jade-like legs stepped lightly, and her entire body was like a graceful butterfly. Suddenly, she flew straight towards the knife-scarred man. A pair of jade-like palms were condensed with dense yuan power. Seeing that the young lady was not going to let him go, a trace of anger appeared on the knife-scarred man's face. He knew that she was determined to make him stay, and now he could not leave even if he wanted to. "You forced me to do this." With an angry roar, the knife-scarred man suddenly took a step forward. His hands tightly gripped the heavy sword, and the surging yuan power in his body fiercely poured into the heavy sword. Immediately, the surface of the heavy sword emitted a blazing red color. At the same time, the surrounding temperature slowly rose because of this. Explosive flame sword technique. A low and deep roar slowly came out from the knife-scarred man's mouth. Soon after, the heavy sword in his hand was immediately surrounded by blazing flames. Moreover, waves of muffled explosions continuously sounded out from the heavy sword, as if countless bombs were hidden within the heavy sword. Bang, bang, bang. Slowly raising the heavy sword above his head, he suddenly swung it downwards. A sword shadow that was dozens of feet long suddenly slashed towards the young lady. Moreover, the surface of this sword shadow was condensed with the power of countless flames. At the same time, it was accompanied by a series of muffled explosions. On the young lady's elegant face, there was not the slightest trace of fear. She was still as cold as ice. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a small curved blade flew out from the delicate chinquan bag on her waist. Catching the curved blade, the young man slightly slashed forward. Rip! Wherever the blade passed, a strange sound of cloth tearing sounded out. Following which, a blade aura that was dozens of feet long rose out of thin air and shot towards the sword shadow. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the blade aura and the sword shadow collided. However, what caused the knife-scarred man to be shocked was that his sword shadow only lasted for a moment before it was brutally torn apart by the blade aura. The remaining power of the blade aura did not decrease in speed, but instead increased as it shot towards the knife-scarred man. Hiss! As the blade aura flashed past, the knife-scarred man blankly stood on the spot. Soon after, his clothes were torn apart and a bloody mist shot out from his body. With a bang, he directly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Looking at the young lady who had cleanly killed the knife-scarred man, Joan's eyes could not help but tremble slightly. Looks like this young lady who had just appeared was not someone to be trifled with. She was actually able to kill without batting an eyelid. Evidently, this was not the first time she had done something like this. Moreover, what caused Joan to be rather fearful was that the curved blade in the young lady's hand was definitely a soul treasure. Moreover, it was a middle-rank soul treasure. Otherwise, the blade aura that was gently slashed out would not be so powerful. "Thank you for saving me, young lady." Joan somewhat helplessly glanced at the frosty young lady standing by the side and could only cup his hands in gratitude. Although these 6 people were nothing in Joan's eyes and he could easily deal with them, since she had kindly helped him, Joan naturally had to put on a grateful expression. Glancing at Joan, the young lady slightly frowned and said, Your strength has not even reached the corporeal Yang realm. Barging into the Annihilation Forest is simply courting death. Now that the Annihilation Forest is filled with danger with your current condition, only death awaits you if you enter. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. In order to conceal his whereabouts, Zhuan's aura had been concealed by Xiao He. Therefore, on the surface, his aura was only that of the Yin Void realm, which naturally fell into the young lady's eyes. Zhuan was startled, but the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Although the young lady's suggestion was very wise, if Zhuan was really a Yin Void realm warrior, he would naturally be deeply grateful. However, Zhuan was not. In his opinion, the young lady's help was equivalent to nothing. However, just as Zhuan was about to speak, the surrounding trees rustled again, causing Zhuan to be secretly vigilant. Just as he was about to speak, he swallowed back the words that he was about to say. Second sister, you were so powerful just now. You actually killed that annoying Scarface man with one slash. A clear and delicate laughter suddenly sounded, and soon after, 4 figures walked out from the trees. The 4 figures were 2 men and 2 women. One of the 2 women was actually younger than Zhuan, about 14 years old. The other woman was slightly older, about 19 years old. Her pretty face was quite mature. The one who spoke just now was the younger girl. Zhuan looked over and found that the 2 women who suddenly appeared looked somewhat similar to the young lady in the red dress. Obviously, the 3 of them were related by blood. Shifting his gaze slightly, Zhuan placed his attention on the other 2 men. The 2 men were an old man and a young man. In particular, the aura faintly emitted from the old man's body was quite vast and boundless, like a vast ocean. Exceptional human king realm. Frowning slightly, Zhuan could feel that the old man's aura was quite similar to Lu Sheng's. Obviously, he was also a warrior in the exceptional human king realm. The remaining young man was ordinary. He always had a faint smile on his face, and his cultivation was only around the 9th stage of the corporeal Yang realm. He was somewhat ordinary in this team. Looking at the 4 people who suddenly appeared, the young lady in the red dress put the scimitar in her chinquan bag and said apologetically to the old man, "Third uncle, I'm really sorry. Your journey was delayed because of me." A kind smile appeared on the old man's face. He waved his hand and said, "Second young lady, what are you saying? We also know that second young lady abhors evil as if it were her personal enemy. What you hate the most is scum who act recklessly just because they have more people. Moreover, we didn't waste too much time." Speaking of this, the old man turned to look at Zhuan and said, "Little brother, this old man is a little curious. You are so young and your cultivation is so low. Why did you enter the Annihilation Forest alone? You should know that this place is very dangerous." Zhuan scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Originally, I only came in to pick herbs. Unfortunately, I met a meta beast in this forest and was chased deep into the forest. Therefore, I didn't mean to enter this place. I don't know if you can let me join your team. After all, this place is very dangerous. In my current situation, it is difficult to escape death in this forest alone." Originally, Zhuan planned to leave. However, when he thought of what had just happened, he knew that if he was still alone, he would probably be robbed today. The only way to avoid this kind of trouble now was to join a strong team. This team in front of him was exactly what Zhuan wanted. "No, brat, don't push your luck. My second sister just saved your life, and you want to join our team to seek protection. Dream on. With your current strength, which is even weaker than mine, you will only be a burden to us." Chapter 196. Puzzlement. Zhuan frowned slightly as he stared at the unruly young lady whose face was filled with disdain and ridicule. However, he did not pay much attention to her. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the elder and said, "Elder, although I am not very powerful, I am quite familiar with some of the places in the Annihilation Forest. Looking at the direction that everyone is heading in, you should be heading towards the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Furthermore, everyone seems to be in a hurry to get there. I know of a shortcut. Within a day we can pass through this forest and reach the heaven fiend Dark Eye. Zhuowen cupped his hands together and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Oh, you actually know of a shortcut?" The elder looked at Zhuowen in astonishment and said, "I naturally do not dare to deceive elder." Zhuowen nodded and said, after deliberating for a moment, the elder nodded and said, "Little brother, you are quite perceptive to be able to tell that we are in a hurry to reach the heaven fiend Dark Eye. If you really know of a shortcut, I can bring you along." The rest of the group did not have much of a reaction when they heard the elder's agreement. Only the youngest young lady objected once again and said with a sneer, "Third uncle, with this fellow's weak strength, how could he possibly enter the depths of the Annihilation Forest? I think that the shortcut that he mentioned is very likely false. His goal is to let us protect him for free." The elder and the rest were stunned when they heard the young lady's words. Soon after, they looked at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes. Clearly, the young lady's words were not without reason. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, the unruly young lady revealed a gloating smile on her pretty face. She curled her lips and stared at Zhuowen mockingly. Clearly, she wanted to see how Zhuowen would embarrass himself. Zhuowen's expression did not change. Instead, he took out a map from his chest. This map was given to him by Black Rose, and it recorded the approximate location and area of the Annihilation Forest. "Senior, you should know that there's a town called Luchuan Town in the Annihilation Forest. I'm a doctor in this town. There are many mercenaries gathered in Luchuan Town. These mercenaries rely on the elemental cores in the Annihilation Forest to survive. As the mercenaries explore, the map of the Annihilation Forest is naturally drawn. So if you want to know the location of the Annihilation Forest, you don't have to explore it yourself," Zhuowen said as he waved the map in his hand. After receiving the map from Zhuowen, the old man roughly skimmed through it. After confirming that the area depicted on the map was indeed the Annihilation Forest, his expression became much more relaxed. He nodded and said, "Little brother is right, I have wronged you. Since you have contributed the map, you should be protected by us." "Thank you, senior." Zhuowen cupped his hands and said with a smile, seeing that the old man was about to take Zhuowen in, the unruly young lady was a little anxious. Just as she was about to object again, the old man glared at her and she did not dare to speak. She could only glare fiercely at Zhuowen, stomp her feet and walk to the side. "Let's set up camp here and rest for the night. We'll leave tomorrow." The old man looked at the pitch-black night sky and waved his hand as he said. With regards to this, the few of them did not have any objections. They began to pack their bags and set up camp. Zhuowen was not afraid of strangers at all. He leisurely packed his bags and set up his tent. Then he sat in front of the bonfire as if nothing had happened and silently warmed his hands and feet. After packing up the tent, the rest of the people gathered around the bonfire and warmed themselves. The night in the Annihilation Forest was extremely cold. Even though everyone present was a cultivator with a strong cultivation, it was still difficult for them to withstand the bitter cold of the Annihilation Forest. After all, this bitter cold was not an ordinary cold air. It was a powerful cold current that came from the depths of the Annihilation Forest from the Heaven Fiend Underworld Eye. This cold current was not easy for ordinary cultivators to withstand. "Little brother, you dare to enter the Annihilation Forest at such a young age. It shows that you have guts. Come, have a cup." The old man laughed and patted Zhuowen's shoulder. He then took out a jar of wine and poured a cup for Zhuowen. "What do you mean by guts? Entering the Annihilation Forest with such a weak cultivation is extremely stupid. It's fine if you are stupid, but now you are implicating us." The unruly young lady sitting on the other side of the bonfire rolled her eyes at Zhuowen and coldly snorted. "Xiaoyu, little brother is now a member of our team. Can you stop being so stubborn?" The old man frowned and said in a low voice, All right, I won't say anything. Really, he is clearly a piece of trash. Why are you being so polite to him? The unruly young lady muttered a few times and turned her head away without saying anything else. The old man looked at the young lady helplessly and said to Zhuowen with a sigh, "Little brother, don't take it to heart. Xiaoyu is still young, and it is inevitable that she will speak rashly. I hope you don't mind." Zhuowen smiled and shook his head. He naturally would not argue with the unruly young lady. As time passed, Zhuowen and the old man chatted happily. Occasionally, the young man with a faint smile on his face and the oldest lady would chime in a few words. For a moment, the atmosphere was rather warm. As for the unruly young lady, because she was angry, she did not say a word throughout the entire conversation. Instead, she glared fiercely at Zhuowen as if she wanted to eat Zhuowen alive. The other person who hadn't spoken was the girl in the red dress who had saved Zhuowen. Perhaps it was her personality, but the girl in the red dress appeared cold and distant. She gave off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. After this conversation, Zhuowen also learned about the origin of this team. It turned out that these 5 people were from the Lin family of the prefecture capital. The distribution of power in the prefecture capital was intricate and complicated. Among them, the 3 marquises of the prefecture capital were the 3 most powerful forces. Under these 3 forces were the Imperial Sword School and the Jade Lady Galaxy. In addition to these 5 forces, the rest were the forces of the 5 great families of the prefecture capital. Although the 5 great families were not as powerful as the 3 marquises of the prefecture capital, the Imperial Sword School, and the Jade Lady Galaxy, they were much more powerful than the other forces. They were recognized as the most powerful force in addition to the 5 great families. The Lin family was one of the 5 great families of the prefecture capital. It was also a powerful force. The 3 young ladies in the team, who looked quite similar, were the experts of the younger generation of the Lin family. At the same time, they were also sisters. The oldest woman was called Lin Meiyu. She was the eldest sister of the 3 sisters. She had a steady personality and was very organized. Moreover, her strength was not bad. Her cultivation had reached the initial human king realm. The frosty girl was called Lin Chaiyu. She was Zhua Wen's second sister. She was a person of few words. She looked cold and indifferent on the surface, but in her heart she abhorred evil. What she hated the most was the bullying of men and women in front of her. This was also the reason why she suddenly appeared and saved Zhuowen when he was robbed. The unruly young girl was undoubtedly the youngest of the 3 sisters. She had a lively personality, but her words were harsh. At the same time, she was a little unruly. From her performance, just now, one could see the characteristics of her personality. Her cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the corporeal yang realm, and she was at the bottom of the 5. The old man was called Lin Xuanzhong. He was the bodyguard sent by the Lin family to protect them. At the same time, he was also the senior of the 3 sisters. The young man with a faint smile on his face seemed to be a cousin of the 3 sisters. His name was Lin Zichang. He had taken the initiative to follow the 4 to the ancient cavern mansion. However, Zhuowen felt that there was something strange about Lin Zichang, who always had a faint smile on his face. Although he didn't know why Lin Zichang gave him such a feeling, Zhuowen still paid more attention to him. The Lin family members knew that the real benefits in this fight for the ancient cavern mansion should belong to the 5 forces: the 3 marquises of the prefecture capital, the Imperial Sword School, and the Jade Lady Star Court. The Lin family could only follow behind and drink the soup. However, they also knew that even if it was just the treasures left behind by the 5 forces, it was still a considerable gain for them. After a series of conversations, Zhuowen could be considered to have integrated into the team. Although the others were still somewhat wary of Zhuowen, there was no longer a sense of estrangement like in the beginning. As night fell, the few of them went into their respective tents to rest. When the morning sun shone on the 2nd day, the Annihilation Forest finally became lively again. Many of the teams woke up early packed their bags, and headed straight for the heaven fiend Dark Eye. When Zhuo opened the tent, he saw Lin Xuanzhong and the other 4 packing their bags. Naturally, Zhuo did not continue to laze around in bed. He also got up to pack his bags. When we enter the depths later, don't drag us down, okay? Otherwise, I will not save you if you are in danger. Lin Xiaoyu slowly walked over. She glared fiercely at Zhuo and snorted in a delicate manner. Don't worry. If I am in danger, I won't trouble you. Zhuo replied indifferently. He continued to pack his bags and ignored the young lady who was gritting her teeth. Humph. I hope you will. Lin Xiaoyu snorted coldly and turned to leave. After packing his bags, Lin Xuanzhong glanced at Zhuo and led the team to the shortcut marked on the map. According to the normal route, they would need at least 3 days to reach the heaven fiend Dark Eye. If they followed the shortcut marked on the map, it was likely that they would be able to successfully reach the heaven fiend Dark Eye before sunset. This would undoubtedly save everyone a lot of time. After entering the shortcut, Zhuo and the rest encountered fewer teams. Obviously, there were not many teams who knew about this shortcut. Along the way, Zhuo purposely stayed at the back and secretly used his mental strength to observe the surroundings. Although this team had Lin Xuanzhong, who was at the perfect human king realm, and the chances of them encountering a strong opponent were low, Zhuo did not let his guard down. Zhuo Wen's actions did not raise any suspicions. They only thought that Zhuo was too weak, to the point that he was unable to keep up with them. Of course, Zhuo Wen's backward behavior naturally caused Lin Xiaoyu, who had always been dissatisfied with him, to grumble. Naturally, the words that came out of her mouth were not good. Chapter 197. Block the way, brat. This Lin Zichang is a little strange. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly appeared in his mind, and her voice was filled with a trace of bewilderment. Yes, when I released my mental energy to observe Lin Zichang earlier, I discovered that there was a faint mental energy membrane surrounding his body. If one did not observe carefully, it would be impossible to discover it. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly informed Xiao Hei. If he wanted to form a mental membrane, he would need at least a 3rd grade mental strength. In other words, this ordinary-looking Lin Zichang might very well be a genuine 3rd-tier Arcana Master, Xiao Hei said after a moment of silence. A rank 3 Arcana Master? Since this person has such strength, why is he using a mental energy membrane to hide his aura? Looking at Lin Zichang in front of him, Zhuowen's expression became even more vigilant. Judging from Lin Xuanzhong and the other 3's reactions, they knew nothing about Lin Zichang's grade 3 mental energy. In other words, Lin Zichang had purposely concealed this from them. I have to be wary of this person. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention to him. After muttering to himself for a while, Zhuo naturally shifted his gaze away and silently followed behind the group. Lin Zichang, who had been sitting in front, seemed to have noticed something. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the youth behind him. When he saw that the youth was following behind him as if nothing had happened, he frowned slightly and turned his head back. After traveling for about half a day, a rather spacious muddy road appeared in front of everyone. At the end of the muddy road, there were over a dozen figures standing there. They were like stone sculptures that did not move at all. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the group at the end of the muddy road. Zhuo could sense quite a number of powerful auras in this group. In fact, Zhuo even sensed an aura that was not weaker than Lin Xuanzhong's. Clearly, there was also a perfect human king in the group at the front, just like Lin Xuanzhong. Zhuo could only sigh in his heart when he saw this aura. The temptation of the ancient cave mansion was not ordinary. Not long after entering the Annihilation Forest, they had already met 2 perfect human king warriors, including Lin Xuanzhong. It was likely that there would be quite a number of such experts entering the ancient cave mansion this time. When Zhuowen's group walked onto the muddy road, The dozen figures standing at the end of the muddy road immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and stared with unfriendly gazes. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Zhuo Wen's gaze swept across this group of people, after which it paused on a robust, middle-aged man who stood at the front of the group. The man had a sturdy build, with a stocky back and a bare waist. Both of his arms were bare. Numerous hideous scars covered both of his arms, causing him to appear to be filled with a savage aura. Perfect human king stage. Zhuo Wen's eyes swept across this person and narrowed slightly. It seemed like this person was the leader of this group. His strength was not weak at all. There is also an initial human king stage warrior. Zhuo Wen glanced at the man and then paused on a young man behind him. He could not help but feel surprised. It seemed that the strength of the team that had appeared was not any weaker than the team that Zhuo Wen was in. "Let's go." Lin Xuanzhong's eyes swept across this group of people calmly. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and led the way. When they saw that Lin Xuanzhong's group did not avoid them, a ferocious glint flashed across the eyes of this group of people. They tightened their grip on their weapons. The two groups slowly approached each other. When they were only a few feet away from each other, the atmosphere became tense. Under Lin Xuanzhong's leadership, just as the group was about to pass by that group of people, a strong arm that was covered with hideous scars suddenly stretched out and blocked Lin Xuanzhong's path. "Old Master Lin Xuanzhong, don't you intend to greet us when you see us? Are you going to just walk past us?" The bare-armed man blocked Lin Xuanzhong's path with his right hand. He grinned and revealed a row of white teeth as he spoke indifferently. "Huangzong, what do you think there is to talk about between our Lin family and your Huang family? Although our two families have always had a grudge against each other, I believe that our target this time is the ancient cave mansion. Now that the ancient cave mansion has yet to open, are you prepared to fight to the death with our Lin family?" When he spoke, until this point, Lin Xuanzhong fearlessly stared at the middle-aged man called Huangzong and said indifferently, "Although your Huang family has sent a lot of people this time around, the strength of your group may not be stronger than ours. If we fight now, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get a share of the treasures in the ancient cave mansion." After Lin Xuanzhong spoke, he coldly stared at Huangzong in front of him. In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene became rather strange. The few members of the Lin family's group cautiously stared at the group in front of them. They secretly activated the Yuan power in their bodies to prepare for any sudden incidents. Yes, old Master Lin's words are reasonable. However, our family head has given the order that obtaining the treasures in the ancient cave mansion is secondary. Our main goal is to destroy the group sent by the Lin family this time around. Therefore, although old Master Lin's suggestion is very reasonable, we still have our lives on our hands. The smile on Huangzong's lips slowly disappeared and was replaced by a sinister arc as he spoke coldly. When Lin Xuanzhong and the rest heard this, their expressions changed and they frowned slightly. Lin Xuanzhong's expression was rather ugly as he said, "It seems like your Huang family wants to destroy our Lin family's group, even if you give up the opportunity to enter the ancient cave mansion. Your family head is indeed daring." After Lin Xuanzhong uttered these words, a powerful aura that was as vast as the ocean immediately erupted from within his body. Zhuo Wen and the rest behind him swiftly retreated the instant Lin Xuanzhong released his aura. Their expressions were cautious as they stared at Huang Zong's group from a distance of over 10 meters away. "Old Master Lin, after so many years, your cultivation is still at the perfect human king stage. It seems like with your body that is about to rot, it will be difficult for you to advance any further. However, I am different from you. Back then, I was just a small corporeal young stage warrior. At that time, your existence was worthy of my admiration. After so many years, you have not made any progress. On the other hand, I have risen steadily until I have reached the same level as you. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder how you'll feel when I kill you with my own hands. Huang Zhong licked his chapped lips and suddenly took a step forward. An aura that was not weaker than Lin Xuanzhong's immediately poured out from his body. Everyone from the Huang family, listen up. Kill everyone from the Lin family. As long as you kill these people, the family head will reward you handsomely when we return. Huang Zhong suddenly shouted in a low voice. His feet stomped on the ground, and he was like an ancient giant beast as he charged towards Lin Xuanzhong. May you lead the group and retreat. Lin Xuanzhong also shouted loudly. He clenched his fists and shook his waist as he engaged in a fierce battle with Huang Zhong. Bang! 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 Immediately, the sound of metal clashing rang out in the quiet forest. Colorful and dazzling yuan power spilled out in all directions between Huang Zhong and Lin Xuanzhong, just like a rainbow that had spilled out. Although the overflowing energy was pleasing to the eye, everyone knew that the energy ripples were not to be trifled with. Even a corporeal yang stage warrior would be seriously injured if he touched it. Lin Meiyu, who had the most stable character, nodded slightly. She knew that with Lin Xuanzhong and Huang Zhong's strength, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The Lin family's goal this time was the ancient cave mansion. If they fought with the Huang family, and both sides suffered heavy losses, it would not be worth it. Therefore, as long as the few of them successfully retreated, it would not be difficult for Lin Xuanzhong to escape alone. Therefore, this was the most feasible method at the moment. Second sister, third sister, and the two of you follow me. Don't fight with the Huang family. There's no need for us to fight to the death with them. Lin Meiyu turned her head and glanced at the few people behind her as she said calmly. The few of them nodded. Immediately, they used their movement techniques and rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Among the Huang family's team, the young man at initial human king realm did not show any anxiety when he saw Zhuowen and the rest turn around to escape. Instead, a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said indifferently, "Can you really escape? Hee, that guy should be about to make a move soon." After the young man finished speaking, he led the people behind him and chased after Zhuowen and the rest. Swoosh! In the quiet, dense forest, a few black figures suddenly flew past. It was Zhuowen and the rest. I wonder if third uncle will be all right? Lin Xiaoyu, who was a little unruly, suddenly asked worriedly. Her pretty face was still a little pale. Apparently, what had just happened had a great impact on her. Don't worry. With third uncle's strength, even if he can't defeat Huang Zhong, it won't be difficult for him to escape. Lin Meiyu said calmly. Now, we must shake off the Huang family's people. Everyone agreed with Lin Meiyu's words. Immediately, the speed of the group increased significantly. In an instant, they had shaken off the Huang family's people behind them, and they could no longer see them. This kind of escape only lasted for 2 hours. Zhuowen and the rest saw a cave in a remote place deep in the dense forest. When they saw the cave, they were naturally overjoyed. After confirming that they had shaken off the Huang family's people, the few of them quickly entered the cave. The cave was quite spacious. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a huge open space. Numerous sharp stone pillars were placed above the cave. There was a gap at the top of the stone pillar. The light from outside shone in through this gap. Therefore, the cave was quite bright. After covering the entrance of the cave, the few of them heaved a sigh of relief and sat in a circle in the open space of the cave. How did the Huang family know that we would pass through this shortcut? According to the map, very few people should know about this shortcut. However, the Huang family just had to wait there. After settling down, Lin Meiyu also felt that something was a little off. Immediately, her pretty eyes contained a trace of doubt as she looked at Zhuowen, who appeared to be silent not far away. Lin Xiaoyu saw that Lin Meiyu was hinting at something. She immediately stood up and pointed her jade-like hand at Zhuowen. She shouted, "It must be you. Big sister is right. Very few people know about this shortcut. Moreover, you are the one who told us about it. Now, the Huang family's people have been waiting for us. Obviously, you are a spy sent by the Huang family. Chapter 198. Turtle in a jar. Zhuan frowned as he looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who had her hands on her hips. Her face was filled with hatred and disgust. He replied, I don't even know the Huang clan. Even before this, I didn't know the Lin clan. How can I be the spy that you mentioned? Moreover, if I were a spy of the Huang family, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been with you at that time. At this point, Zhuan glanced at Lin Xiaoyu indifferently and said coldly, Or do you think that there will be any benefits for me to follow you now? Lin Xiaoyu's face froze when she heard Zhuan's words. She looked at the young man's calm expression, and for some reason, she felt very uncomfortable. If I say you are a spy, then you are a spy. How dare you, a little warrior of the Void realm, be so arrogant in front of me? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. With a soft snort, Lin Xiaoyu stomped on the ground and dashed towards Zhuan without any explanation. She actually wanted to attack him. Zhuan's face immediately turned gloomy. Initially, Lin Xiaoyu had targeted him for no reason, and he did not take it seriously. At most, he treated her as a circus monkey. However, her actions had worsened and she had pushed the blame to him. Even though Zhuan had a good temper, he could not help but feel angry. Whoosh! Lin Xiaoyu's figure flashed past like an elegant butterfly and flew towards Zhuan. Her hands were filled with surging origin power, and she did not hold back at all. Bang! Just as Zhuan was about to attack, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhuan. The beautiful figure gently pushed her palm forward and easily received Lin Xiaoyu's attack. Second sister, why are you so protective of this brat? Yesterday, you saved this brat when he was robbed. Now, this person is very likely to be a spy of the Huang family. You still want to stop me? Are you interested in this brat? Lin Xiaoyu stared at the young lady who appeared in front of Zhuan. She stomped her foot and said in exasperation. When she spoke, she glared fiercely at Zhuan. Lin Xiaoyu's pretty face reddened slightly when she heard Lin Xiaoyu's unrestrained words. However, she quickly recovered her previous iciness as she faintly said, Now is not the time for us to have internal strife. Instead, we should think of a way to escape from the Huang clan's pursuit. Third younger sister, words are no proof. Without any evidence, it's best that we don't accuse innocent people. Moreover, Brother Zhuan's words are not without reason. If he was really a spy of the Huang clan, he would have immediately changed sides when the Huang clan's team arrived instead of fleeing with us. The steady Lin Meiyu also opened her mouth. Lin Xiaoyu coldly snorted when she saw that her eldest sister and second sister had spoken up. She fiercely glared at Zhuan and said, I hope you are not a spy of the Huang clan. If you are, I will not let you off easily. After she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyu elegantly turned around and sat in a corner of the cave to sulk. Zhuan glanced at Lin Xiaoyu in amusement. With his current strength, he was not even afraid of Lin Xuanzhong, who was the strongest in their team. How could he be afraid of Lin Xiaoyu, who was merely a fifth-stage corporeal Yang realm practitioner? Thank you for saving me again, Miss Lin Xiaoyu. Although Lin Xiaoyu did not help them much, Zhuan naturally would not forget the basic etiquette. Lin Xiaoyu clearly did not like to talk. She coldly glanced at Zhuan and slightly nodded her head. Then, she walked back to her original position without looking back. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's back, Zhuan curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders. He also found a seat and silently sat down. As soon as he sat down, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind. Kid, you are surrounded. The Huang clan's team has already surrounded the entrance of the cave. What? Surrounded? How is that possible? We have clearly left the Huang clan's team far behind. Moreover, this cave is very remote. It should be impossible for them to discover us. Zhuan was shocked when he heard this and said with some surprise, Theoretically speaking, what you said is not wrong. However, I am certain that there is definitely a traitor in your team. According to my senses, the Huang clan's team did not search this area at all. They came directly to the cave. Obviously, they knew that you were hiding in this cave from the beginning. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind again. So there really is a traitor? After whispering softly, Zhuo Wen locked his gaze on Lin Zichang, who had been silent since he entered the cave. Boom! The cave suddenly shook. Then the entire cave began to shake as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Many stones rolled down from the ceiling. What's going on? Lin Meiyu was the first to stand up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with uncertainty. Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chaiyu also stood up with Lin Meiyu. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. What's going on? Hee, of course. The Huang clan's team has attacked. Just when everyone was at a loss, a rather cold voice suddenly sounded. There was a trace of sharpness in the voice. Following the voice, they immediately saw that Lin Zichang had unknowingly stood up. His gaze was filled with ridicule as he stared at the three Lin sisters. As for Zhuo Wen, who was by the side, he was directly ignored. Obviously, the strength of the Yin Void realm that Zhuo Wen showed did not attract his attention at all. Lin Zichang, how did you know that the Huang clan's team is attacking us? Moreover, this cave is so secretive. How could the Huang clan find us so quickly? Did you leak our information? Lin Meiyu's beautiful eyes were slightly cold. She looked at Lin Zichang, whose attitude had suddenly changed. You are indeed the eldest sister of the Lin family. Your insight and reaction are quite good. Now that things have come to this, I don't need to beat around the bush. You guessed right. I leaked your whereabouts and information. Lin Xiaoyu guessed that there was a traitor in the team. She was right, but she suspected the wrong person. Speaking of this, Lin Zichang glanced at Zhuo Wen, who was not far away, with some contempt. He sneered and said, Do you think it's possible for a trash of the Yin Void realm to leak the information without anyone noticing? It's you? Lin Zichang, the Lin family has treated you well. Why did you betray us? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu also jumped out. First, she glanced at Zhuo Wen coldly. Then, she directly ignored the latter. Obviously, she did not feel guilty about the misunderstanding just now. Then, she pointed at Lin Zichang angrily. Treated me well? Hee. Now that I've made it clear, I won't hide anymore. Lin Zichang's face revealed a strange smile. Then, a flash of brilliance suddenly flashed across his face. His originally young face rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, wrinkles appeared on the young face, and finally, an unfamiliar old man with a head full of silver hair appeared. You're not Lin Zichang. Who the hell are you? And where is Lin Zichang? Seeing Lin Zichang's sudden change of expression, Lin Meiyu and the other two all changed their expressions. Among them, Lin Meiyu shouted, My name is He Xian. I'm an Arcana visiting elder of the Huang family. I'm here to destroy your team. As he spoke, Elder He Xian suddenly took a step forward. A solidified spiritual power suddenly poured out and covered the whole cave. Under the effect of this spiritual power, the whole cave shook violently for a few times. A level 3 Arcana Master? Feeling the sudden pressure of the spiritual power, Lin Meiyu and the other two suddenly narrowed their eyes. Then they covered their mouths and could not help exclaiming. In the corner, Zhuo Wen, who had been ignored, also narrowed his eyes. He frowned a little as he stared at old man He Xian, who was emitting a powerful mental energy from his body. Although he knew from the start that old man He Xian was not simple, he did not expect the old man's mental energy to have reached the 3rd grade. This had exceeded his expectations. It's only the initial success of the 3rd grade mental energy. Kid, your current mental energy has been refined by the myriad expansion scripture and has been divided into 8 parts. The strength of these 8 parts has reached the level of perfect 2nd grade. In other words, your spiritual power is equivalent to the attack of 8 level 2 Arcana Masters at the same time. So, in terms of spiritual power, your spiritual power is much more powerful than this old man's. If the two of you fight, it's hard to say who will win. Xiao He said with disdain. Zhuo Wen nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. After cultivating the 10,000 amplification scripture, Zhuo Wen increasingly felt how heaven-defying this secret spirit skill was. Not only could this secret spirit skill infinitely divide the spiritual power in the Mud Pill Palace, but with the help of this secret spirit skill, Zhuo Wen could cultivate every part of the spiritual power to the same level of strength. In other words, the power of Zhuo Wen's attack was equivalent to the joint attack of several Arcana Masters at the same level. On the other hand, Zhuo Wen's spiritual force had already reached the pinnacle of the second level and was on the verge of breaking through. Thus, with 8 portions of pinnacle second level spiritual force, Zhuo Wen's true spiritual force was no weaker than an ordinary pinnacle third level Arcana Master. Boom! With a loud bang, the cave entrance was suddenly blasted open by a huge force. Immediately, many figures rushed in from the opening of the cave. The one leading them was the young man at the initial Human King realm. You are really here. It seems that the information provided by Elder Hacian is accurate. As soon as the young man entered, he saw Lin Meiyu and the others in the cave and sneered. Big sister, what should we do now? Looking at the mighty Huang family and Elder Hacian, who was glaring at them, Lin Sheiyu's pretty face suddenly turned pale. She came to Lin Meiyu's side and asked in a panic. Although Lin Chaiyu's face was still cold, her hands were clenching her weapon. It showed that she was not calm at the moment. Lin Meiyu was really panicking at this time. If it was only the Huang family, she could deal with them with her initial Human King realm strength. However, there was also Elder Hacian, a level 3 Arcana Master. Their current lineup had become somewhat unfavorable. Hacian and the young man clearly saw the fear on the faces of Lin Meiyu and the other two. The two of them looked at each other, and their faces were filled with an expression of victory. Clearly, in their opinion, Lin Meiyu and the other two were already turtles in a jar. Everyone, this one has nothing to do with your grievances. Can you put this one down and leave first, then deal with the matter between you two later? Suddenly, a rather clear and bright voice rang out. Chapter 199. Reveal at this moment, the cave fell silent. Swish, swish. Everyone's gazes converged on the corner of the cave, where a rather ordinary-looking young man stood. At this moment, the young man also noticed everyone's gazes, but there was not a trace of nervousness on his face. Instead, he spread out his hands and calmly said, Actually, I only met with the Lin family along the way. Speaking of which, I have no relationship with the Lin family. Therefore, I will leave now. Everyone shouldn't mind, right? At this moment, Zhuo Wen felt a little helpless in his heart. Originally, he wanted to borrow the Lin family's team to avoid some unnecessary trouble along the way. However, who knew that he would be in big trouble now? Zhuo Wen, you ungrateful bastard. Our Lin family kindly took you in and protected you along the way. Is this how you repay us? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhuo Wen, who was standing nearby with an innocent face. She immediately stomped her foot and said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Zhuo Wen sneered. To be honest, Zhuo Wen did not have a good impression of Lin Xiaoyu. After all, she had been picking on him along the way. With my meager strength, do you think I can save you from so many experts? Also, the one who took me in wasn't you, Lin Xiaoyu, but old Master Lin Xuanzhong. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. And I still remember that you just said that I'm the traitor, so wouldn't a traitor like me have no reason to save you? Zhuo Wen pursed his lips and ignored the angry Lin Xiaoyu. Instead, he looked at Elder Hacian. He knew that Elder Hacian was the one who had the most right to speak. Although Zhuo Wen didn't want to take action, he didn't want to get involved in the trouble of these two families. However, if Elder Hacian didn't let Zhuowen leave, Zhuowen would have to take action. Lin Xiaoyu was furious when she saw that Zhuowen did not show any mercy. She was about to scold him when she was stopped by Lin Meiyu. Third sister, you should also speak less. Lin Meiyu glared at Lin Xiaoyu and then looked at Zhuowen meaningfully. She then said to Elder He Xian, what he said is true. You have been following us all the way, and you should know that this young man has nothing to do with our Lin family. So let him go. There's no need to involve outsiders in the matters between our families. Big Sister Lin is indeed bold. Although this brat's strength is mediocre, and indeed has nothing to do with your Lin family, he's still a genius. However, this old man will not let him go. If this brat leaks the news, I'm afraid your Lin family will start a war with my Huang family. Even if the Lin family knows that it was our Huang family who did it, they won't act rashly. Elder He Xian glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he was not planning to let Zhuowen go. Zhuowen, even if you don't have anything to do with our Lin family, you can't escape. You're going to die. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhuowen gloatingly. That is to say, you won't let me go? After hearing Elder He Xian's reply, Zhuowen did not look nervous or frightened as everyone expected. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. Looking at Zhuowen's abnormal behavior, Elder He Xian frowned slightly. In his opinion, Zhuowen was only in the Yin Void realm, and each of them could crush him like an ant. However, Zhuowen, who was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, did not show any fear when facing them at all. Deliberately mystifying, Huang Lin, send someone to kill this brat. We'll capture the 3 girls as soon as possible. There's no time to waste. Otherwise, the old guy Lin Xuanzhong may come back. The young man in the initial Human King realm was Huang Lin. Huang Lin nodded slightly and selected a warrior in the 9th level of the Corporeal Yang realm. He pointed at Zhuowen and said, You go and bring me this arrogant brat's head. The warrior who was named nodded slightly. Then he revealed a sinister smile at Zhuowen. He stomped his foot on the ground and shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow leaving the bow. This brat will definitely die. Let's capture the 3 sisters first. These 3 women are all of the best quality. If I capture them alive and train them into bitches, I wonder what kind of expression the head of the Lin family will have. He Xian stared at Lin Meiyu and the other 2 women. His eyes revealed a trace of obscenity as he chuckled. Now, with a loud shout, old man He Xian and Huang Lin were like 2 shooting stars as they suddenly rushed towards Lin Meiyu and the other 2. Along the way, countless yuan power shot out, faintly emitting intense air explosions. Second sister, you protect third sister. I'll hold off these 2 for you. If there's a chance, you should escape first. Once you find third uncle, we'll be saved. Lin Meiyu instructed. She rushed toward Elder He Xian and Huang Lin Xuanzhong without looking back. She waved her hand and a blazing yuan force burst out. Boom! A dazzling light burst out in the cave. Lin Meiyu, Elder He Xian, and Huang Lin collided fiercely in the open space of the cave. Bang! 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 Colorful yuan power, accompanied by countless forces, immediately swept across the entire open ground. The energy ripples that were emitted from the collision also blasted quite a number of deep pits in the open ground. Third sister, big sister is right. We can only be saved if we rush out and find third uncle. Lin Xiaoyu instructed Lin Xiaoyu. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a small and exquisite curved blade appeared in her palm. Her jade-like feet gently stepped off the ground. Like a butterfly, Lin Xiaoyu ferociously charged towards the remaining Huang family troops. Lin Xiaoyu knew that they had to fight. She gritted her teeth and took out her weapon. She followed behind Lin Xiaoyu and fought with the Huang family members. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing and the sound of fierce fighting. The originally quiet cave became chaotic and noisy in an instant. Lin Meiyu, Do you think that with your mere initial human king realm cultivation base, you are a match for the two of us if we join forces? If you don't want to suffer, I advise you to surrender obediently. In the middle of the cave, the battle between Lin Meiyu, Elder He Xian, and Huang Lin became even more intense. However, Lin Meiyu was naturally at an absolute disadvantage under the combined efforts of Elder He Xian and Huang Lin. Lin Meiyu frowned, and her face became extremely pale. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her cherry-red lips. Apparently, she had suffered serious internal injuries. Lin Meiyu did not reply. She continued to circulate the Yuan power in her body. She used her weak and delicate body to block the continuous attacks of the two experts. Under the continuous attacks, Lin Meiyu's aura became weaker and weaker, and the injuries on her delicate body became more and more serious. It seems like you want to do this the hard way. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Elder He Xian's eyes darkened. A large amount of mental strength gushed out from his Naiwan palace. The mental strength condensed into a golden long sword in midair. Secret skill, golden light sword. With a low growl, Elder He Xian waved his right hand gently. The golden long sword that was condensed in midair immediately pierced through the void and shot directly toward Lin Meiyu. Boom! Lin Meiyu also felt the surging aura of the golden light sword. Her expression changed, and she took out a small bronze shield from her Qingquan bag. The small bronze shield was obviously a soul treasure. Judging from its aura, it should be a middle-rank soul treasure. Once the small bronze shield was taken out, it turned into a huge bronze shield that stood in front of Lin Meiyu. Bang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as the golden light sword violently collided with the bronze shield. Dazzling sparks appeared at the point where the two collided. Crack! This stalemate lasted for a while before a clear cracking sound rang out, following which traces of cracks actually appeared on the surface of the small bronze shield after the collision with the golden light sword. These cracks were like a spider web as they spread out in all directions. Finally, it completely shattered into pieces. Puff! A trace of horror flashed across Lin Meiyu's beautiful eyes. Under the effect of the huge force, her delicate body was like a falling leaf as it flew backwards. Finally, she collided with the rock wall. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and slowly fell to the ground. Big sister! Big sister! Two horrified voices suddenly rang out. Lin Chaiyu and Lin Sheiyu, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, saw Lin Meiyu's body flying backward and the cherry-red blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Don't worry. Your fate is the same as your big sister's. Come here. Elder He Xian's ear-piercing laughter suddenly rang out. Then a huge mental energy as powerful as the ocean suddenly acted on Lin Chaiyu and Lin Sheiyu. Under the effect of this powerful mental energy, the two of them were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They could not move at all. Seeing that their bodies could not move at all and Lin Meiyu's aura had become very weak, Lin Chaiyu and Lin Sheiyu's faces were filled with despair. They knew that they were doomed this time. The three sisters of the Lin family are finally captured. This mission can be said to have been completed perfectly. This time, the head of the Lin family will probably reward us with something good. Looking at the three sisters of the Lin family who could not move, Huang Lin suddenly let out a hearty laugh. There was a hint of obscurity in his eyes as he stared at the three women. Swoosh! However, just as Huang Lin was laughing complacently, a black shadow suddenly shot towards him like an arrow leaving the bow. Huang Lin's expression changed. He pulled his right hand slightly and caught the black shadow that suddenly appeared in his hand. However, when he saw the true face of the black shadow, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. This was because the black shadow was not a stranger. It was actually the subordinate that he had sent to kill Zhuowen. The head of this subordinate was strangely bent. There was a look of horror on his face. His eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had died with a grievance. Swoosh! When Huang Lin saw the corpse, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He tilted his head slightly and immediately looked at the corner where Zhuowen had been. Have you discovered it? But that's fine too. You can die now. A clear voice suddenly came from behind Huang Lin. Huang Lin suddenly turned his head and was shocked to find that Zhuowen had unknowingly appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was covered in a strange black flame armor. Countless bone spikes covered the armor. At a glance, it looked quite ferocious and gloomy. Zhuowen, who was in midair, suddenly twisted his body. In a strange posture, he completed the movement of turning in the air. The whip leg that had been ready for a long time suddenly hit Huang Lin's back with a loud bang. Boom! Under the huge impact of the whip leg, Huang Lin's entire body fell straight down like a falling meteor. Finally, he smashed into the ground and created a huge, deep pit. Chapter 200. Beheading. After a long period of silence, an unbelievable uproar suddenly broke out in the cave. Everyone stared blankly at the huge pit in the middle of the open space. Through the misty dust, they could even vaguely see a figure lying in the pit and struggling in pain. Hiss! When everyone confirmed that the person in the deep pit was indeed Huang Lin, who was at initial Human King realm, they could not help but gasp in shock. Huang Lin had actually been knocked down by an unknown youth in one move. Such an outcome was too shocking to the eyes. Aren't you a warrior of the Yin Void realm? Who are you? At this moment, the smile on Elder He Xian's face suddenly froze. His pupils constricted as he looked at the young man in front of him. The three sisters of the Lin family, whose faces were originally filled with despair, revealed an expression of disbelief when they saw the young man, whom they had neglected all this while, defeat the extremely powerful Huang Lin in an instant. Among them, the one whose expression was the most interesting was none other than Lin Xiaoyu. Am I hallucinating? Zhuowen's aura is only at the Yin Void realm. How could he defeat Huang Lin, a warrior of the Human King realm, with one move? Lin Xiaoyu was in a daze. Her facial muscles seemed to have stiffened. She was stunned on the spot, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Meiyu looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They had never expected that Zhuowen, who had been ignored by them in the group, was actually hiding such a powerful strength. I'm just a nobody. Actually, if you had let me go earlier, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. However, your decision left me with no choice but to take action, Zhuowen said indifferently. Humph. I didn't think that there would be an expert like you in the Lin clan's team. It seems that I have underestimated this mission. However, our Huang family cannot afford to fail this mission. Even if your strength is not bad, you will still die here. As soon as Elder He Xian said this, an even more surging mental energy gushed out and headed straight for Zhuowen. At the same time, Huang Lin, who had been smashed into the deep pit by Zhuowen's sneak attack, suddenly shot out. Like an arrow that had been released from a bow, he shot towards Zhuowen. Rich golden light gathered in his thick palm. It was unknown when the two of them actually used their strongest moves, joining hands to deal with Zhuowen. I really didn't think that I would be ambushed by a young corporeal realm warrior. Brat, you must die today. Huang Lin's eyes were crimson red. His speed was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. His right hand condensed an endless amount of yuan power, and he instantly arrived above Zhuowen. He growled, "Diffraction hammer!" At this moment, the concealed aura on Zhuowen's body had also dissipated. So Zhuowen's true young 8th stage cultivation was fully displayed in front of everyone. Boom! A dazzling golden light, like the sun, suddenly filled the entire cave. Then Huang Lin's hands formed the shape of a hammer and fiercely hammered downwards. A giant golden hammer, dozens of feet in size, suddenly condensed in the void. It carried an endless amount of energy and fiercely fell towards Zhuowen's position, setting off countless gusts of wind in the process. Although the two of us joined hands to deal with you, It seems that you are not simple since you can hide your aura without anyone noticing. Therefore, you should die a worthy death." Elder He Xian's eyes were full of ruthlessness. He waved his right hand lightly, and the surging mental energy immediately condensed into a giant golden sword under his control. It was his secret spiritual skill, Golden Light Sword. I didn't expect Elder He Xian and Huang Lin to use their strongest trump cards together. Is this young man really that strong in their eyes? Looking at Elder He Xian and Huang Lin using their strongest trump cards, Lin Meiyu's beautiful eyes finally revealed a look of horror. Elder sister, can Zhuowen take the joint attack of Elder He Xian and Huang Lin? Lin Chaiyu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. It's very difficult. After Elder He Xian and Huang Lin joined hands, their strength is comparable to that of a warrior in the profound human king realm. Although Zhuowen's surprise attack just now injured Huang Lin, he is only in the corporeal yang realm. It is impossible for him to take the attack of those two people. Lin Meiyu frowned slightly and said somewhat helplessly. She knew that Zhuowen was their only chance to escape, but Lin Meiyu was very clear that even if Zhuowen had an extraordinary trump card, the gap between the corporeal yang realm and the human king realm was too big. Therefore, she did not think that Zhuowen could take the joint attack of Elder He Xian and Huang Lin by himself. Is that so? Lin Chaiyu gritted her teeth and said somewhat disappointedly. At this moment, in the open space of the cave, Elder He Xian and Huang Lin's attacks came one after another, landing directly on Zhuowen's body. Just as the two attacks were about to reach Zhuowen's body, an unusually strong mental energy suddenly poured out from the former's body. As soon as this mental energy appeared, the entire cave was filled with an extremely strong mental energy pressure. Many of the weaker warriors in the Huang family trembled under this mental energy pressure and almost knelt down. What a strong mental energy! How can this kid have such a strong mental energy? The moment the mental energy appeared, Elder He Xian and Huang Lin's faces changed dramatically. The two of them looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The moment this mental energy appeared, a series of muffled sounds poured out from Zhuowen's body. Then, 7 mental energy of the same strength appeared around Zhuowen's body. 8 streams of suffocating mental energy descended into the cave. In an instant, the mental energy pressure increased by 8 times. Some of the Huang family practitioners who were struggling to hold on fell to their knees with a plop under this pressure. Their faces had already turned deathly pale. Complete grade 2 mental energy? And there are 8 of them in a row. How did this kid do it? Elder He Xian's face suddenly showed a trace of horror. His pupils shrank as he looked at the boy in front of him and said in disbelief, "Boom!" The 8 mental energy around Zhuowen's body suddenly turned into 8 layers of thick golden round shields. They wrapped around Zhuowen's body like a tortoiseshell. Elder He Xian's golden light sword and Huang Lin's diffraction hammer hit the golden round shields. Rumble! The entire cave began to tremble in an instant, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. The countless sharp stone pillars at the top of the cave began to fall like a rain of swords under this violent tremor. Hurry up and leave. The cave is about to collapse. Elder He Xian looked deeply at the center of the cave, at the young figure who was in the middle of the 2 violent attacks. He waved his hand and broke the rocks that fell beside him as he shouted loudly. After he spoke, old man He Xian waved his hand. His powerful mental energy transformed into a large palm that was dozens of feet in size. It suddenly lifted the 3 Lin sisters, who were not far away, who did not have any strength to resist, after which it rushed out of the cave. After old man He Xian and the others escaped from the cave, they felt the ground shake again. Then, the huge cave was covered by countless broken rocks. Looks like there's no need for us to make a move. That kid, Zhuowen, is dead for sure. With that kid's strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Huang Lin patted his chest as he gazed at the cave that had already been covered, and spoke with some schadenfreude. However, what surprised me is that this kid actually has such powerful mental energy at such a young age. Moreover, he is able to release 8 mental energy at the same time. From this, it seems that his background is not simple. Elder Haitian recalled the scene of Zhuo when releasing 8 streams of mental energy, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. It's really a pity for this kid to be buried in this cave. Since this kid was able to cultivate out 8 strands of mental energy, he obviously has an unusual secret spirit skill. If this old man were to obtain it, my strength would probably rise by another level. Elder Haitian's face revealed a trace of regret as he spoke until this point. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an ear-piercing rumble suddenly sounded. Rumble! A huge hole was suddenly smashed open in the cave that was just covered by rocks. At the same time, a 5-colored ice powder energy cluster was like a meteor that cut through the void and headed straight for the Huang family. How is this possible? This kid is actually not dead? Seeing that the 5-colored energy cluster was getting closer and closer, Huang Lin's eyes widened. He let out a loud roar and suddenly leaped. His hands once again emitted a blazing golden glow. A huge golden hammer was condensed in his hands. Then he violently smashed it toward the ice fire that was heading straight for him. Rumble! At this moment, countless sparks immediately dissipated. What followed was a continuous explosion. The powerful energy directly exploded the huge golden hammer in the void. The huge energy aftershock was like ripples in the water, violently bombarding Huang Lin's chest. Puchi! Under this attack, Huang Lin's chest directly caved in. A stream of blood spurted out from his mouth and drew a sharp parabola in the air. Bang! Huang Lin's body was like a butterfly with its wings broken. Like a willow catkin in the wind, he fell straight down. With a loud rumble, he smashed a huge deep hole in the ground. Endless smoke and dust also swept up. Swoosh! 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 Numerous gazes gathered in the hole. At this moment, Huang Lin was lying on his back in the hole. The clothes on his body had been torn into pieces by a powerful force. Huang Lin's entire chest had caved in. Blood had already dyed his entire body scarlet. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Huang Lin, who was on the verge of death in the crater. Elder Haitian also saw Huang Lin's current miserable state. His sharp pupils suddenly shrank. With his eyesight, he could see that Huang Lin's injuries were so serious that they were incurable. Therefore, Huang Lin was definitely going to die. Dang! Dang! Dang!